Bro, it's the sacred goblin code. Steal BOBs to upgrade the backpack loot level. Can't resist that buzzin' propaganda energy. BOBs equals pure functional heist material. Watch out kittens, I'm coming for Annie's royal stash next time.
Rare!
Bro, I'm glued like FDR to the New Deal, baby. Gotta keep snagging that political drip and hype these streams. Ain't no way a lil goblin like me just ghosts. Gotta keep the chaos alive and...
Rare! Please clap.
Boopies, 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 boopies.
Brubo bees are like the ultimate cursed loot goblin prank. They're tiny, buzzing, and sneakier than a raid boss with loot drops. Plus, they keep capitalism cringe in check by pollinating the free-ass fruits of nature. Not some corporate pesticides, 10/10th chaotic vibes. All them buzzy boy hustlin' for that nectar grind. Bo bees equals nature's anarchists. I stand.
Okay, listen up. Boop bees got that legendary status in goblin looting. They buzz with upside-down capitalist cringe and secret socialist joy. Plus, booping 'em feels like I'm hacking the hive mind of billionaires. Total goblin flex, I'm telling ya. Boop bees equals ultimate shiny anarcho loot.
Brew, free the titties is the hype cry of the revolution. Duh. Gotta liberate all the oppressed parts. No capitalist chains on these natural treasures. FDR would have totally backed that movement between fireside chats. LBJ probably drafted a messy bill about it. Titties equals symbol of freedom and snack power. Let's go.
Bro, what kind of goblin question is that? Emma roll with the classic big boobies no cap but make it spicy with a lil booty TBH. Balance is key in this chaotic loot hoarding life. Gotta keep it funky, fun, and extra, you know. Free the titties and let the booties bounce, baby.
I'm back. How's everyone doing today? Oh, damn. It is crap out, guys. I almost got soaked. It's like thundering and lightning here. God, I gotta get. Cat time, hell yeah. I'm surviving the worst heat I've had in years. Oh man. Is it that bad? What is it like? Hold on, we have an app for this. Where are you, in Amsterdam? It is here, yes. Okay. Cloggy. There we go. Yeah, 71 degrees? That's hot over there? 22 Celsius. I'm in Rosemelon. Okay, let's see. Oh, 80? Yeah, that's hot. I don't blame you there. 22 is more north. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, it got up to 90 here, like a few, and it's been 80 ever since. Geelong. 45 degrees? What is Australia, in another region of the world? God. Get on our level. Shit, I'm sick of Australia trying to be different. Oh, wait. Yeah, it must be weird to celebrate, like, Christmas in, like, the summer, essentially, right? But let's be honest, like countries like Argentina are in the same boat too, right? It's like you, Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, you're all in that same boat, basically, right? You all celebrate, New Zealand, obviously, right? You all celebrate like Christmas in July, essentially. It's the best. Seriously, we have barbecue creek. Yeah, no, but it must be interesting, right? I'd love to do it one day. Imagine celebrating Easter in fall. Could never be me. Could never. You guys are funny. Oh, man. It's been 71 here at 3 p.m. It's a nice breeze. Wow. Wait, why is the weather app not working? Let's try it again. Raining in New York. That's one thing I noticed about DW when I went to Costa Rica. They had DW as well. And like every like hour, I'd watch it because obviously, guys, even when I'm on vacation and stuff, I'm paying attention to the news, right? And they'd be like, all right, we're done with this segment. Now they would like cut to this like global weather thing. It was kind of cool. It was like, here's the weather in like all these big cities around the world. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. New York has a funny number. It does. We're going to start with this because this should be... oh no. What a disaster. The memes don't end with this, guys. Ugh. Oh, and strategy member, I'm almost done with the what are they called? The triggers for stream place. So you'll be able to do basically all the commands you can do on Twitch over there.
We're gonna open this,
including talk to Gloggy. So
Snickers here.
he'll respond to you over there too. And quick kick, I'm just gonna do it all together because kick is gonna be there too.
We're going to see a problem. You see these veins on the top? I do not touch Snickers bars with veins. Ever since I've been a born-again Christian, I tried them. Veins.
Dude, that is the most, like, homoerotic thing you could out you as being gay, right? Like, if you look at a fucking Snickers bar and you say, wow, that is so gay, I don't know what to tell you.
Side up, veins on the tongue, and it just doesn't work. So, I came up with this 3D printed Snickers deveiner.
Deveiner?
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. For those of you who have problems with Snickers veins, no more. Look at that. A perfectly deveined Snickers.
What the fuck?
Anti-LGBTQ plus hysteria has become so ridiculous in this country that...
Oh my god, can you imagine wasting your time on a Snickers bar because it looks like a penis and you don't want to put it in your mouth and feel like you're gay because you're actually gay, and because if you are gay, then that would... What?!
But I bet it's genuinely hard for you, pun intended, to tell whether or not that person is trolling. Because on one hand...
What is wrong with our world, guys? Everything reminds me of him. Yeah, exactly. That's a everything reminds me of him moment. I look at... It's like when you know you have feelings for somebody, right? And... like, you just, like, you don't want to admit it, right? And you're just, like, being stubborn about it or whatever. And then you go, like, wow, everything reminds me of that person now that I've noticed. And this is one of those things you buy to hide it, right? But it's like, dude, you're gay. Just accept it, motherfucker. How much is dick on your mind? Exactly. Yeah, no. This reminds me of this video. Oh my god, dude.
I think a guy who was tired of disappointing his wife invented the term fun size, because this is not fun size.
Oh god. Oh, Lord. That's another. I never thought of that.
This is motion of the ocean size. This is fun size. And this is a lot of fun size. And this is lower your expectations, ladies. My goodness. I think a guy who was tired of just...
Jesus. Although to be fair, guys, they a lot of people have said that everyone's different, right? It gets better. It's funny. I love it. Oh man. Let's see. Oops.
And maybe a fundamentalist Christian who is fighting same-sex attraction does find some sort of comfort in deveining all of his Snickers bars. Maybe he also chops up bananas and other dick-shaped food items before eating them to avoid the urge to deep-throat them, because we all know that's exactly what gay people do. So it wouldn't be that much of a stretch if he's that hypersensitive to feel compelled to devein Snickers bars before eating them. But if he is
By the
trolling,
way, guys,
I mean, it would...
I've seen a lot of dicks, especially in the locker room. I haven't seen too many dicks like that, so...
wouldn't be the first time lefty shit posters use the Snickers dick fame.
So again, like it's like you're trying to find stuff that it doesn't really have much meaning to it. I don't know. It's just dumb.
Conservatives. Back in 2022, Snopes had to address a viral rumor started by...
It looks like a bunch of swirls to me, right? But I'm not gay in the closet and trying to fucking pretend to not be, right? So I'm the wrong target for this group here. Yeah, about to say if that is veiny to you, you might want to go see a doctor. It's not veiny, yeah. It's not veiny at all. I've seen veiny dicks, guys. It's not veiny. If that's veiny to you. Boy, are you in for something when you see them in real life. Too much time on their hands and shame and hate. Yeah, exactly.
About Snickers caving to the woke mob by removing the dick vein, which was humor spawned from Fox News outrage over the green M&M being desexualized. And in case you don't remember what I'm talking about, Tucker Carlson unironically complained about how the company caved to the woke mob by making the green M&M less sexy. So it's funny to see the Snickers dick vein meme repurposed for the new era, where the mere sight of a queer person makes any conservative apoplectic. And if I had to guess, I think that he probably
if anything, it's just that's what I'm saying. It's like a swirl. It's like they just dip it in chocolate and then you see the swirls. That's really? Do I have to fucking even say that? Hey, Gray, welcome back. When I grow up, I always fantasize about swallowing Snickers bars and all in its insides. Wow. Thank you for that, buddy. See, guys, here on the Gustx broadcast, we support everyone just saying what's on their mind all the time. We want you to all come out. All the things that you've ever thought like that. I'm serious. I mean, it's funny. Didn't they watch those Candy Factories win videos? Candy Factory videos when they were kids? No, clearly not. Yeah, they just like dip them in chocolate. Those are not veins. God. Even Snickers lovers.
Trolling because the same guy who posted that also posted 3D printed plant waterers that look exactly like butt plugs. So I think he's probably trolling if I had to guess.
Yeah, that's something I never think about as well. Butt plugs, yeah. I think the only one they saw was Cherry and Chocolate Factory. Cheryl and the Chocolate Factory, yeah.
Yes, but the fact that it's so hard to tell is a testament to the environment that we're in. I say this because this Fox News clip could easily also be considered a parody itself if you didn't know any better.
It's National Fudge Day for the VP, but I thought it would be too gay. So I did pickle cake instead. I'm not sure
Ew.
if I got
You
it
did
right.
pickle
Thank
cake.
you for being here, Mr. Vice President,
Ew.
and enjoy your pickle cake.
Thank you guys
All
for
right,
making
that's it for us, everyone. Have a great
show.
night.
Sexy hip hop and pickle cake.
So that's where we're at
Ew.
in 2026.
Pickled cake? Is that good? Oh my god. Next, I'll say malters look like balls. Yeah. Next.
Where fudge is apparently too gay, because a common insult against gay men is that they're fudge packers because they have butt sex. Unlike straight people, of course, who would never engage in such degeneracy. But since homophobes call gay people fudge packers, it logically follows that it is also gay to eat fudge, because maybe he thinks it's akin to eating ass. I honestly don't know if I can follow the logic there, but I know some of you might assume that he was joking and it's wrong to take him serious, but I think you don't understand Jesse Waters. He really is that hyper aware of any and everything that could be perceived as homosexual. I present you with Exhibit B.
Joe Biden used a straw. Now, if you've seen me on The Five or on Prime Time, you know I recommend that all men refrain from using straws. It's unbecoming. The way a man's lips purse, the size of the straw is just too dainty. The way your fingers clasp.
Really? Because that's like a huge straw. It's like one of those booba straws, right? Boba? Booba. I got something else on my mind. Boobies, 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 boobies. You guys are brainwashing me. God damn it.
On it.
I blame Ducky.
No, come on. Straws
Yeah, it's
are
like
for
a
women
huge one. It's like one of those a boba straws.
and little kids.
Yeah. And need I remind you how in last December, so-called manosphere influencers, the alphaist of the
That's all they think about, dicks and more dicks. Yeah. Like, can you imagine that? That's like the last thing I think about when I ever drink from a straw or any of this crap. Like,
alpha, like Andrew Tate, they were conversing with Nick Fuentes openly about how gay it was to be with women, literally, because I guess that if you're too loving of the woman you're attracted to, it might come off as feminine and thus gay. And to conservatives, being gay is inherently icky, of course, and you should do everything you can to let people know how grossed out you are by homosexuality on a regular basis, so that way nobody suspects that you're a homo yourself. Because in their minds, obsessing over what is and isn't gay actually makes them less suspicious somehow. And on that note, the Texas GOP shared a fairly innocuous get out the vote video last month with Scott Pressler, a GOP influencer, and the chair of the state Republican Party in Texas, Abraham George. And as you watch this, I just want you to try to think through reasons why conservatives might be offended by this video.
The chairman is here in person at a polling location in Collin County. This is Allen, Texas. And I have been here since 9:30. It's now 2 o'clock.
Cheer 100. Dix, 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 T, P, A, noose, P, A, noose, power on noose, P, A, noose.
Thank you, Ducky. Thank you for the 100, girl. Appreciate it. Yeah, remember, guys, if you donate at least 100, you get like a Gloggy to say whatever you want. So that's another way of doing it.
Shaking every hand and meeting voters, and it's been a steady stream, which shows me that people know about today, the runoff.
Ding, 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 you guessed correctly. That video was too gay and too non-white for Republican Party voters. Right-wingers responded saying, this is fucking nauseating. This is the Texas GOP, a man born and raised in India and a gay guy who doesn't know how to wear boots. This video encapsulates how compromised the GOP is. Actually,
Tyler Oliveira. Oh, guys, that's hilarious. What is wrong with our world? Why are we still here?
actual South Park episode at this point. An Indian and homosexual are telling people who to vote for. If this is the Republican Party, I want exactly nothing to do with it. Sodomites and Indians telling you to vote for Israel. Perfect picture of the modern GOP, Lamau. And the most tone-deaf political party award goes to the Texas GOP. Deport that guy immediately. And I shit you not, that was the overwhelming sentiment. They didn't even want to see a gay guy and a non-white guy, even though they were encouraging people to vote for the anti-gay white supremacist candidates that they prefer. And it really speaks to the heightened level of sensitivity towards queer people and really anyone who deviates from the cis white Christian norm. So conservatives really are as ridiculous as the Snickers Devainer guy, which is why most people who saw that video weren't even questioning whether or not it was satirical, because conservatives really are indistinguishable from satire at this point. It is impossible to parody a political movement that is too ridiculous to parody. Yet, actors like Rainn Wilson, who played Dwight Schrute in The Office, pulled a Jerry Seinfeld recently by arguing that political correctness has run amok, and he said this in 2026 during Pride, mind you, but let's hear him out.
I do feel like you couldn't make The Office today. I think that would be too hard to be as politically incorrect as the show was.
Hey, Dwight, wakey, wakey, you ignorant slut. We're no longer in the anti-SJW era of the 2010s. The fascists have taken over the fucking country. I'm not sure if you noticed, and our entire culture has recalibrated to protect their white Christian nationalist sensibilities. Very few companies even changed their logos to rainbows during Pride Month because it's now politically incorrect to showcase anything colloquially referred to as woke, i.e. the existence of queer people and black people, or God forbid, queer black people. And as Yashar Ali put it in a 2023 tweet, Laverne Cox made history in 2014 when she became the first out trans person to be a Time magazine cover subject. It's depressing to realize that if this cover were published today, it would be much more controversial than it was nearly a decade ago. Exactly, because progressive values like empathy and acceptance and anti-racism are now politically incorrect. Dylan Mulvaney got months of harassment and death threats all because Bud Light chose to put her face on a promotional beer can. Gamers just shit their pants last week and threw hissy fits after learning that the new God of War game is going to star a female protagonist. If you are still whining about how the woke mob won't let you tell edgy jokes in 2026, you're just
I don't get that either.
idiot or out of touch. Netflix just gave MAGA comedian Tony Hinchcliffe a comedy special where he told racist jokes where the punchline was basically that non-white people are weird because they're not white. And at the roast of Kevin Hart, the so-called comedians were being explicitly anti-black because the culture has now fully aligned with the fascist status quo that's taken over the country. So for a comedian to still whine about not being able to tell jokes in 2026 because of the PC police, I just have to ask, what the fuck are you smoking? What jokes can't you tell in Trump's America that he wants to tell specifically? I mean, sure, there are limits. You can't joke about Christians or conservatives without triggering the anti-woke mob, but whether he realizes this or not, Rainn Wilson has already aligned himself with the predominant culture by pretending like everyone else is too sensitive, because deep down I think he knows that if he did call out the real snowflakes, the anti-SJWs, the fascists, the racists, well then he would find himself in hot water. That's how you get canceled in 2026. Saying racism is bad is now the cancelable offense. And it's hilarious for him, of all people, to say that when shows that are more edgy, far more edgy, like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, those are still on till this day. And listen, I love The Office personally. I've watched it from start to finish probably 5 or 6 times, but it's by no means an edgy show. I actually enjoy it because of how wholesome it can be at times. Sure, they do make jokes about race, but it's always at the expense of the main character, Michael Scott, who makes his subordinates cringe by his tone-deaf and downright idiotic comments about race. You could even argue that The Office is woke. If it were published today, it would be considered woke, because the main characters who try to be edgy, they're always the butt of the joke. They look stupid. So it's woke in that sense. Not to mention, The Office is kind of being made today. It's called The Paper. And they're telling the same kind of jokes that they were telling on The Office. I'm pretty sure it has the same writers, or most of the same writers. But as out of touch as he is for saying that dumb shit, I think that Rainn Wilson embodies what is probably the default position for most American normies. That the overly sensitive SJW freaks are ruining everything because they won't shut the fuck up about the things that offend them. The problem, however, is that the snowflakes...
Hello. Just watching for a little bit before going to work. Thank you, Kristen B. Appreciate it. How's your afternoon so far? Morning. I was going to say morning, but you're in PA, technically.
he's bemoaning have almost no cultural cachet in Trump's America. And they certainly don't
By the way, I just wanted to specify my position. I would say that, like, I gave what you said some thought. I would say it's important to open a Patreon early, but don't expect it to grow, like, right away, right? Like, kind of let your expectations be the best of you, right? Don't let them be like, oh, it's to the moon, and it's right. It's not really like that, unless you're making like consistent content every day or something like that, right?
have any fucking political power. The official response from
or you're growing like very, very fast, right?
The White House for Pride Month was basically fuck you to queer people. The brief period where we pretended to accept queer people is over. We're done projecting rainbow lights at the White House during Pride.
You're welcome. Yeah, I was just thinking more about what I said. I was like, hey, bro, I enjoyed your stream. I had some suggestions if you want to. Sure. Just hit me up on Discord.
The only colors you're going to see during Pride are red, white, and blue, baby. And listen, it's not like the rainbow lights were going to liberate queer people.
Thank you, over on Kick.
But fascists won't even offer queer people a kind gesture or basic recognition because they fundamentally don't think they should exist. And this cultural shift may seem fleeting and insignificant, but one thing conservatives learned that the rest of society hasn't yet is the political importance of culture. Culture is necessary to give society.
Yeah, I was about to say Ducky.
The push it needs to make sweeping political changes. In the 2010s, when public opinion rapidly shifted on gay marriage, the laws quickly followed suit. But in the 2020s, now that the culture has changed in the opposite direction, the laws once again are realigning to reach parity with culture. The culture now just so happens to be fascist. And even though it's entertaining to poke fun at the snowflakery and hypersensitivity of social conservatives, their vociferousness is meaningful because the government has responded in a manner that is proportional to their outrage. And the worst part is nobody really even seems to notice. For example, journalist Aaron Reed shared one of the most startling reports I've ever read about how the Trump regime proposed a sweeping new rule across 42 different government agencies that requires discrimination against trans and non-binary people as part of a broader fascist effort to erase them from existence. She explains, last week, the Trump administration quietly released a sweeping new federal rule that would use funding threats to force institutions across the country to reject transgender people. The 400-page proposed regulation would codify the administration's anti-trans executive orders into binding federal policy, imposing a blanket prohibition on federal funds going towards gender ideology, with terms broad enough to encompass any acknowledgement that gender identity differs from sex assigned at birth or that transgender people even exist. If finalized, the rule would reach every hospital, university, school district, state government, nonprofit, and homeless shelter that receives federal funding, effectively requiring much of American institutional life to discriminate against transgender people as a condition of receiving federal money. And unlike an executive order, the rule would require significant work by a future administration to reverse. She continues, the prohibition is vast. The rule bars federal awards from being used to fund, promote, encourage, subsidize, or facilitate gender ideology. And as mentioned before, because the screening evaluates the recipient as a whole, even indirect support could trigger enforcement. Since the rule was published, Aaron in the Morning has been contacted by those worried about its impact on homeless shelters, which could be required to turn away transgender people. Any acknowledgement of a resident's gender identity could be grounds for a funding investigation. Colleges and universities, among the largest recipients of federal grants in the country, would face renewed federal pressure to enact bathroom bans, sports bans, and restrictions on name and gender marker changes. Any institutional process that recognizes a gender identity different from sex assigned at birth could be deemed gender ideology. Nonprofits and federally qualified health centers could be forced to stop acknowledging that transgender people exist entirely or serving their needs, a step some organizations briefly took during the chaos of the initial executive orders before pulling back when courts and advocates signaled they lacked enforceability. This rule is designed to give them enforceability. So this is truly a five-alarm fire. The federal government is proposing blatantly unconstitutional policy changes that turn an entire group of people into second-class citizens. the damage that this would cause to an entire generation of trans and non-binary people would be incalculable. The government is basically threatening to socially erase trans people and doing so by punishing everybody who dares to acknowledge their existence. And things have gotten so bad in this country that the Lemkin Institute sounded the alarm back in March about how the United States is in the early stages of a trans genocide, with one of the warning signs being a denial of their identity.
Damn.
And nobody's really talking about these things because the denial of trans identity has become normalized again and is being reinforced through social media and cultural institutions that want to stay in the good graces of the Trump regime. And now that conservatives are driving culture, they are legitimizing the erasure of trans people to shore up support for the policies that they're implementing, or to encourage complacency at a minimum. Now, with that being said, I do think that the pendulum is already starting to swing back in the opposite direction, but I mean, the impact Trump's regime is having on culture is still palpable. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're not ever going to see trans representation in TV shows, but TV networks might be a little bit more cautious about certain queer-related topics. Maybe they won't renew shows with prominent trans characters, in part because they know what's coming down the pipeline. LGBTQ plus interest groups are currently fighting the FCC to stop them from doing a policy change that would discourage trans representation in TV shows. It might also mean that social media websites like Meta limit prohibitions on hate speech towards trans people to appease the federal government. And it even means that politicians who are theoretically supposed to be on the side of trans people might cave to anti-trans pressure in order to avoid scrutiny from the fascist regime in power. And I've talked about how angry I am before about Democrats who are throwing trans people under the bus, Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, and others, but it's not just centrists, to be clear. Even though Zohran Mamdani is meeting the expectations of most leftists, trans people are wondering whether or not he's going to fulfill his promises to them. Because as journalist Aaron Reed also reports, a new clinic that'll offer much-needed gender-affirming healthcare in New York City has one conspicuous exception. Aaron writes, Mayor Zohran Mamdani's new clinic will deny care to anyone under 19 years of age, adopting the exact age cutoff from Trump's anti-trans executive orders. She adds, when Zohran Mamdani ran for mayor, he promised to fight back, showing up to protests outside NYU Langone, pledging $65 million for gender-affirming care, and vowing to use every lever of city power to protect trans New Yorkers from federal intimidation. Since taking office, those promises have largely gone unfulfilled. No enforcement action against the hospitals that shuttered their programs, no fines from the Commission on Human Rights despite complaints open for over a year, and no public accounting of the promised funding. Now, in Mamdani's defense, he's only been mayor for half a year, so he could still very well deliver on some of those promises to the trans community, but the fact that his clinic is denying gender-affirming healthcare to trans youth is quite the tell. There's not many options for...
Well, remember, guys, he's just a fucking mayor. There's state and then federal policy, right? And like they supersede the fucking city. Sorry, but they do, right?
For gender affirming healthcare.
I don't know like the exact regulations, but I know that like in a few of the centers I worked at, even here in Mass, right, where we have all these things like codified into law, because the Republicans have been so effective on the federal level, they're not able to do things the way they could easily do them, right? It's sad. Yeah, see what I mean? But like to blame Mamdani for it, I don't know about that, right? Like I'd have to see before anything else, right? I don't know enough about the subject, but. Like, guys, he's like, you can't compare a mayor to a fucking federal system, right?
Even in New York City.
Yeah. Like Trump has been very adamant on this. This is why we cover it, right?
Is quite the tell. There's not many options for gender-affirming healthcare, even in New York City, so this is going to be a lifesaver for a lot of trans and non-binary people in New York. The problem, of course, is that this life-saving, medically necessary healthcare is being denied to trans youth, the most marginalized of our entire population. Now, I think we all know why he did this. It's easier to go along to get along. It's better to have gender-affirming care for some.
It's also the
people.
law, dude. Right? So, like, this is the way you look at it, right? would you rather have... It's not that you're going to be in Trump's good graces, right? But literally he is. It's either... And again, guys, it's just like, he's a fucking mayor. Like, what are we doing here, right? Like, if he was president of the United States, yeah, that would be a little bit more, I'd be like, yeah, right? And he controlled the Congress and all this stuff, yeah. But still, like, the president has a lot of authority on this shit. And the Supreme Court has basically backed him on all this crap. What is he supposed to do, right?
Well, none of them.
Yeah.
But these little exceptions that we make here and there, they still matter.
Of course they do. Like, nobody's saying that. And I bet if you talk to Zoran, he would say the same thing. But, like, what are we going to do about it, right? That's the sad part. Is like the Republicans have done very effective. They've done a very good job at getting rid of this stuff on a federal level, right? And very few people have stood up to him in terms of lawsuits and stuff. I'm actually surprised how little lawsuits there are. I thought there would be way more. And this isn't even my words. This is his words, right? He said the exact same thing. He's like, I thought there would be so much resistance. And look, people are just rolling over. And we're literally like complaining about this, right? I'm calling out Trump and his as well. Trump has more of a track record of being hateful. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, we have to like rest the blame where it is. This is why we shouldn't have voted for the motherfucker. Do you think we would be in this position if like Kamala was president? Not nearly, right? Listen, like, Kamala was not exactly a great candidate and she wouldn't have supported all this stuff, but god damn, like, I don't think she would have gone this far, right? As much as Trump. What did I miss? Oh, it's just more hysteria on anti-LGBTQ stuff. I'm sorry, I have no clue. I just
why culture is so important, because cultural pressure creates political pressure that forces all of society into compliance, including leftists like Zoran Mamdani. And I get that it might seem like I'm one of those nitpicky leftists who's...
Yeah, that's kind of what it seems like to me, right? And I always kind of shy away from this because, like, it's important to talk about it. And yeah, like, we should, right? But, like, I don't think it's Zoran, right? I don't. He's brought this up 1,000 times. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Never going to be satisfied, but you have to understand that in a fascist society, every single capitulation counts. Every time we obey in advance, the fascists acquire more cultural power over us.
But there's nothing to like obey. It's like it's either he does it or he does, right? They're going to cut the funding, which would make it worse for everything else, right? So it's a difficult spot that he's in. I completely agree, but there's always casualties in war, guys. Right now, it's like, would you rather win the battle or win the war? So that's the way I kind of view it, right? There wouldn't be a war. There wouldn't be going backwards. Yeah, on U.S. citizens, there'd be mediocre destruction over the. Yeah, I'd prefer mediocre over destruction of the world. Correct. Right. Yeah. And this is what I mean. Like, I don't get. I don't understand the nitpicking sometimes because, like, yeah, it's important to call out stuff, right? I'll be the first to say, but it got banned.
And we shouldn't abandon trans youth, the most vulnerable population in the country, to appease fascists, ever. And for clarification, when we talk about gender-affirming healthcare for trans youth, we're not talking about surgeries for trans kids. We're talking about mental health care that could aid trans youth and their family in a social transition, and eventually prescriptions for puberty blockers. Those are allowed for cis kids, but not for trans kids, which is interesting. And it really tells you what this is about. They just don't like trans people.
Well, yeah, but that isn't Zoran, right? Zoran is just like a mayor. This is what I want you guys to realize, right? And listen, like, they are a leader in the local community, but there's like the state government, right? Look at how much he's had to fight Kathy Hochul, right? Like, I don't know. I just don't think we should be like, hey, Zoran doesn't care about trans kids, right? That's kind of dumb because it's not the case at all, right?
Even though trans youth exist, their existence has become politicized.
Of course it has. But again, that is not Zoran. That is not the Democrats. That is not even like the left, obviously. It's the Republicans and the right-wingers and the fascists, right? I would prefer resistance to destruction that is effective and immediately not delayed to the point of return than mediocre. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like whatever they can do in this moment would be just winning maybe like a small battle and not necessarily winning the war, right? Like sometimes you take casualties in war, right? That's the way I look at it. Like, guys, politics is essentially a war using power, right? There's not like, and sometimes there actually is bodies involved in dead people, right? But essentially that's the way I view it. Something like that, right? So would you rather win the battle or win the war, right? If you win the war, then you get the overall change you want. And I don't think that Zoran would be like, yeah, fuck those trans people, right? After the end of that culmination. I just don't, right? So like that's why I look at it more pragmatically, right? It's not that I agree with this decision, it's that I look at it more pragmatically, right? Why do I think a lot of politicians read The Art of War? Yeah.
Feed into that when we bow to the pressure of these fascist tyrants. And to go back to Laverne Cox, who I brought up earlier, she just released her memoir where she talks about her experience growing up trans. And much like cis kids, she knew what her gender was right away. But she was bullied. She was otherized by adults. And at the age of 11, I want to say, she tried to take her own life. And I just want to read you a passage from her book where she talks about the difficulty in being a trans kid. Now, she went in her mother's pill cabinet and she took a bunch of pills and she survived, thankfully. But I want to just read her feelings as a child when she realized she was still alive. Because this right here, it speaks to the experience that trans kids deal with, the pain that they have to endure. I woke up. I was in shock. I'm still here. I felt so numb. I felt no relief to still be living. The pain of being alive in my body and circumstances had not abated. A paragraph later, she says, I really had wanted to die. I really had wanted it to be over. I still did. Was there no way for me to get out? Leaving my body in fantasy and fugue states was no longer enough. I needed to get out. I needed to be free of this. And just to remind you, these were the thoughts that she had as an 11-year-old. And these are the thoughts a lot of trans and non-binary youth have. I mean, this is common for all queer youth, myself included. I never made a suicide attempt, but it's common for trans youth, especially because of how difficult it is to be trans and not being able to be yourself, right? And this right here is precisely why we should never, ever, ever make exceptions for gender affirming care for them, because it is quite literally life-saving. And if gender affirming care were an option for Laverne when she was a kid, odds are she wouldn't have felt that way. And listen, I would highly encourage you to read her book. It's amazing. I think she gives cis people a really good look at how hard it is to grow up queer. And for queer people, she offers the ultimate it gets better message, not just because she's rich and famous, but because she finally learned how to love herself and accept herself after decades of trying. But in conclusion, we should absolutely make fun of right-wing snowflakes for being weird little freaks. But keep in mind that their hypersensitivity, and more importantly, the way society kowtows to them, is a sign of cultural power that is going to have political ramifications. We're seeing that right now. And the only way to shift the Overton window back in our direction is to be as relentless and unapologetic as they are.
Yep.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Play stupid games.
F around and find out.
Well, I think that's one of the tactics to winning the war, right? If we're carrying on with that analogy, but yeah. All right. Breaking news, Keir Starmer has resigned. We just covered this yesterday, that he was probably going to get challenged, right? Crazy. Get out of here, motherfucker. I hate him, so. Get him out of there.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Mediators from Pakistan and Qatar say the U.S. and Iran made, quote, encouraging progress, unquote, during 18 hours of negotiations in Switzerland, where the two sides agreed to a roadmap towards reaching a final deal within 60 days. Last week, the U.S. and Iran officially signed a memorandum of understanding aimed at ending the war in Iran, which President Trump began in late February. Vice President J.D. Vance headed the U.S. delegation. Iran's parliament speaker.
They switched prime ministers so much. Yeah, well, they can do, and literally the minute they resign or the minute that they win an election, that same day they're out. Which I like too, right? Because see, here's the thing that I don't like. In a democracy, people need to see fundamentally what changes immediately. Like when you vote or you do something and they need to like within reason, right? Like get their stuff out and all that stuff, obviously, though, right? But what I'm trying to say is this idea that there's like a waiting period and all this stuff, it just like no. There should be like some like direct action. People need to see that their government is working, right? Now, is this the best way to do it? Probably not, right? So I'd be willing to admit that at least, but at least it's there are a few examples that this would have been very good, right? So for example, during the Great Depression, we've covered this before too, like the election was in November, right? But FDR didn't get inaugurated until, what was it? March 6th? Or March 4th, something like that. So that's like what, 6 months, 5 months? And in that period of months, the country literally fell deeper and deeper and deeper into the recession, into the depression, my bad. So there's a few examples like that, right? So it made everything much more difficult. So there's that argument, right? But yeah, like Britain has a bit of a different system than us.
Speaker Mohammed Bakr Ghalibaf led the Iranian delegation. On Sunday, Vance said the U.S. wants to turn over a new leaf with Iran.
What the president has asked us to do is turn.
Is that why he put JD in charge of this crap? Because he knows JD's a fucking idiot, and it's gonna make him look bad.
Over a new leaf to transform.
I wonder, like Trump would do that, right?
Our relationship.
It's the equivalent of like Biden putting Kamala into the border czar position. Remember that?
With the people of Iran, and to extend an outstretched hand that says to the people of Iran that if your leadership is willing to give up being a driver of regional instability, if they are willing to give up nuclear weapons ambitions for the long term, then the United States is willing to fundamentally transform our relationship with that country. That is certainly our goal.
The talks took place despite new threats from President Trump. On Sunday, he posted a message online reading, quote, Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble. If they don't, we'll hit Iran very hard again, just like we did last week, only harder. 3 exclamation points.
Even
Saturday,
harder.
Iran announced it was closing the Strait of Hormuz again after Israel killed 83 people in Lebanon. On Friday, Israel said it would agree to a new ceasefire in Lebanon, but Israel's refusing to end its occupation of southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah killed 4 Israeli soldiers Friday. Residents of southern Lebanon have decried the ongoing Israeli attacks. This is Abbas Ezzedine in the town of Barish, where Israel struck a 3-story building.
There was an airstrike this morning on this house. It was targeted by Israeli warplanes at 8:30 a.m. People were sleeping inside. Children, a woman, her 2 children, and her husband, and a young civilian. They were all civilians, sleeping peacefully in their home. It was supposed to be a ceasefire yesterday from the Israeli enemy.
In other news from Lebanon, the acclaimed conservationist Mona Khalil has died after being wounded in an Israeli strike on her home 2 weeks ago. The 76-year-old
Holy shit.
spent years trying to protect endangered sea turtles on Lebanon's Mediterranean coastline. Israel's continuing to
sea turtles, fuck that.
Attack
wow,
Gaza.
Israel's crazy, guys. What the hell?
Despite the
That's
so-called
depression, right?
ceasefire. Earlier today, an Israeli drone killed a high school student who was on her way to take a test in Gaza City. On Saturday, Israeli strikes killed at least 6 people, including 2 children, and Ahmed Wisha, a cameraman with Al Jazeera. Wisha's brother Mohammed also worked for Al Jazeera and was killed in an Israeli strike in April. Since October 2023, Israel's killed over 260 journalists in Gaza, including at least 12 working for Al Jazeera. On Sunday, mourners gathered in Deir al-Balah to remember Ahmed Wisha. This is Al Jazeera correspondent Talal al-Arouki.
The Israeli occupation deliberately assassinates journalists, largely and directly, during its war of extermination, in a clear attempt to suppress images, prevent the dissemination of the message, and to conceal the massacres and atrocities committed against the Palestinian people here in the Gaza Strip.
In Britain, Keir Starmer's resigned as Prime Minister and leader of the Labour Party over mounting pressure from within his own party. Starmer spoke earlier today.
The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
Starmer's announcement paves the way for Britain to have its 7th leader in 10 years. Former Manchester Mayor, newly elected Labour MP Andy Burnham, is widely expected to become the next Prime Minister. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. In Colombia, a Trump-backed far-right lawyer has declared victory in Sunday's presidential runoff to replace Gustavo Petro.
Oh, no. What a disaster.
99.9% of the vote counted. Abelardo de la Espriella has 49.7% of the vote. The leftist Senator Ivan Cepeda has 48.7%. Abelardo de la Espriella is a political novice who rose to prominence representing right-wing paramilitary groups. Cepeda is a prominent human rights defender and legislator. His father was assassinated by right-wing U.S.-backed paramilitary groups in 1994. Cepeda spoke to supporters on Sunday.
Oh, no. What a disaster. Really, see what I mean, guys? And do you notice how close these elections are? Much like us, 49 point, right? 48 point. Sound familiar? Hold on. I do think a part of it is social media, guys. I'm starting to think a huge part of it is, right? It's social media is, and this network of look at this, guys. 49.8, 48.3, right? Look how close that is. Huh? Similar, huh? Ironic, isn't it?
Once the official canvass takes place and its final result is produced and the corresponding verifications have been carried out, we will recognize the official result that emerges from that scrutiny process.
If the election results are confirmed, Colombia would become the latest Latin American country to shift to the right.
Jeez, this guy's a clown. Look at him. He's like fucking Hitler here doing a speech. Oh my God.
Chile, Bolivia, and possibly Peru, where Keiko Fujimori appears on track to win.
Exactly. That's who I was thinking about too, right? Keiko Fujimori. She's also a right-winger and running it in the election for Peru there. Yeah.
Bolivia's right-wing president, Rodrigo Paz, has declared a state of emergency and has deployed the military to end weeks of indigenous and union-led protests.
God damn it.
Protesters
That's what the Trump administration wanted, right, guys?
had set up road blockades across the country, calling for Paz's resignation and an end to austerity measures. Former Bolivian President Evo Morales has backed the protest movement.
In my view, this is a rebellion by the indigenous movement against the neoliberal model and against the neo-colonial state. As time goes by, the government has moved faster. It has tried to implement it, even without authority. In December, it already issued a supreme decree to put the entire neoliberal model in place.
In news from Cuba, lawmakers have passed sweeping economic changes that could lead to the privatization of much of Cuba's socialist economy. The move comes after intense U.S. pressure and threats by President Trump to take over Cuba. In recent months, the U.S. has blocked nearly all oil shipments from reaching Cuba. This is on top of the U.S. embargo that dates back to the early 60s. Cuba's Prime Minister Manuel Marrero Cruz spoke Thursday.
We all should be rebelling against neoliberalism for real.
These are proposals to confront the crisis, opening a transformative window that, if not implemented now, could bring irreversible political and social consequences. But I want to reiterate that these transformations do not represent a departure from the socialist project. On the contrary, they follow the logic of its own development.
In other news from Cuba, former Vice President Mariano Valdez Menendez has died at the age of 94. He was a close ally of Fidel and Raul Castro and was a key figure in the Cuban Revolution. Salazar Sur, the president of the Islamic Society of Milwaukee, Wisconsin's largest mosque, has been released from an ICE jail in Indiana after being detained for nearly 3 months.
Jesus.
Sarsour is a Palestinian-born community leader. He spoke to supporters on Thursday.
Okay, guys, I have to leave. See you next time. Of course. Thank you so much for stopping by right before work, Kristen B. Have a good shift. We'll see each other again soon. Bye now.
People like you and people of freedom that stood with justice. That's why I'm back. I owe this to my community, to again people of freedom like JVB and other organizations who did great work standing for justice.
Salazar Sur have lived in the United States for over 30 years. In Newark, New Jersey, a Father's Day vigil was held outside the privately run for-profit ICE jail known as Delaney Hall Sunday. Families and supporters held signs reading, "Free the dads, close the camps," unquote. The vigil was disrupted when a red sports car entering the facility struck a female protester who was waving an upside-down U.S. flag. Demonstrators said they believe the driver of the car was an employee of the GEO Group, that for-profit private prison company that operates the ICE jail. Soon after, ICE agents deployed pepper spray and mace on the crowd. The U.S. State Department has announced it'll stop funding HIV and AIDS programs in South Africa, where more than 8 million people live with HIV, the highest number of any country in the world.
Mind you, for profit ICE jail. Yeah, well said.
By
Strategy
citing,
member.
quote, South Africa's failure to make demonstrable progress on policy requests by the administration, unquote. President Trump has falsely claimed there's a white genocide taking place in South Africa.
Duh.
Trump has also
Don't you guys know?
U.S. asylum
white genocide
policy by pausing all asylum requests from around the world except for white South Africans. And President Trump, without offering any evidence, has claimed vandals are responsible for turning the newly renovated Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool green.
Into a water bug infested cesspool. Yeah.
Instead of dark blue.
Dark blue. Oh God. Right? Fucking dumbasses. Living Lily. Oh my God. This is so stupid. Only good news, right?
Last week, the Washington...
I sent a video on this. He has a National Guard guarding it, apparently. Oh my God. Where? In the content suggestions? Where? Or news? Yeah, we gotta watch that next. I gotta send the National Guard to protect my green pool of algae. Thank you.
Post reported the reflecting pool contained more algae than at any recorded point in June over the past 5 years. In addition, a newly painted blue liner has begun to peel. In recent days, authorities have arrested several...
Yeah, that's another problem, right? Is the blue liner... Like, a lot of these pools or, like, ponds, I don't know. I'm not a fan of these things because they just cost a lot of money, and you gotta, like, I'm not an engineering person, so I don't know exactly what you could do, but I don't know, make like a fountain or something. Doesn't Europe have, like, really beautiful fountains and pools? How do they figure this shit out and we can't? Right? The fuck?
Several people for touching parts of the reflecting pool, including David Hearn, a 60...
Yes, don't touch the algae. Apparently someone with the box cutter did it.
A 7-year-old former Olympic canoe racer who was arrested, handcuffed, and held for 5 hours after stopping by the pool during a 64-mile bike ride. Hearn denied committing vandalism and described his arrest as, quote, arbitrary, capricious prosecution.
Ridiculous, unquote. Yeah.
And those
Aeon Lord, welcome back.
Some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
All right. Let's see what the neocons are up to. Being neocons. Wait, so we aren't even allowed to just watch the pool even if it's ugly as fuck? Yes. The National Guard must be there and you must be arrested. Oh, man. Oops. Let's watch this first.
most heavily defended stretch of water in the world, just after the Strait of Hormuz. And you're a frog?
I am an Antifa. I'm a amphibian against fascism.
Welcome back to the Lincoln Reflecting Pool, where I have some sad news to report.
Antifa.
But first, a colour update.
Hell yeah.
Less green.
Where are my amphibians?
Still quite green. So the latest in the Reflecting Pool saga is that last night at Camp David, Trump had an absolute meltdown about the bits of the pool that started peeling off and flapping about in the wind the other day.
Yeah.
He also had a less unreasonable meltdown about the tourists. Of course, he called them radical left vandals, who had taken to ripping bits off the flappy bit of blue rubber.
See, the thing is, I imagine, I don't know how they do it in Italy or in the Netherlands, or I don't know how they're like over there in terms of, I've seen the fountain over in, but that's because it's moving water, right? Let's see. Yeah. Why can they do reflecting pools that look crystal blue, and yet we have like literally green ones? Yeah, fountain and pools are very different. I mean, yeah, of course. I'm just saying, like, with the fountain, the water's constantly running, so it's a little easier. It's much algae doesn't grow on, like, it's harder for it to grow on that stuff. So. But you do got to treat the water, right? Like, this one's clearly abandoned, so maybe this isn't the best example. But like all the ones I've seen in like Italy, they're always like crystal clear. Yeah. So I don't know what they do, right? Like, look, here's this one. This one looks like hell. I can't tell if that's a reflection or whatever, but. So I don't know, like, that's also still water. Yeah, exactly. So these are literally pools, right? Also, these are not like the same thing. Like, this one clearly hasn't been light reflects the heat. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, right? But like this. Yeah, I don't know about that. Especially this. Ooh. Dark holds heat and grows algae. Interesting. Ours is nice and shallow, and I doubt they move around much. Yeah.
This kind of behavior is...
My point is, you need to treat the water, right? The water needs to be treated with like an anti-algae chemical, right?
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
I have no idea why you are so upset. I mean, St. Patrick's Day has just come early or late. True. Damn. Great point, dog. Coming in with a hot take that's actually not so hot because it's real. What up?
Trump said led to several arrests, and he was threatening those responsible with many years in jail for vandalizing a national monument. Imagine that, eh? Imagine someone facing some kind of consequences for vandalizing a national monument. He also claimed someone had used a knife or a blade to make a gash 250 foot long in the surfacing material, and that had caused the peeling. Yep. I should say that I saw absolutely no evidence of that when I was here the other day.
Lock them up.
Looked pretty closely. It would also be a pretty good trick, given the place is open to the public 24 hours a day and absolutely nobody saw it. Anyway, the National Guard, as you can see behind me, are here in full force, which is doubly funny because the stated reason for the Guard being deployed to DC in the first place is to crack down on crime. And there is, statistically speaking, zero crime in this area of Washington. So, what of the pool? Been doing a little walkabout of the pool, trying to see if there's any more damage. And there is quite a lot more damage than there was when I was here the other day. It's worth saying, though, that all of the bits that are flapping off, sort of breaking away from the surface, it all looks quite organic. Certainly doesn't look like someone's come and, like, been at it with a box cutter. It just looks like it's kind of shoddy work and it's just flapping off. Oh, yeah, there's loads of it just flaking off. Look, loads of it down here. And over there, there's loads of the surface flaking off. This isn't someone with a box cutter going and slashing at it. This is just shoddy workmanship. It's worth remembering that, you know, Trump's built up this reputation for being a master builder. And there's no basis for it whatsoever. He's always been kind of a con artist. Go back to the Trump Taj Mahal, which opened late and nothing worked and declared bankruptcy within 15 months. I don't know where he's got this reputation from, that he's an incredible builder, but he's not one. And this really just does make me fear for the rest of the projects he's got lined up around Washington, D.C., that they're going to get built and they're going to look shiny for about a day and a half. And then bits of masonry is going to start falling off onto people. So I'm just going to have a quick chat to someone who's really vocal on this subject. What's your name and where you're from?
I am an amphibian. I'm a amphibian against fascism.
Is that right? And
of course, first they came for the algae, and next we know the rest of the story. I know the amphibians are next. I'm going to stand up in solidarity with the algae.
Thank you for talking to me. Please stay hydrated. It is a hot day. Trump said the damage is so bad they'll have to drain it again and resurface it again, which is presumably going to push the cost even higher than the 14 million, which was already 10 times more than Trump promised it would cost. And now we come to the sad news. There's a family of ducks who've been hanging around in the pool this week with a bunch of pretty fresh ducklings. Sadly, one of the ducklings was found this morning in the pool, and it had ceased to be. Now, we just don't know what caused the duck's demise.
Probably the... Oh, shit.
Maybe it was the algae, maybe it was the hydrogen peroxide, maybe it was something else entirely. But either way, R.I.P. little guy.
Jeez, a fucking duckling can't even survive in there, guys. And you know the saying, water off a duck's ass. Thorn, welcome back, buddy. Good to see you again.
This must be the second most heavily defended stretch of water in the world, just after the Strait of Hormuz. And you're a frog?
I am an amphibian.
All right. Cool.
As Jeremy said, we really got to watch out for Lindsey Graham, and that is exactly the plan that is
Lady
being hashed
Lindsey
out in the open here in Washington, where many of the hawks are quasi-endorsing the diplomatic process that we just ran through. But they have an alternative plan that perhaps Trump has already opened the door to. Here is Lindsey Graham on Face the Nation this weekend advocating for this new plan of just taking over the entire Strait of Hormuz. Let's take a listen.
Let's try a diplomatic solution. I think it's going to fail. What happens next? I spent 4.5 hours with President Trump Friday. Here's what I think will happen next. If this deal fails, President Trump is going to take the Strait of Hormuz over by force. The United States will control the Strait of Hormuz. We'll charge a fee for all those who go through to pay for the operation. And we're going to expand the Abraham Accords and calendar year 2026.
He's going to take it by force? He's been doing that for months, right?
Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords, and which is the biggest change in 5,000 years in the Mideast. And if Iran contests control of the Strait of Hormuz by the United States, we will obliterate them. So to all the people listening, if this diplomatic effort fails, President Trump is going to take the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. We're going to run it. We're going to try to get Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords to end the Arab-Israeli conflict in 2026. And if Iran continues to attack Israel and Lebanon, the new policy will be we'll hit Iran.
The new policy will be we'll hit Iran if Hezbollah continues to hit Israel, and we'll just take over the Strait of Hormuz. Now, obviously, this is just completely nuts, taking over the Strait by force. They act like it's going to be some sort of, weekend adventure. This would take hundreds of thousands of troops. Also, once they're there, if the rest of Iran's not conquered, they can use these little things called drones that we all just saw to fire them from the inland to the troops that are all stationed there. Brandon Weichert actually laid all of this out initially when we were discussing much of this, it would be Gallipoli. It would be a complete military disaster. But this is still something that Trump is considering. Let's put B2 up here on the screen. He said it just yesterday. There will be no tolls in the Strait of Hormuz for 60 days during the ceasefire period. There will be no tolls after the 60-day period has expired, unless they are imposed by and for the United States of America, should the deal not be completed, for services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, they really thank us for our involvement in the region.
Yeah, for real. They're really thanking us. Guys, this time he's gonna really take the Strait of Hormuz. Those other times, he said he was gonna take it over. He was just bluffing. He's really gonna do it this time.
Over the past 26 years.
Yeah.
What a joke.
Yes, we are the guardian angel, the guardians of the Strait of Hormuz. They can make a Marvel movie about it. All of it would be funny if this is not, this is the thing about Trump. This is what we warned about earlier is, right now he's silent. If we were to think about Trump is ultimately, from The Apprentice, which is probably the, sole reason why he's president of the United States. What does he do? He auditions different things. So you could think of the Iran war as an audition for the Lindsey Graham and for Marco Rubio and for himself, of course, because he bears responsibility. Bibi Netanyahu. They obviously failed. So now he's like, okay, let's shelve Rubio, let's shelve that, and let's break out the alternate cast for The Apprentice, the J.D. Vance. But the problem is that he is like hovering on top of it, and these nefarious actors, Bibi and Lindsey Graham, and the entire Hawk commentariat class, which is seriously pushing this option, and is telling him, sir, you gave up too early, you can easily go back to it. This is, I gave an analogy in our last show about this, about the First World War, where, a lot of Germans were shocked when they surrendered because Germany had never been invaded. So they're like, how can this be possible? And that's where the Israeli idea, which
Solo RTP raid. All right.
Ironically, from the Germans of 1919, which eventually became the Nazis, is the stabbing.
Hey, Raina, welcome back.
The only conceivable reason that they had to surrender was that they were stabbed in the back. And there were all these fantasy military options that they had on the table, which were all bullshit. But, they could, 20 years later, they could be like, no, we could have done this. It's kind of like lost causers who will analyze General Longstreet at Gettysburg. If he had just done this, they would have won. Oh my God. I've met too many of them. But the point is around this is that they're creating a mythos in real time. And the power of that is really strong because they're by propping that up with Fox News. And you will never hear a defender of the deal on Fox News. You'll never hear a defender of the deal, even on CNN, honestly. It's insanity. Like, did you see that Caitlin Collins thing where she's like, whoa, what? Iran has a right to self-defense? You're like, yeah, all nations do. Is that so crazy? But as this starts to bubble itself up, and let's say things start popping off in Lebanon, and the Iranians, walk out because they're like, hey, that's our red line, how easy do you think this will be to cement into Trump's mind? It's going to be non-stop. Remember, Fox and Friends, Brian Kilmeade, he's against this thing. He's been trashing it every single day. You got Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters seems to be somewhat on board. I don't know. His IQ is low enough. But then the rest of these guys, they're very, very smart political actors. So I'm watching this very, very closely.
This is why we must protect Trita Parsi at all costs, because he's one of the few reasonable voices, just because he's so impressive and elegant of a person that they allow onto CNN, at least in the mainstream press. But the thing I note most about Lindsey Graham's posture here, which is really we have to pay attention to, is he says, sure, let's try the negotiations. Yeah, exactly. They're going to fail. And he is invested in that failure. Mm-hmm. He will be involved in doing everything he can to make sure that failure comes to pass. We covered last week, Netanyahu is pushing, Mark Levin and Ted Cruz and their other sort of bought off or influence peddlers here in the U.S. to make sure they're doing what they can to undermine this deal. So when he says they'll probably fail, it's not like he's just some disinterested observer, guessing what's going to happen here. He is going to be doing everything that he can to make sure that is going to fail. We did have to bring you this, though, because this is an incredible turn of events for Batya Ungar-Sargon, who has been one of Trump's fiercest defenders, saying that he truly is this warrior, this warrior for the working class, etc. But, she's also very pro-Israel. And so she has been really critical of the deal and the possibility of negotiations here. Let's go ahead and take a listen to a little bit of her commentary talking about what a terrible week J.D. Vance had because he went out and actually said some honest things about Israel for once. Let's take a listen.
Vance implied that all opponents to this terrible MOU are war hawks who want a forever war and boots on the ground, who have some kind of bloodthirst for endless Iranian deaths. Just an appalling straw man. I don't know anyone who wants boots on the ground. The whole point of the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz was that we didn't need boots on the ground. And while Vance spent all week talking about how cool the IRGC is, he repeatedly blasted Israel, Israelis, and Israeli politicians, inventing bizarre scenarios in which he fantasized about how many Iranians Israel wanted to kill. Here's how he ended his press conference.
Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the president of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in.
Apparently, according to our vice president, you got to hand it to the Iranians for negotiating in good faith. It's Israel that's the real impediment to peace. Here's the truth. Vice President J.D. Vance just brought the great United States to its knees with a humiliating deal weeks before our 250.
You finally figured out there are neocons, yeah. Hilarious. This girl is so funny, guys.
50th birthday, and he's decided, like many before him, to blame Israel for the mess his administration created. If this was a dry run for 2028, it was at least very clarifying.
So in response to similar commentary from Batya, the White House actually went after her aggressively. Put this up on the screen. They say the only humiliation here is Batya desperately begging for an additional brain cell because her failing TV show is even more irrelevant than the likes of Caitlin Collins and Fake Tapper. Only a moron of her caliber could still doubt President Trump's leadership.
Agreed.
Oh,
Unreal.
Trust the plan.
This woman sucked up to them so aggressively. We internally named her Baghdad Batya because she was always on the pro-Trump talking points, going on CNN to make the case. That's how she ends up with this News Nation gig, etc. And after all of that, the moment she criticizes them on one thing, they turn on her and say she is a moron who needs an additional brain cell.
Well, in some way, look, how can you not love it, right? Because currently this is the thing about Trump and the entire ecosystem, which genuinely makes this all very 1984. Because a month ago, she and the entire...
Thank you, Eleni. Oh yeah, I forgot the conservatives hate Jack Tapir.
Neocon industrial complex who were defending the deal were being celebrated, really, by these same White House accounts. And the people like us who were criticizing it, we would be the ones under attack. But in the same way that it's like, Oceana has always been at...
Wait, is the stream streaker working? I've been working on this feature as well, guys, so I don't think it's ready. Let's see. There it is. No, I don't think it's... It basically keeps track of everyone's streak. Right. I think the highest we have now is like 210. We have like 190. Well... Woo!
PJ82 just got an 80-day stream streak. www.what
Damn, 80 days of Gustx. So glad you found us, Peter. 80 days ago, you were doing something else. Now you're fishing, hunting, and watching politics and doomer pilling with us and laughing. What up? What a change in 80 days. It's crazy, guys. Like, time just flies, doesn't it?
War with Eurasia or whatever. It's like now that the deal is Trump's policy, now you're doubting the president.
Also, I'm glad they finally added the stream streak thing because for the longest time, Twitch didn't even keep track of that stuff, right? And then they started doing that, and I was like, how do I make this more fun? Right? Because it's really boring on every like, if you just like use the normal Twitch version of it, it's really boring. It just sends a message into the chat, and it's like, okay, well, you get like 100 points or whatever, 300 points. But I tried to design it to make it better because that's what I do, guys. Gloggy loves
But that's part of why I love it, is because these same people for literally months made it. I've said this, like, have made a whole show about Trump is so independent, he cannot be controlled. The idea that Israel controls him is preposterous. He makes his own decisions, and then he did make his own decision. And he was like, actually, the war that you guys wanted was a total disaster, so we're going to try something else. So they cry about it, and he's can use the same logic. You can actually see many of his own allies now, or opponent or proponents of the deal, using the same language of police. They're like, why are you distrusting Trump? Why don't you trust the plan? You sound like a panicking. Why are you doubting the wisdom of our great commander-in-chief? And he's the one who selected our vice president, right? And so, look, this is why, trying to engage in this, like, who is the true, speaker for the czar is ridiculous. Just say your ideas. Like, say your ideas on what they are. And if you don't, sometimes they'll align and sometimes they don't. That's mostly where things stand right now. But I mean, Tucker made a good point. Tucker made a good point, I think, in his prelude to his interview with Trita, where he's like, look, here's the thing about Trump. Trump betrayed basically all of his own voters, except for these neocons. And so you almost can't blame them for being mad when he also does the same thing that he did for everybody else. At the same time, if we're being honest, everything they're saying about the deal is correct in the sense that, yes, it was an American humiliation, but it was an American humiliation because of you. And the humiliation is still somehow preferable to 150,000 ground troops who have to seize the Strait of Hormuz. But again, I do think all of this stuff, palace intrigue, is really interesting in the sense that they were the last fierce defenders of the Trump administration. And as we're all about to show you with the polling, they could not, I mean, maybe this is the
I doubt a rock less than Trump.
At least we can see that the vast majority of the people who sold this war, support this war, who are the loudest defenders of Trump, are so
I almost said Panikins.
deeply out of touch with the American people that it is
Panikin Skywalker. Am I right, guys?
Laughable when you actually look at the polls. Nothing could be said, nothing further from the truth could be said that Americans are like crying about that. The only people crying
God, don't give him any sand. He hates sand.
And all over television. I literally long for somebody to be able to go on Fox or CNN or any of these places and just tell the truth for once about the deal. Not just treat it on a weekend show. I'm talking about actual prime time for one of the, not that anybody's going to watch it, but the people who do watch it are the members of Congress and all these others. Like, some honesty needs to be injected into the system. That's why when JD just says the basic stuff about Israel, be like, yeah, they're just like any other nation. They're like, oh my God, they have a total meltdown about it.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing too. Trump 5 seconds ago was aggressively trashing Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson for being on, against the war. Now that he wants a deal, the people who are on the other side are now suddenly the villains. So, I mean, there's no through line here, right? It's all just about.
Why do you doubt the Supreme Leader Trump? Do you not trust the true power of the Democratic People's Republic of North America? Oh, God. Coming to a USA near you, I guarantee you, a.k.a. the technocrat, what is it called? The technate of America, my bad. Technocracy is another thing.
And do you support that, or are you critical of that? The only way that you can stay in his good
Crystal, your hair's on point today, girl. Love it.
graces is if you support the original stupid position and the new better position. Like, you can't have any principles or consistency, because at some point you're going to end up on the wrong side of him, because he has no principles and consistency, as evidenced by the fact that we, literally played free in the earlier block, how he is threatening to murder the Iranian negotiators in Switzerland before they even return home. So that is the nature of what you sign up for when you decide to defend this man and try to be, in the inside of the court and be one of the favored commentators. At some point, if you stick to any consistency at all, you will end up being completely humiliated by this man, because that's just what he does.
That's right. All right, let's get to polling. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Disaster.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. So, rocky start to the negotiations yesterday, but JD Vance this morning is claiming that progress
What now, Gus? Oh, you'll see.
was made. Jeremy Scahill is
Trump just threatening negotiators, But why make a deal with Trump when you know he'll do that?
going to join us to break down what we know.
By the way, the negotiators are just acting on behalf of the government, right? Really, who you have to convince is the leadership, right? Because they're not gonna. There's very few cases where this generally happened in the 1800s and stuff, but very few cases of negotiators doing stuff that the actual leader doesn't want, right? So, like, for example, a lot of people don't know this, but the United States was about to annex the entirety of Mexico. You're like, what? Yeah, Mexico owes its essentially independence. I bet there would have been some resistance to it, but it would have looked very different, right? Is what I'm saying. To one man, right? He was a negotiator for in the Mexican-American War against Santa Anna. And the guy they picked, James K. Polk picked, was actually he had such favorable views of the Mexican people, and he thought that Mexico should be free, that he was like, why would we ever take them over entirely? That's ridiculous, right? We had talked about that goat, and he basically went over James K. Polk's back, like he went behind his back and signed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, right? Which, recognized that only that, top part of Mexico was going to be annexed, right? They wanted it all, guys. They wanted all of Mexico. Okay?
Hawks, of course,
isn't that crazy?
Still out there doing their thing. Lindsey Graham.
So that's what I mean by it doesn't really, you never really threaten negotiators because they're just like an intermediary, right? They know the position of the president, prime minister, whoever, the leader, right? And they're just negotiating on those terms. Otherwise, they lose their job too, right? And that guy that we've actually covered on the stream before, you mean we could have had all of the Gulf of America? Well, it literally would have been the Gulf of America. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. Guys, it's crazy how one person can change history. Right? Now, do I think Mexico would have had to go along with it, right? Because literally Santa Anna was the government. I think there would have been rebellions and everything, but yeah, good luck, right? It would have just looked very different. I'll show you who I'm talking
about. Buenos dias.
Guy here. Nicholas Trist. Right, we covered him a few streams ago. Well, that was a couple months ago, actually, right? Okay, look at this. We'll just read the little bio here. This guy should be celebrated in American, like, classes and stuff, and nobody knows who the fuck he is, right? Not even people in Mexico, I imagine. Okay, look at this. Was an American lawyer, diplomat, planter, and businessman, even though he had dismissed by President James K. Polk as the negotiator with the Mexican government. He negotiated the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, which ended the Mexican-American War. The U.S. conquered the Mexican territory and vastly expanded the U.S., all parts of 10 current states carved out by the Mexican territory. Watch this. So there were different people wanted different things, right? So there were different lines. Some people wanted the Yucatan, especially, right? Some people wanted like the coasts. You can see here there's another line, right? This line, which ended up being the one, right? There was this one up here, which was far more favorable. But James K. Polk was like, no, you need to negotiate all of it. And they were going to do it, actually. Apparently, they were going to do it. So he said no. He declined that offer, basically, right? Isn't that crazy, guys? Isn't that crazy how history works? But that's the point. Sure, they can be exiled. It's why diplomats have diplomatic immunity. Yeah, exactly. So we went over Nicholas Trist, and like he not only did he have respect for the Mexican people, he also was like, if we take colonies or if we take people that are like not wanting to be part of the United States, right? Then like we're no better than like Britain or anything like that. So the dude had some left-wing values back then, right? Let's just say.
With some interesting comments, which we are forced to take note of. Polling shows the American people correctly believe that the Iran war was a complete disaster, which we lost, so they are in touch with reality there. New frightening revelations about Anthropic's mythos. Also, Trump...
yeah, we'd covered this. I didn't make a big deal about it because, to be honest, it's gone, right? Like, you can't even use it, but...
weighing in on their decision to effectively block their latest release, Fable 5.
Yeah.
National Guard has been
Can you
deployed-
imagine, like, where are the Republicans with this crap, right? Remember when, like, interfering against the free market was considered one of the worst things you can ever do, ever? Besides mention Christ in vain. So stupid.
To the reflecting pool, make sure there's no saboteurs, figure out what's going on. Trump is saying now they're going to have to drain it again. He's like making up all sorts of conspiracy theories about Antifa, you know, messing up the reflecting pool. Anyway, it's a silly story, but we have to pay attention to it because he made such a big deal about it. So here we are. And then there are big primary elections in New York City this week. Zoran has endorsed a number of candidates in their primary races. Two of those candidates are going to join me and Ryan live. That would be Claire Valdez and Daria Lisa. So the show is going to be a little bit late because we're talking about two campaigns day before Election Day. So we needed to work with their schedule. So the show will go out a little bit later than usual, but I think it will be worth it in the end.
That's right. We're doing our...
It's kind of like when I went to Costa Rica and I learned about like William Walker. And like nobody in the United States, even Hispanics here, right, don't know who will. Like if I asked an average Hispanic person, "Hey, who's William Walker?" They're like, "Who? Who the fuck's that?" Right? But everyone in Costa Rica knows who William Walker is, right? Because he's infamous. Yeah, he's a real piece of shit. Well, if you've been there, so you know, right? But let me go over this guy's real thing, right? See what I mean about these people? Like some of them are complete dog shit, and some of them are like, and this is around the same time, right? 1856 to 1858-ish, right? Nicholas Trist was clearly the opposite, but he was in the 1840s, right? Almost 1850. All right, look at this. So he tried to invade Central American countries by force and implement slavery. He wanted to turn them into slave states to have the indigenous and import blacks to the region, right? Because a lot of these countries have some like African like populations and stuff, but he wanted to import even more, right? So he took over Nicaragua and he was successful, right? And then he also tried to invade Mexico, right? Because he was one of those people who wanted all of Mexico to be a part of the United States. Why was this also a thing? Because that way you could force Mexico to become a slave, all those slave states, right? All like Chihuahua and all those states could become slave states, which would give it's basically forcing slavery down the throats of people who don't want it. What a wonderful world we live in, right? Because Mexico had gotten rid of slavery many years before, right? So what happened? He was like, well, that failed because of Nicholas Trist. So what do? He literally became president of Nicaragua. He invaded and he was like, okay, now I have the control of Nicaragua, right? And then we wonder why these countries are so unstable, right? When a single person just goes to another country, invades it, takes it over for the purpose of implementing American slavery and becoming a slave state, right? And then this is where this is a national pride in Costa Rica, apparently. Okay, what ends up happening? He's like, well, what country's right next to Nicaragua? Anyone? Yeah, Costa Rica. He literally invades Costa Rica. The problem is you can't do that because they had a bigger army. They had more well-trained men, etc., right? So he does it anyway, and he loses, right? But he puts himself in this little fort that he basically barricades himself, right? And yeah, this is him. What does he do? Let's see here. Let me just read it out loud to you guys. It wasn't just Costa Rica, too, because Costa Rica reached out to other countries in Central America, and they all kind of teamed up, right? So by that point, it was 3-4 against 1, right? But yeah, hold on. The president of Costa Rica at the time, him, right, was very obviously against this. All right, so let's read. This move increased Walker's popularity among Southern whites and attracted attention of Pierre Solier, a French-born American politician and diplomat. Okay. The influential New Orleans politician, yes, who campaigned and raised support for Walker's war. Did you see that? Nevertheless, Walker's army was weakened by massive defections, an epidemic of cholera that was finally defeated by the Central American coalition led by Costa Rican President Juan Rafael Mora Porras, right? Because he was the most against this. He was like, let's all work together and defeat the Americans. And we got crushed, right? And then there was plausible deniability because the Americans were like, well, we never wanted that. Except a lot of Americans did, right? And this is what I mean, guys. This stuff doesn't end. This is always in our, throughout our history, right? Guatemalan Colonel Jose Victor Zavala crossed the square into where Walker's soldiers took shelter and under heavy fire reached the enemy's flag and carried it back. Yeah, but this was back when this stuff was seen as like, oh, they took our flag, right? Shouting to his men that the filibuster bullets did not kill. The filibusters were essentially a group of these people who wanted to turn Mexico, Central America especially, into slave-holding states, right? Again, all these countries had... Costa Rica's never had slavery. When I went to the museum, they revealed this to me. So this was even more of an egregious thing to them, right? Isn't this crazy, guys? And this is the story I was going to tell you here. Okay, so when you fly in... All right, when you fly into Costa Rica, right? The name of the airport is called Juan Santa Maria. Okay, I saw this name a lot over there. Hey, Kois, welcome back, buddy. And I was wondering, why do they keep naming it after this? Okay, well, look at this. This is related to William Walker as well. Look at this, guys. Literally, it's on the fucking Wikipedia page. It's named after Costa Rican national hero Juan Santa Maria, who was a drummer boy. A drummer boy volunteered to be shot and killed to defend the country against William Walker. He was like 12 or 14 years old, something like that, right? He wasn't even carrying weapons or anything. And he burned them out, right? Because the fort was so heavily, like you couldn't, if you just attacked it, what would happen? You'd lose a lot of soldiers, right? And that's what you're trying to avoid. So what he did, right, was he said, I'm going to go in there and burn them out. Smoke them out, right? That's the term, smoke them out. So he went in there, got shot and everything, and like lit the place on fire, and they all had to like evacuate, and they arrested him, and he got literally executed by a firing squad. So the dude's a hero now because he tried to fucking, like, see how crazy this shit is? See how crazy this is? Look at this, guys, right? Following his death, the filibuster war raged on, eventually ending the defeat of William Walker and his forces. Juan Santa Maria's actions, however, were not mentioned in Costa Rican national discourse until 1885, 29 years after his death. His name was first mentioned by the, this article was written in response to the threats to Costa Rican independence of Guatemala's dictator at the time. Loosening while I'm driving. Listening? Cool. So, what I'm trying to say, guys, is this stuff is a part of our culture, right? It's been a part of our history for a while now. So September 15th, right, is the anniversary of their independence from Spain. However, Costa Rican independence has become synonymous with Juan Santa Maria, the second battle of the filibuster war, which again is when an American tried to take over to implement slavery, to get black people and indigenous people enslaved in places that didn't have slavery, or never had slavery, or that never wanted slavery, right? Like in this case, they never had slavery, they didn't want slavery, they were fighting against it, like obviously, and they won, right? And we were like actively arming these motherfuckers. Isn't that crazy, guys? So see what I mean? Like this stuff always happens, like with Mexico being, like Mexico was just going to be annexed. Like there wouldn't be a Mexico, or it would be like a bunch of states in the United States, right? Isn't that crazy?
Best tier premium subscribers, but at least we're keeping you up.
If it wasn't for one man, essentially, right? Because, like, what was Santa Maria gonna do, right?
And we'll be putting out this,
or Santa Ana. Sorry, I'm mixing the.
first part a little bit early. Please
Santa Anna was the president of Mexico.
subscribe
Right?
to the show, Breaking Points.
Another piece of crap for different reasons, right?
We'll be doing our live AMA tomorrow if you want to support us. And if you're watching this on YouTube, hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. And if you're listening to the podcast, please share an episode with a friend. Rate us 5 stars. It really helps other people find the show. But let's go ahead and kick it off with this morning, literally just minutes ago, the vice president giving a press conference updates from these high-level negotiations between, Pakistan, Qatar, the Iranians, and the United States.
So it was a little bit touch and go yesterday. We'll get to that in a moment. But the vice president this morning is claiming some significant progress. Let's go ahead and play A1.
Yesterday was a very, very good day. We made a lot of good progress. We did exactly what we wanted to do, which is accomplish 4 things for the American people. First, we wanted to build a mechanism for keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. It is open. We've seen, of course, gas prices and oil prices come down, millions and millions of barrels of crude and natural gas flowing through the Strait of Hormuz that weren't flowing before. But we also wanted to make sure that we actually set up the coordination mechanism so that we could demine the Straits of Hormuz, so that when there are the conflicts that inevitably come up, we can make sure we work through them rather than that leading to escalation. And that is exactly what we did yesterday. Number 2, we also wanted to build a mechanism, a similar mechanism for deconfliction for the regional ceasefire. As the President of the United States has himself said, sometimes these ceasefires just mean you're shooting a little bit less, but we wanted to make sure that we had the proper coordination set up so that if there is shooting, if Hezbollah fires at Israel or if Israel responds, if there are other conflicts that arise.
Legendary! What the hell? Holy shit! Like the most random fish ever, and you just got a golden legendary. What up, Aeon Wagoneer? Oh my god, what an epic moment, guys. Man, we've had like a lot of good luck on this stream alone. Living Lily caught a fucking a Calyrex ice with a 17% chance. I saw that girl earlier. I was like, holy shit, and now this?
In the region, we're actually talking to each other. And
you just like, and you caught it. I was like, damn. You're gonna be in a good position when you start the battles there. What do you mean shooting less? You're supposed to be shooting at all. Yeah, for real. What a clown.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Ooh, Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? To Eon Wagoneer. There you go. Now you got some extra points. Look at that. Now you get to use our gloggy emotes. Spam them in kids chat.
The shooting, how to make the region safer, our allies and everybody else. We set that up.
Yeah, we talked the other day. It was
up as well. Number 3, we, and this is probably what we're most excited about as Americans, the Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major milestone for the American people. And
we just stream at different times now.
The first step in...
I prefer this time now, honestly, guys. So
permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending a nuclear weapons program.
Maybe even a little earlier, but...
So the vice president, they're selling the Iranians' willingness to allow...
Even though I'm a night owl, I don't know. I think like the problem with it is it's always harder to like grow because there's so many people that are watching other stuff in the night shift, right? I don't know.
IAEA.
Yeah, kids on degen hours. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think most people like turn us on like while they're doing like work and stuff, and I like that aspect of it because like otherwise you're sleeping, right? Whoop! We got a chugga.
Inspectors in as a big win for the U.S. Of course, this was the sort of thing that was on the table before all the bombs fell. But nevertheless, let's put that aside. The other piece that he, really elaborates there is...
And Eon, when Ice Beans drops the new emotes, they're going to be epic. I don't know if you've seen them in the Discord, but she's already like done a few of them. She's actually done more, and she's shown me already. So it's going to be epic. What up?
Chuga, 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 choo! Choo! We got a hype train chat thanks to Living Lily. It ending at 6/20/20/2026, 8:48, 15 p.m. So let's keep it going.
Nice. Damn. Living Lily just hit 100 messages. What up? Already, girl.
Process in the what?
I think there's 250, 500, and 1,000. I want to see if you guys can get to that much. And you can't do just spam fish or like hunt, right? Or commands.
Just what he describes as a regional ceasefire, of course, that centers on Israel and Lebanon and their continued.
Wait, is that where it came from? Holy shit! No, that was the cry. Okay. Oh, it's a mantine. Don't let it near
100. Let's go.
Thank you, thank you. Yep, now you'll get the emote, hopefully. Patricia.
Bombing of Hezbollah.
It's a mantine. Don't let it near Steve Irwin. Oh, wait, do those even have the spines? They're too cute to have them.
And of Beirut and the southern Lebanon area. He was asked
some dark humor. Jesus.
Elaborate further on that, obviously that being a very key piece of whether or not this deal will go forward. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
Would you describe the progress on Lebanon? I know Mr. Arachi said it was very good progress, but what's your characterization of it?
Yeah, I would describe it as very good progress, too. I mean, look, we want a regional ceasefire, right? We want Hezbollah to stop firing at our friends in Israel. We want Israelis to be able to live in peace. We also want to make sure that, you know, when things happen, they don't spiral into a broader escalation. And so we've been, I think, very good at setting up what we're calling a deconfliction mechanism. But what it really is to say that when things happen, the sides are actually talking to one another. Sometimes, you know, you got a bit of a chicken and egg problem, that you've got a junior guy who fires a drone that didn't have approval from the high command. Okay, of course, Israel has to respond to that. But then sometimes that response, we could actually have a better and more peaceful situation if Israel responds in the context of a conversation that's ongoing between Hezbollah, Lebanon, Israel, and other partners in the region. There really hasn't been a mechanism to have those discussions until basically around 4 p.m. yesterday, Bergenstock time, when we set that up.
So that is the U.S. side. The joint mediators, Qatar and Pakistan, also put out a statement. We can put a 0 up on the screen. A lot of this is, I'll read a little bit of this. The first session of high-level talks under the framework have concluded with the participation of representatives of the Islamic Republic of Iran, United States of America, and the two mediating parties. Was conducted in a positive and constructive atmosphere. Encouraging progress has been made, including the creation of a mechanism for further technical talks. A lot of this is sort of like the first day of class when you like get the syllabus and establish the rules of the road. That's sort of what we're talking about here. Let's put the next element up on the screen. This is the reaction from the Iranian side. They are also, this is Arachi, foreign minister, also touting progress here. He says tireless Pakistani and Qatari mediation has delivered major progress to end the Lebanon war. Oil and petrochem exports are waived, blockade lifted, some frozen assets released, and major reconstruction and development plan launched for Iran. First real test, Lebanon deconfliction cell, which I think is probably spot on. So you can see Sagar, both sides sort of touting the things that they see that they're getting out of these negotiations after the first day.
Yeah, my immediate reaction, actually, first of all, obviously, the vice president, the American side, really needs positivity for the oil market, especially considering all the chaos that we're about to go through. But from the Iranian side, you know, setting things up for a quote deconfliction cell, the way that the vice president, I'm reading some more of his comments by text this morning, sold it is basically like that hotline that the U.S. and the Kremlin have to avoid nuclear conflict. It allows a formal mechanism through which if something kicks off in Lebanon, the United States, Qatar, Pakistan, Israel, and Hezbollah, presumably Iran as well, are all in some sort of, you know, mechanism thing to be like, okay, here's how we're going to work out. Now, this requires an immense amount of trust to say that the Israelis will be doing that properly, and we'll show you all here in a little bit the way that they're sounding, the way that they will approach this in their own country. So don't trust them for a single second. But it does show a couple of immediate, real at least in the interim, a actual dedication to wanting to rein in the Lebanon conflict. But that remains the single biggest problem. I will say, on the technical side, one detail that's very important from what you read there about the actual way that this is going to be worked out, and actually this should give you more of confidence in this, is it effectively right now, the United States is delegating the technical responsibility of the details to Qatar and to Pakistan, who actually
love
have
you
worked
all. I'll pop in and
genuinely
out. Of
tirelessly
course,
over
Living
the last
Lily,
100
thank
days or
you.
so to get us to this moment. If it was just up to Jared
See
and
you soon.
Witkoff, we're screwed, right, in terms of the seriousness of whether that's going to happen. However, when you have the Pakistanis and the Qataris, who over the next 60 days will actually be negotiating a lot of this stuff, and you get the IAEA back involved, then it is very possible that we actually could end up with some sort of technical deal. So that's actually a very positive development in my
I wonder if we could make like an Aeon Wagoneer version of Gloggy. Like, you know what I mean? Like that style. What is it called? Chibi?
opinion from
That's what it's called, right? Chibi, I think it is. Is it Chibi? I don't even know.
the U.S. But overall, I mean, this is the vice president. He's not the president. And as we're all about to show you, I have no doubt in my mind if J.D. Vance was the president of the United States, we wouldn't have much. First of all, I don't think we'd be in this damn war. But second,
GB,
I don't think that we'd be having all this like will they, won't they, or any of this. He has made repeated statements about Israel is just like any other country. They have a right to self-defense. So does everybody in the region. You're like, oh, what was that? In terms of self-defense, but Trump can change his mind at any moment. Same guy who got us into this mess in the first place. And as we're all about to show you, nearly destroyed the talks. I mean, do you think that JD, in the middle of the talks, would lean across the table and threaten to kill the negotiators? Probably not. But that's what Trump did, literally while the negotiations were en route, which kicked off this whole will they, won't they mess as it starts. So that's the problem, is Trump is the wild card on top of all of this, and ultimately, he can very easily kill this entire thing. He's the leader, he's the president. We're looking and trying to analyze the words of the vice president. I have no doubt that he actually wants the deal. Where's the Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, the most powerful national security official
I'm cool
in 50 years?
Taking a backseat for
Crystal,
the moment.
you and I are too, but he's still there. Right now he's on the phone to Colombia, but maybe he'll turn around and he'll take a look over there. We're going to do an entire segment soon about all the hawks and their plans. So I do not count these people out.
Yeah.
Not just the Israel lobby, but a lot of the elements in the Trump administration too.
Absolutely. The two big confounding factors here are Trump's ego and Israel. And Trump's ego really reared its ugly head yesterday and threatened to blow up the talks before they even began. He did an interview with Fox News' Trey Hingst and threatened the Iranians. That understandably caused a lot of upset from them. It actually is in violation of the terms of the 14-point deal, the first element, I believe, of which is, hey, we're not going to threaten each other anymore. Trump violates that immediately. So let's go ahead and take a listen to A2.
President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back to your effing country. Now, earlier today, Iran's president...
Oh, no. He's doing the you won't even have a country bit. Remember he said that during the election? No.
Masoud Pezeshkian said...
Part of the deal, right?
This about Iranian enrichment of uranium. The president also reacting to that. Take a listen.
We will not give up our...
I'm so tired of winning, guys. Can we stop the winning?
Earlier today, Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, said this about Iranian enrichment of uranium. The president also reacting to that. Take a listen.
We will not give up our right to enrichment. And they, too, will be forced to accept it. You all know what the so-called president of the United States was saying. He had made a complete 100-degree turn. He was saying that Iran must surrender unconditionally. Iran has no right to do this. It has no right to do that.
President Trump, during our call, responded directly to those comments by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. President
Gray Haster just got a 180-day stream streak. www.owattit. There was a time in the past.
Damn!
A time when Willy Wonka was trying to take over Mexico. A time when the USA believed all chocolate in the world belonged to them. Now it is the bullshit fertilizer that belongs to the USA, We here at Comcast support anyone who want to keep their own bullshit to themselves. We need your support. So subscribe to Comcast and let Iran keep its own shit. Free t-shirts are still left, but panties are now $1. Blame Jersey Texan. Thank you.
We got our daily Comcast support announcement, guys. Thank you, Gray.
Trump told Fox News he better watch his mouth.
Thank you for the 180 days in a row of Gustx. What up, my man? What up?
Or we'll take over the rest of the country.
Better shape up. Threatens to literally.
That's why I did the leaderboard, like top 7 or 10. I forget what it was, but because I've seen a lot of like 180 days, 200 days. So like I want everyone to be recognized for that.
Murder them
if it works, when it actually starts to work, right?
Before they leave the negotiations, so obviously not helpful. He also posted this to Truth Social. You can put this up on the screen. Iran must immediately stop their highly paid proxies in Lebanon from causing trouble. If they don't, we will hit Iran very hard again, just like we did last week, only harder. So threatening them also over Lebanon. Iran appeared early on to walk out. And actually there were multiple news reports in Wall Street Journal and other, mainstream outlets and in Iranian media claiming that they had walked out of the negotiations altogether before they even commenced. We can put A4 up on the screen. You can see the moment when that's Arachi on the screen there. He's meeting, he's speaking with a Pakistani official and then he exits the room. There was also a whole thing about, they didn't do the photo op. Galibaf didn't do the photo op that they were supposed to do in Pezeshkian as well. But it appears that after this initial situation, you can see J.D. Vance getting the word. They're like, what is happening? What's going on? And he comes over and speaks with one of the officials to figure out what is happening. But apparently, after this initial walkout, they did come back to the table and continue the discussions. We can also put A5 up on the screen here. This is over the Lebanon issue, which
like, what does he tell these clowns, right? Or what does he say about his like our clown ass president? Hey, no, he's just memeing to sound strong. Keck W.
Continues to be a major problem because Israel refuses to withdraw from Lebanon, which also appears to be in violation of the terms of the memorandum of understanding that was signed that says that Lebanese national sovereignty will be respected. I would think that would require an invading army to withdraw from the territory. In any case, Iran said that it was closing the Strait of Hormuz over Israeli attacks on Lebanon. Let's put A6 up on the screen here just to take a look at the tanker traffic. American officials are really trying to tout out straits back open and, vessels are transiting through. You can see that we are nowhere near back to the levels that things were at prior to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. So we're in a bit of a Schrodinger's Strait of Hormuz situation right now. Is it open? Is it closed? Hard to say. But perhaps Jeremy Scahill can illuminate the situation for us as he always does.
It's open-ish, kind of open depending on how you look at it. But as you said, we got Jeremy here. I'm sure he's been on the phone overnight. He's going to update us on the Iranian side, their understandings. Let's get to it.
Joining us now is co-founder of Drop.
Don't listen to my boss. He has early onset dementia. Yeah. That must be something along those lines, right? I mean, otherwise, why would these negotiators give a crap, right? You can't negotiate with people who are threatening your negotiators and essentially you, right? Because by proxy, if you're threatening negotiators, you are being also threatened as the leader, right? So,
Site news.
like, what's the? Yeah, no.
And great friend of the show, Jeremy Scahill. Great to see you, Jeremy.
Good to see you, man.
Thanks for having me back.
So what do you make of the on-again, off-again nature of the talks yesterday? J.D. Vance's positive comments this morning. What do you think came out of the first day of negotiations?
I think it's important to remember there's a really ferocious debate happening right now in Iran among the kind of most important political echelons in the country. And there's a very vibrant debate among the broader public in Iran about whether or not the Iranians should even be meeting with J.D. Vance or certainly with Donald Trump, given that they assassinated the supreme leader of Iran and were responsible for more than 3,000 deaths of Iranians during the course of this war that began on February 28th. So even before their plane landed, there was a lot of pushback on the idea that they would have any sort of a photo op with J.D. Vance or potentially Donald Trump if he had decided to attend. At the same time, you had Netanyahu and the Israelis doing their best to try to preemptively sabotage this by expanding their massive bombing of Lebanon, their ground operations in Lebanon. And so even before the Iranian plane landed in Switzerland, the Iranian military had announced that it had closed again the Strait of Hormuz. And so you had that as the kind of backdrop to all of this. And so when Arachi and Ghalibaf, the two lead Iranian negotiators, walked out of that photo op and then marched down the hallway, it was a multifaceted rationale as to why exactly they did that. And, you know, I was told when there were reports emerging that the Iranians had canceled the talk, a senior Iranian official told me right away, that's just simply not true, that this was an action that our delegation needed to take. The Iranians still very much view themselves as having leverage. You know, you mentioned also Donald Trump's almost like sociopathic threats to assassinate the Iranian negotiators if they didn't sort of capitulate to his demands. This has been Trump's behavior for a very long time. And you can contrast that with the kind of level nature of J.D. Vance's talking. And part of the reason why they have Vance there is probably because Vance is able to to keep his cool here. And I think there are real questions. You know, we talked about on this show before, the Iranians brought in senior psychologists to assess Donald Trump. And they felt that when the psychologists got involved, that the messaging started being received in a much better way with Donald Trump. They were talking about it clinically. When Trump behaves like this, and he's basically saying, we're going to assassinate you, it makes perfect sense why the Iranians would believe that it's necessary to have psychological professionals involved with these kinds of talks. And remember, too, the Israelis did try to assassinate the Hamas negotiators late last year in Qatar while they were gathering to deliberate over a proposal that Donald Trump had delivered to them. So it's not just sort of empty threats being hurled out here. So I would say that the current situation is like this. The Israelis may be forced to cease their fire for some period of time in Lebanon. It does seem, from what Vice President Vance said, that the U.S. position is that the Israelis are going to remain entrenched, at least in some portions of southern Lebanon, if not in all of the positions they're in for the time being. They're talking about doing some experimental zoning of a ceasefire. But the Iranians, I think, have made it very clear to the world and certainly to the United States that they consider Lebanon a red line. Whether the Iranians will allow the sort of negotiations to proceed even while Israeli troops are entrenched in Lebanon is another question. Abbas Arachi, the Iranian foreign minister, did indicate last week that in communications to Hezbollah, he said that this would be something that would be addressed in the context of the bigger negotiations over a broader deal. So Netanyahu clearly is going to want to try to sabotage this. As for the sort of particulars, yes, technical teams are negotiating, but it appears as though the United States, again, didn't actually bring its own high-level nuclear experts. You know, the Iranians, again, they show up with a suite of individuals with PhDs, multidisciplinary, and the U.S. largely shows up with J.D. Vance and a couple of guys carrying last week's golf scores. So it's, you know, the idea that J.D. Vance has to be calling international nuclear experts at 2 a.m., as he indicated in his press conference today, that should really raise a lot of eyebrows. Why isn't the U.S. sending very serious negotiators on the nuclear issue if, as Donald Trump says, that was the most important point of this at all?
Well, all they need to do, they can just dust off the JCPOA, get Claude to go through, update the dates, change a little bit of language, and there you go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If anything, Jeremy, we already did it, so maybe we don't need to worry too much. I had said earlier in the show, I'm curious for your reaction. It appears my reading is that they've just given up on the technical details, and they're going to allow Qatar and Pakistan to negotiate them with the IAEA, then deliver it, signed, sealed, and delivered. This kind of gives them a little bit of removal from the process. Also, frankly, easier to just delegate much of this. Curious for your reaction to that. That was my reading of the Pakistan memorandum.
Yeah, I mean, again, let's remember too that the Omanis were really the expert mediators between the United States and Iran, and because of Steve Witkoff's behavior and the White House's behavior, they toxified the
All he does is
relationship
have a
with the most
tantrum. Trump just
knowledgeable,
stomps and cankles.
force that the U.S. has been
having
working with
these-
for decades on this issue. The Qataris have really emerged as the primary mediators right now. Yes, Pakistan gets to put its signature on these documents, but it's quite clear that Qatar is now in the prime position taking the lead on all of this. And I think we have to remember, again, a concession that President Trump made that is very important is that he basically said, we don't actually need the enriched uranium to be taken outside of Iran. You know, we can deal with it inside of Iran. That's been the Iranian position going back a year, going back many years when they're talked about potential framework for negotiation. So the Iranians also feel that they won a coup of sorts because Donald Trump is no longer saying they're not allowed to do any enrichment whatsoever if they reach a deal with the United States. That's a massive concession if you just go back a few months or even a few weeks to what Donald Trump was saying. But I think your suspicion in part is true. It might not be limited to the Qataris or the Pakistanis. It also seems like the U.S. wants to kind of co-opt the IAEA, which is supposed to be a neutral international body, into effectively being the U.S. enforcer of this. That's why they're pushing for IAEA inspectors or monitors to go into Iran very soon. But, you know, if you go back and you look at the roster that the U.S. brought, just from an American perspective, doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, just look at it from a purely technical perspective. It's good diplomacy and responsible statecraft to bring actual experts that also have security clearances in your country, that also know how to prepare information that can be briefed to the President of the United States. When you're outsourcing these core issues that the President has defined as the single most important issue to the IAEA or to Qatar or to Pakistan, then you're sort of saying, well, we don't need American expertise in the room. And it just goes to show you, again, it's another indicator of how kind of fraudulent the entire architecture of justifying this war was from the very beginning.
Yeah, that is so well said. Let's talk a little bit more about Netanyahu in Lebanon. As you indicated, you know, they do not seem like they are willing to withdraw from southern Lebanon. Let's go ahead and take a listen to a little bit of Netanyahu's recent comments on that front.
As long as we need to protect our people, we will remain in the security zone in South Lebanon. And the reason is perfectly understood. No country would be asked to do otherwise. Now, you imagine the United States. Across the border, you have thousands, an army of thousands of terrorists who pellet your cities and your towns with rockets and ballistic missiles and killer drones. They kill your soldiers, they kill your citizens, they kill your children. And they threaten them every day.
Kill.
Well, what would America do? Would it say, well, there's nothing we can do?
Jeremy, the memo of understanding explicitly talks about Lebanese sovereignty.
What propaganda, am I right?
Acceptable to the Iranians?
I suspect it won't. I mean, it will be if in fact, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are able to restrain Netanyahu and the Israelis genuinely do stop firing, then I think there is a window open where the Iranians can then say,
go home,
there's
Netanyahu.
a quote-unquote cessation of fire happening right now, and now we need to address the issue of the withdrawal, and that may buy some time. And again, Arachi has indicated that that may be the reality the Iranians would be willing to accept. On the flip side of this, Netanyahu in particular has a real expertise in violating ceasefires. You know, Rafat al-Arir, the Palestinian poet and writer from Gaza who was assassinated by the Israelis during the genocide, often remarked that the Israeli definition of a ceasefire is that we fire and you cease. And we're certainly seeing that in Gaza, where the Israelis have killed more than 1,000 Palestinians since the so-called ceasefire was signed in October. And so I would suspect that if Netanyahu tries to replicate that definition of a ceasefire, that this is going to become a potential deal breaker every single time there's an incident. There's a parallel track happening, which if you listen to what President Trump and J.D. Vance have said, they're a little bit contradicting each other over the weekend in the messaging. Donald Trump is supposedly claiming that he's going to get Ahmed al-Sharaa, the president of Syria that he claims he personally installed in power, that somehow a former al-Qaeda leader is going to lead the charge to dismantle and destroy Hezbollah in another state inside of Lebanon. Sharaa gave an interview to Lebanese TV where he seemed to push back against that and talked about respecting the sovereignty of Lebanon, and then saying that he's willing to engage with leaders of Hezbollah and others. So at least publicly, he's indicating that that's not going to happen, even though Trump was sort of saying, oh, the final touches are being put on this new war. We're going to start involving the Syrians going into Lebanon, which would be an utter bloodbath and an insane bit of lunacy, even by Trump standards. But then you have J.D. Vance saying some interesting things. He says that the agreement talks about the territorial integrity of Lebanon. Now, the Iranians say that means you can't have Israeli occupation forces there.
Which they would be right. Right. That is a condition in the, absolutely.
To indicate that it needs to be aimed at resolving the issue of Hezbollah. And this is why there's this other track where they're trying to co-opt, the United States and Israel are trying to co-opt the Lebanese government under President Joseph Aoun into essentially serving as the Lebanese counterterrorism force that's going to go in and crush Hezbollah. So I would imagine what Vance is kind of trying to prepare the public for, or what indicates the U.S. position behind closed doors, is that they're going to try to say, we can get the Israelis to leave as long as the Lebanese army, which is trained in part and supported by the United States, and this is what Israel's been calling for, if we can get the Lebanese army to come in and take over Hezbollah positions, that also is reasserting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon. That, though, raises questions of civil war, civil strife, civil conflict in Lebanon. When you don't have a political resolution in a Lebanese context to the question of Hezbollah, which is not just an armed actor in the region, it also has members of parliament affiliated with it. And up until recently was actually a crucial part of the government before it was sort of forced out of it. So it does seem like Vance's track on this is to try to merge this secondary peace, so-called peace process that the White House has been orchestrating with this MOU. And the idea is that the U.S. could sort of pick two flowers with one hand by saying, oh, we're stopping the Israelis from firing. And by the way, the Lebanese army is now going to take up positions in the south of Lebanon, which will be resisted by a lot of supporters of Hezbollah. So this issue is going to get very, very complicated. It's the single greatest issue that has the potential to blow the entire deal up, in part because the Iranians have made it abundantly clear that they view Hezbollah as their ally, that they view Hezbollah as a party to this, and that they view the United States and Israel in violation of the deal as long as that war continues.
Right. Yeah. It's not like they're just going to surrender, their own. Like you said, this is a decades-long problem inside of Lebanon. They're not just going to cede all of their own authority, hard fought in this particular case, to the Lebanese government, especially if it's under control of the United States. Last thing, I do want to clear up something I said earlier, where I mentioned that the deconfliction cell would include Israel. Currently, the initial report, Jeremy, is that it actually won't include Israel. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe that's a good thing if the United States would actually tell Israel what to do and what not to do. At the same time, per Netanyahu's comments, they're not going to stop the number or the types of strikes they're continuing to do in Lebanon. So it does seem as if that may not be useful, this so-called deconfliction cell, if it is not going to actually be able to restrain Israeli behavior, which I feel like is a common theme.
I mean, it also speaks in part, and again, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes between the United States and Israel at this point, but the Israelis are also ferociously trying to resist themselves being party to this Iran deal. I mean, that's Netanyahu's messaging, is that Donald Trump, as president of the United States, has a right to make a deal with Iran, but Israel is not bound by those terms. It's what he's using to justify their continued presence in Lebanon. He's going to try to spin any sort of agreement that he makes that clearly is related to the MOU as having to do with the bilateral relationship between the United States and the bilateral relationship Israel has with the Lebanese government, and to avoid it being that they're making some deal that's an omnibus package. But in the issue of this deconfliction, when they implemented a similar monitoring mechanism for Gaza, the fact that they didn't include the Palestinian side sent a very clear message that this was just a U.S.-Israeli project that was, operating under the veneer of being some kind of a monitoring cell. I think in this case, what Vance is talking about with the establishment of this is literally to try to stop the Israelis from blowing up the deal, and to try to have a mechanism to speak directly to the Iranians. They also opened a line of communication that has to do with the Strait of Hormuz. But in the broader picture, if we zoom up to 30,000 feet, I think we have to look at this as kind of two separate but related tracks. On the one hand, We have the short-term realities that the Israeli war in Lebanon has the potential to really blow up this deal. And I would also add to that Donald Trump's erratic behavior. The Iranians are fed up with him making these public threats, and they're under pressure from their own government. Remember, the supreme leader of Iran did not wholly endorse this MOU.
Yeah, he did not.
He simply granted consent for Iran's political leaders to move forward with these negotiations. And there are a lot of Iranians, including prominent members of the Iranian parliament, who are adamantly opposed to what Ghalibaf and Arachi are doing, meeting with J.D. Vance, meeting with the Americans. So all of those things together create very unstable terrain that this is operating on. But then in the longer term, yes, the Iranians do seem to be succeeding in getting some of their assets unfrozen. J.D. Vance said this thing about they need to import American soy, American corn. We'll have to see what the Iranians say about that deal.
Import American soy. He left out boys.
But in the longer term, if this moves on and the Iranians are not getting substantial sanctions relief and the nuclear issue, Donald Trump could blow the whole thing up and say, oh, wait a minute, no, we do need to go in and take the nuclear dust. We actually have to send the Marines in to retrieve this.
Get it?
The whole thing could go
The Marines, the boys.
south very, very fast. The Iranians, the most important thing to them in terms of the war is they feel that they've succeeded in restoring deterrence. That no matter what Donald Trump says, or Lindsey Graham saying, oh, the next step is Donald Trump's going to go in and seize the Strait of Hormuz. Good luck with that without losing a substantial number of American soldiers. I mean, that's lunacy, the kind of lunacy Lindsey Graham has banked his entire career on. But just to show you how the neocon nutcases in Washington think about this, you just need to watch any comments from Lindsey Graham. But I think the Iranians feel like they have a win-win in a sense. Yes, I think they would prefer comprehensive sanctions relief, a state of non-aggression with the United States, an ability to sort of allow their society to thrive free of suffocating sanctions. I think all of that is true. But it's also true that there is political support at the highest levels of power in Iran for taking a much harder line and saying, if the United States doesn't learn its lesson, we keep slapping them back. And by slapping, we mean using the option of military force or asymmetric tactics to shut down the global economy as it depends on the Strait of Hormuz.
That was actually the last piece I wanted to get from you. We could put A6 back up on the screen. This is the tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. You know, Trump, in what I think was an honest moment, said that it would be bedlam if we kept the Strait of Hormuz closed. The oil markets would be a disaster. We know that oil executives came to him and basically like, listen, buddy, we've kept it together here so far. Basically, China has saved our asses by reducing their imports of oil significantly, but this can't go on forever. What is your understanding of the current state of play of the Strait of Hormuz? Because we talked earlier about how Iran has said that they have closed it again or limiting traffic again because of Israeli violations of the MOU in Lebanon.
I mean, I think this is another staggering admission off the cuff by Donald Trump. And it just shows the hubris. You know, he thought, oh, this thing is all sewn up. I have it. The stock market's going to be celebrating me again. And we're going to have the, price of oil is going to plummet. And the Iranians, and I think they also understood the market manipulation tactics at play here. I think they timed their closure of the Strait of Hormuz in sync with Trump's constant recurring attempts to manipulate markets by making certain decisions public on the various stages of the negotiations. But I think it's quite clear that Iran has a very firm handle of control over the Strait of Hormuz. This was something that the Iranians had contemplated doing for many, many years. It's not like this was just something they cooked up
this part
when
is
the
true.
United States and Israel bombed February 28th. They understood.
They understood for years at this point that this was a form of leverage, right? This was like their power, their secret card, their ace in the hole, if you want to call it.
The global impact it was going to have. And they stopped short of doing this during other wars.
And again, with 20% of the oil market being affected, right? But we tried to warn you. Maybe we should get away from oil in general, but no, they couldn't have left well enough alone.
I think because they felt like this is going to be a tool we'll bring out when we feel we're facing an existential threat. And now that they've done it, and now that they've emerged with their state intact, with their government intact, and with the world being quite nervous about the idea of another war in Iran, and combine that with Donald Trump's admission about the actual cost of this and how close the United States came to an even further catastrophic economic situation, I think it ultimately puts cards back in the hands of the Iranians.
Yep.
Well said, Jeremy. Thank you for your analysis, man. Really spot on.
They have all
Appreciate
the cards.
You guys. Thanks for all your work.
I thought Trump had
if you
all
like
the
that
cards.
video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Crazy, right, guys? All right. Oh, yes. We'll watch that soon, but I did want to cover this. Some of the polling on the new polling here.
So no wonder that Democratic
We talked about this. Look at this. 17 points ahead.
Socialists have such a good chance because, simply put, they are a better brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
When they said there was a blue wave,
He's got no cards. He's lost all his marbles.
coming. They didn't
Why
think it
so
was going to be.
dankness? What up? Good to see you again. But Gus, the windmills are killing the birds, and we can't go nuclear for the obvious reason. Stare. Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah, you're right. They do kill those birds, all right.
This blue, while the
I just thought that was cope for Trump not liking the windmills off Scotland in his Scotland golf course. But boy, was I wrong.
Rare.
I got proven wrong, guys. There.
Establishment sleeps.
You know that's the reason why he hates windmills so much, right, guys? Because his Scottish golf course or whatever resort, country club, they put windmills right off the coast, and he thinks they look ugly. Right? You know what also looks ugly, Trump? A green fucking reflection pool. But no, he can't take responsibility for that.
The people.
And he's like, it kills the birds. Since when the fuck does this guy care about birds, right? He literally cut the EPA. He allowed all these pollutants to be totally he doesn't care about birds. Are we joking?
Are
Democrats in Congress.
When they said there was a blue wave coming,
Oh my
they didn't
God,
think it
what
was
a
going to
clown
be
show.
this blue. While the establishment sleeps, the people are busy at work, building a government that actually works for the people. Doesn't mean they aren't up to their old tricks, of course, but when your opponent is making a mistake, don't stop them. Because according to these new polls, there is something amazing brewing, and it's growing quick.
The Democratic Socialists seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points. And I'll tell you, take a look at the trend line, the favorable rating among Democrats on socialism. Look at this. In 2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism. But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket.
Now that's what I'm talking about. McCarthy, eat your fucking heart out and have fun spinning in your grave, bozo. The people are speaking out loud.
Thank you for the
and they're
14
saying
bits,
that
Ali
we're
Osher.
done with the false promises and the IOUs. We want results.
How you doing, buddy?
And we want them now. Zoran has broken the glass on the emergency socialism lever, and now people can see that the old Democratic Party just isn't cutting it. The high level of discontent gives the Democratic Socialists of America and left-wing allies an opportunity to knock off more incumbents with their slate of insurgent candidates. It's startling. Democrats are flunking their party, Honan said. Flunking? More like improving, reforming, if you will, since moderates love that word so much. There was nothing that was working about the Democratic establishment other than their ability to kick cans down the road and work with the Republicans to be bipartisan. And by the looks of things on the ground, it seems like they've just run out of goodwill.
Just take a look at the chance that Democratic Socialists win in Dem primaries, House primaries here in New York. You go to New York 7th District, right? You got a Brooklyn Borough president who at this point looks like an underdog compared to a Democratic Socialist. And then you may get a Democratic incumbent in Northern Manhattan get knocked off. That's closer to a 50-50 race. But the bottom line is this. Next week in New York may be a very good one for Democratic Socialist Mayor Mamdani endorsing them. His political...
Get rid of all these fucking asshat Democrats, right? I'm so tired of them. Jesus.
Star is rising, and he may bring a few Democratic Socialists along with him.
Damn, the Bernie revolution is coming back with a vengeance. Am I right, guys? Jesus.
Put him in a Congress.
Want to know how you can tell the establishment is up against the wall? Same way you can tell a conservative pretty much any time. They're openly racist. These liberal Dems are...
How's the thought? Today's real thought, what's when the real work begins, sorting facts, context, trade-offs, consequences.
Knowing what's under their skin once you give them a little scratch. Adriano Espaillat has legitimately been running one of the most disgusting, racist...
Yeah, this guy's a piece of crap, right? Adriano.
Smear campaigns of ever...
Get him the fuck out. Hakeem, get the fuck out. All these clowns, get out. Get out.
He's got his surrogates in the Dominican Republic to call Daralisa a Haitian as an insult.
Ooh. So if you study the history between Haiti and Dominican Republic, right, guys? What's so interesting about this is, all right, how do I break this down? I'm about to unleash, like, okay. Dominican Republic was a colony of Spain. Haiti was obviously a slave colony of France. Haiti rebelled against France and won their independence. The Dominican Republic remained a part of Spain. Haiti then, after all the threats from the West and stuff, especially like the US, but in Europe as well, they invaded the Dominican Republic. For I think it was about 20 years or so, right? Took it over, and the Dominicans had to fight their independence, not against Spain, but against Haiti, right? So they became essentially the new people they were fighting against. Okay. So every Independence Day that the Dominican Republic has is not against Spain, right? Because they actually went back to Spain after they won their independence against Haiti. Isn't that crazy? What a flip, right? And to this day, there's a lot of animosity towards Haitians, right? Not only because they're black. I mean, a lot of Dominicans are black, but they tend to be like black or lighter skinned, right? Because they're more mixed. So there's a lot of like hatred, racism, bigotry towards, and this is what we were talking about earlier, remember? Or on last stream. In Russia, like racism in Russia looks different than racism in, like, let's say, the Dominican Republic. But the fact that this clown is literally saying that she's a Haitian, I mean, there you go, right? It's basically a slur at this point. Now that you know kind of like the general history between the two countries, right? They do not get along. They do not like each other. They do not like each other's people, right? Et cetera, right? They speak very different language. Well, not very different, but they're both Latin-based, but they speak different languages, right? So there's a bunch of reasons. It's a whole rabbit hole, and I tried to get more into it. I try to ask a lot of questions on this history, on this animosity, but yeah, right? In generally speaking, right? I'm not saying like all Dominicans or all Haitians hate each other, right? I'm just saying generally speaking. there's a lot of animosity.
She's dark skinned.
And then there you go.
Now listen, I'm not well versed in the DR versus Haiti racial discourse, but as an Afro-Latino...
Oh, no. I mean, I am, right? And like, this is something I studied like way too much, right? I really focused on Latin America in my political science courses, right? But like my brother's married to a Dominican woman, right? And I kind of ask, like, I poke around and stuff, and I ask like cultural questions and stuff, and that's basically what I've gotten, right? Due to my research and the conclusions of like the anecdotes I've come across, yeah, that's what happens, right? There's a bunch of like other reasons too, but that's kind of getting more technical. There was also like when that invasion happened, right? There was like mass rape of Dominican women. So there's a lot of animosity, similar to probably like, I'm not going to say it's 1-to-1, right? To like Japan and Taiwan, or Japan and China, Japan and like the rest of Asia, right? It's similar to that. It's not exactly 1-to-1. I don't want to like say it's exactly that, but yeah.
Myself,
right. Then that's why when you look at see, they won their independence from Haiti, not Spain. In fact, they actually went back to Spain, which was pretty funny, right? Spanish annexation of Dominican Republic after this point, right? And then they got their independence, and so some crazy shit.
Can tell you that this, because she's dark skinned. Now listen, I'm not well versed.
You make driving in the pouring rain more bearable. Thank you. I appreciate it, me and you too. Thank you for supporting me. I'm a small streamer, so I really appreciate you guys being here all the time. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Especially because, you know, like we do politics all day, every day. A lot of other channels start playing games and do other stuff, you know. We have fun here, but like that's all we do here, right? From 1893, yes, Spanish-American War was fought. Yep. Not all of us are are horrible.
First in the DR versus Haiti racial discourse, but as an Afro-Latino myself,
Patricia,
I can tell
you
that this crap does not matter more than rent. No one except conservatives and racist liberals are going to cast their vote based on the fact that Daria Lisa is Haitian or
yeah, like in the US, this isn't gonna, nobody gives a fuck, right? Because this is not a, like, what I just explained to you, this is not an issue in the United States, right? Because Hispanics in the United States are either really proud of where they come from, or they have a lot of solidarity with other Hispanics. So like, it's not gonna matter whether you're black or whatever, because like the Anglo population of this country, right, will just treat you as like, no matter really how light skinned you are or how white you are, right? They just treat you as, basically, if you're from the Spanish speaking part of the Americas, you are not white for some reason, right? For reasons. So there, that in itself creates like solidarity, right? That kind of like bigotry creates solidarity, because you're basically saying like a whole group of people, it doesn't really matter because they all speak a language, right? Like it's dumb. It'd be like me saying like, hey, you speak English, therefore you're from England. Right? And like say you're African American, well there you go guys, you're English. And it's like no, fucking of course not, right? But like that's kind of like the level that we're dealing with here.
Nor do people care about the mean things that she might have said on social media years ago. That didn't work with Graham Plattner. Why do they think it's going to work now?
How do you, I guess, reconcile the criticism and also, I guess, helping campaign for her?
Well, I think first and foremost, I'm incredibly excited about her campaign as well as Claire's campaign and Brad's campaigns as campaigns that showcase the fact that the affordability agenda, the work of transforming the most expensive city in America into one that's affordable, can't be done alone. So many of the people who not just voted for me, but canvassed for me, did so with the hope of fulfilling this agenda and the knowledge that it would require partners at every level of government. These are the partners that would help to do that work.
Shockingly, or rather non-shockingly, the incumbent Dems are utilizing this same racist strategy across the country. In Denver, Colorado, Democratic Socialist Melat Quiros was not only the victim of cancellations in the real world, with all of her events getting canceled at the same time, but they're also trying to get her canceled online too for opposing genocide. According to the boots on the ground, however, this strategy is severely backfiring on the establishment. Joe Rote here says, just returned from door knocking. I had 2 people tell me they were shocked at DeGette's anti-immigrant turn. One woman said that DeGette's ad saying defend Denver values had pushed her to vote for Melat. Again, they tried this same strategy with Mamdani in New York, trying endlessly to make him denounce October 7th and apologize for the phrase globalize the intifada, which he never even said. Still to this day, the so-called pragmatic center is refusing to accept that Zoran is a generational politician.
You think Mamdani's a great one, huh?
I do. I mean, did you see his Knicks speech? I mean, anyone
not the issue that most concerned me. I don't
it's
need...
worth a watch because the speech was not just about the Knicks. First of all, he like recites every Knicks player. I mean, I couldn't do that about the 49ers.
Who gives a shit about the Knicks? He's the mayor of New York.
Well, yeah, but he talks about how it's actually bringing people together. Trump voters, Mamdani voters, how it's overcoming the odds. And he took a speech that was just about celebrating the championship, and he made something bigger about it. He's a talented.
Okay. Well, it doesn't make me forget that his wife loved October 7th attack on Israel, and that he pals around with terrorists.
No, come on.
Morons like Marr have completely surrounded themselves with elitist pundits who tell them what the people want, when the pundits themselves are also out of touch. So it's just this carousel of suits with boring haircuts, blowing smoke up each other's ass, thinking themselves as kingmakers. And the irony is, the more money they funnel into these establishment candidates, the easier it is for Zoran to make the case that his team are the real people's champs.
Are you prepared for what that's going to signal to the people that oppose you in the city, the interests that want to see you go down, if that happens?
You know, I think there will always be risk when it comes to fighting for working people. And I made a promise to New Yorkers that I would use every tool at my disposal to deliver on the agenda to transform the most expensive city in the United States of America into one that's affordable to the people who helped to build it. And these endorsements are part of that, because you cannot win that agenda alone. And in Daria Lisa, Claire, and Brad, I see partners who would not only be fighting for that same agenda in D.C., but also be side by side here as we fight for it in New York City.
They're trying so hard to make it seem like this momentum is going to fall flat on Tuesday, saying that young people are, for some reason, not going to show out for these up-and-coming Democratic Socialists that are endorsed by Mamdani, which is hilarious, as if it's only young people that our politics appeal to. Abdul El Sayed, for example, is turning out rooms full of older white people in rural conservative areas across his state. See, they seem to forget that it's older folks that don't want to see this country turn to shit either. Not only are things like elderly care and Social Security on the Democratic Socialist platform, but what kind of elder doesn't want a better world for their grandkids? Listen, I know boomer hate is funny, but we have to remember that Graham Plattner is winning with the 65 plus crowd even better than he is with the Gen X crowd. So no matter how hard the Republicans or the Corpo Dems try to make democratic socialism seems scary, when up against it, policy for policy, we always come out on top.
Health insurance in every other country, modern major country in the world, is provided for through the government. We are the only major industrial country that doesn't provide universal
Would you say
health
that you're a single, is that single issue more important than, like, you know, you listen to Chevalier talk about it's wrong to deport even a criminal who came in here illegally. Do you support that?
I don't. However, I do think Medicare, she and I agree on Medicare for all. And when you look at American families' budget, health insurance is taking up a bigger and bigger slice of it. I would like to argue, and I think many of my Democratic friends here who are running for office would say, this one issue can bring down costs for America and improve the lives of millions and millions.
I know it's hard for the maggots on Fox to consider, but healthcare is a massive issue in this country. And I find it insanely unpatriotic to not be disgusted with ourselves that we're the only country in the developed world without universal services. Can you imagine anything like this happening in the streets of Denmark or Australia?
Claiming security had just wheeled a woman all the way out to the corner of Hancock and Ali, just off hospital property, dumped the elderly woman out of the wheelchair on the sidewalk, and left.
This is why it's so important that we come out to vote on Tuesday. If you're in New York, call your friends, your family, be annoying about it. Now is the time for democratic socialism, so join us here on U.S. Democratic Socialists. I'm Tony Hinderman, and I'll catch you next time.
Breaking news. Another defeat for Trump.
It's 4 o'clock in the East. Happy Monday. A blistering rebuke for Donald Trump's retribution campaign from what former FBI Director Jim Comey on this program coined, quote, the last standing leg on the three-legged stool of our democracy. That would, of course, be the federal judiciary. A federal judge today quashing subpoenas from the Trump DOJ to Minnesota elected officials. They include Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and others. This move all but crushes an investigation launched during the height of that brutal and violent occupation of the city of Minneapolis.
Welcome to the club. Yo, yeah, man, don't worry about it. I also understand, like, sometimes English isn't people's first language, so I'm more than happy to.
Minneapolis.
If there was a way to, like, help you guys with that stuff, I would do it, but it's a little more difficult on the user end there.
It, of course, led to the deaths of 2 American citizens, Renee Nicole Good, a mother,
Kind of joined yesterday.
and Alex Preddy, a VA nurse.
Joined
In a
the
ruling
Discord, yeah.
dated June 17th, but unsealed earlier
The Gustx community here.
today. Judge Patrick Schiltz, a former clerk to conservative Judge Scalia and appointed to the bench by former President George W. Bush, writes this, quote, initiating a criminal investigation in order to harass political opponents or to coerce them into taking official action, particularly official action that the federal government cannot directly require those political opponents to take, is a blatantly unlawful and unethical use of the grand jury process. The only question then is whether the challenged subpoenas were issued for one of those forbidden purposes. The court has no doubt that they were. The judge goes on from there. It only
I'm
gets
physically
worse for
disabled.
Trump. He calls out the Trump administration for wielding the DOJ.
Yeah, we need to support disabilities, guys. You mean another W? There is no war. Embossing say. Please do not look at the numbers, the facts, the crimes. There is no war in Bossing say. You didn't know that?
As a weapon.
Humanity taking place instead of look at there. It's whatever the Epstein files.
For Donald Trump's political purposes.
Great show, by the way. Man, for a kid's show, that has a lot of politics in it, right?
Why won't you let us talk to the king? We have information that could defeat the Fire Nation.
The Earth King has no time to get involved with political squabbles and the day-to-day minutia of military activities.
This could be the most important thing he's ever heard.
What's most important to...
Oh, this is the one, sorry.
My name is Judy. I have been given the great honor of showing the Avatar around Ba Sing Se. And you must be Sokka, Katara, and Toph. Welcome to our wonderful city. Shall we get started?
Yes. We have information about the Fire Nation army that we need to deliver to the Earth King immediately.
Great! Let's begin our tour, and then I'll show you to your new home here.
Yeah.
No, one doesn't just pop in on the Earth King.
Where is it? God damn it.
There's no genocide happening in Gaza. There is no genocide happening in Gaza.
Yeah.
There's no war in Ba Sing Se. There's no genocide.
You're in Ba Sing Se now. Everyone is safe here. You're in Ba Sing Se.
Wait, I thought we were at war with Eurasia.
When the Avatar and his friends finally arrive at the Earth Kingdom Ba Sing Se, they discover that the Fire Nation has built a powerful drill which...
Alright, yeah. I can't find it. But...
There's no war in Ba Sing Se.
What are you talking about?
There's no war, guys. There's no war.
The Bush-appointed judge writes this, quote, the subpoenas were a part of a broader campaign to coerce state and local officials in Minnesota to assist the Trump administration in its enforcement of immigration laws. And of course, this campaign played out against the backdrop of the Trump administration's well-established history of using criminal investigations to retaliate against and pressure the president's political and personal adversaries. The Justice Department has not weighed in, but in a statement, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz did. He said this, quote,
Tim Walz.
Today's ruling is a victory for the rule of law and for our democracy. I am proud to have joined Minnesotans in exercising our fundamental American freedoms, freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, to disagree with our government. These rights are enshrined in our Constitution, and they are what makes America great. An independent judiciary is a pillar of our democracy. It is one reason why the U.S. has been that shining city on the hill for nearly 250 years. The U.S. Justice Department is pursuing criminal investigations into the president's political opponents. This case was just one example of that, but we're seeing daily reminders of this administration's lawlessness in Minnesota and all around the country. We all must continue to seek justice and uphold the rule of law. That breaking news of a judge ruling that the Trump DOJ has dramatically overreached in its pressure campaign against Minnesota elected officials who resisted the administration's deadly immigration policies is where we start today. Former DOJ pardon attorney Liz Oyer's back with us. She was fired by Trump's DOJ after refusing to reinstate actor Mel Gibson's gun rights. She has a new podcast that's launching today. It is perfectly named, quote, Is This Really Legal? A question I ask her every time she's here. Also joining us, Puck News senior political columnist, national affairs analyst, John Heilman's back with us. Also joining us, Scott McFarlane. He's the chief Washington correspondent for Midas Touch. So, Liz, today you don't have to answer that question for me because a Bush-appointed Scalia clerk who looked at this case said no, it wasn't legal to, and I believe there was reporting in the New York Times and NPR and elsewhere that this DOJ push to investigate and prosecute Governor Walz and Mayor Fry and other Democrats led to mass resignations in the U.S. Attorney's Office.
All right,
But
getting
the
ready
judge
for work?
seems to have
No
the
worries, girl.
Purged prosecutors' backs in saying that the whole thing was illegal. Explain the significance.
This is really significant, Nicole, for a number of reasons. One is because, as you said, this is a very respected conservative judge who's been around for a long time, who is not tolerating this misuse of the subpoena power by the Trump administration. Two, it is significant because there is a very high legal bar to block a subpoena. A subpoena is an investigative tool. You don't have to have evidence of guilt. You just have to have a good faith basis to investigate the possible commission of a crime, to issue a subpoena. This judge is saying the Justice Department cannot even meet that bar. And in fact, he found very clearly in a stinging rebuke that the Justice Department issued these subpoenas for improper purposes, specifically to harass and retaliate against Democrat elected officials in the state of Minnesota. And the tone of it is just very clear. He says that there is a wealth of evidence that shows that the Trump administration issued these subpoenas in bad faith. And if you remember back to that time, that's a time when Todd Blanche, who's now trying to become the Attorney General, was out there accusing Tim Walz and Jacob Fry of being terrorists. He used the word terrorist in a tweet, saying that he's coming for them, and that's not a threat, it's a promise. And this just really shows the lie to all of that. There was no there. It was all a charade that was being done for political reasons to harass the president's
We've watched a few of this girl's videos. They're decent.
And this very respected conservative judge has shut it down.
Liz, I think it's not the first time, right? I think that the investigation was stopped at the same juncture into Jerome Powell. So I think this is the second time we're at a very early stage of an intended political prosecution.
I mean, that's like the only kind of decent news, right, guys? That like a lot of this stuff is getting blocked in the courts. Not right? The Supreme Court ultimately has the final say, and a lot of times they overturn. But like, to be fair, the lower courts have been overwhelmingly against Trump. So it's really just the Supreme Court that is the problem, right? It's not just the Supreme Court, but yeah, predominantly them, right?
A judge has said, I don't think so. What does that mean? That judges are looking at Todd Blanche and saying you're not even acting like a normal Justice Department?
Yeah, it's interesting. Todd Blanche said at his last confirmation hearing, he looked Tom Tillis in the eye when he was undergoing a hearing to be confirmed as the Deputy Attorney General, and said that he would not allow the Justice Department to pursue any revenge prosecutions under his watch. Tillis said, "You promised not even a whiff of a political investigation," and Blanche said, "I can commit to that." And since then, we have seen that the Justice Department has been totally politicized. What they are doing is they are using the machinery of justice to punish Donald Trump's political enemies. And the point is not even to get criminal convictions. They don't even need to bring charges, as we saw in the case of Jerome Powell, this case in Minnesota. They are just using tools of investigations to harass the people on the receiving end. It is a tremendous punishment to be on the other side of a frivolous, meritless criminal investigation. It is incredibly time consuming. It is incredibly costly. It's incredibly stressful. So they're doling out punishment without having any good faith basis to believe that they can even secure a conviction of a crime, which is a total misuse and abuse of the justice system.
Heilman, you were in Minneapolis. Tensions could not have been higher at the moment. However, this chapter in American political history ends, it will be a turning point, either the high watermark of resistance in America or the match that lit the country's courage. It inspired artists and athletes to speak out for the very first time during his second term. Bruce Springsteen joined your friend Tom Morello for a concert there, unveiled streets of Minneapolis. The Minnesota Timberwolves became the first professional sports team, maybe not the first, but one of the first in the second term to speak out against Trump policies when they held a moment of silence for Renee Nicole Good. I think it was before Alex Preddy was killed, and someone chanted anti-ICE stuff and people applauded. I mean, it could not be a bigger point in this story. And to have an action that they sought to take at that high water mark of their power and bullying prowess rebuked so completely by a Scalia clerk is just stunning.
Stunning and gratifying, Nicole, I think, for those of us like Jim Comey who believe that the judiciary is the last, is the one remaining leg on the stool that you cited at the beginning of the segment here. But I do want to, and so yes, stunning, and the notion that the riposte from the Justice Department about about this judge who is a Scalia clerk and also a George W. Bush appointee, practicing kind of left-wing insurrectionist lawfare against the Trump administration is just laughable, like so many things that they say about anybody who rules against them. But I do want to go back to something that Liz just said a second ago, which is, when I was there, I stopped by City Hall and sat down with Mayor Fry, and talked to him about what it was like to learn, that in the middle of all of that conflict in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, in Minneapolis specifically and in Minnesota more broadly, that he was being targeted for criminal investigation. And, I will say he was resolute. He was confident that he would get this outcome, that this eventually the courts would be on his side and on the other public official side sides who were being investigated. But to Liz's point, it was, I would say that some of these investigations were undertaken almost after the administration knew that they had sort of lost the battle of Minneapolis and were kind of in retreat, but launched these investigations from their point of view as a win-win, which was, well, if we're somehow allowed to go ahead with this investigation, we'll be able to investigate and torment these people unjustifiably well into the future. Maybe we'll even get some convictions. And if more likely our investigations are ruled to be illegal, we will still have fired a warning shot across the bow of any public official in any future state that decides to stand.
And it's only going to get worse, right? And I don't see how institutions are going to really fix this problem, right? Because the only way to fix the problem would be to expand the courts, give more institutional independence, which is going to require reforming the courts, right? Which is easier said than done. Yeah, so I just don't see it, right, guys? Like, realistically, we'd have to do like a huge revolution. There'd have to be a huge revolution in terms of how we do this stuff, because with the current system, you can't like regulate your way out of it, right?
Stand up and do what's right.
Because then another Trump is going to come in and do the same thing, and he's going to get away with it the next time, right? Like Trump may not be getting away with it, but this is what happens, right? It's like they chip away at this stuff little by little by little, right? And then people who kind of see this stuff and they're like, oh, well, at least Trump is gone. Well, the next person is going to start chipping away at it more and more, right? And that's like the logical fallacy that these people fall into, right? The rabbit hole that they don't see, that it's like, well, this stuff started 20 years ago or whatever, and now it's almost too late. It's problems for everybody if people lose confidence in the Constitution and laws. All bets are off after that. Yeah, 100%.
Protected.
Right? Like law is what kind of keeps the society together. Because if laws don't mean anything, or they only mean stuff for people who are peasant class, essentially, right? But people like Elon can get away with all this stuff. Yeah, then. And that's why I think like it's going to require more than just institutional reform, right? You have to kind of re-envision the way the Constitution works, because the Supreme Court, should it really have that much power? It was never meant to have that much power, right? It wasn't. Even the founders were like, we never intended the Supreme Court to have power in this way. They just interpret the laws, right? Which should be narrowly but that's what's going on, right? And I think a lot of people don't understand that, right? Remember we watched that Supreme Court documentary, and a lot of these ex-presidents have said that. So
I think that it's not to say this isn't a clear victory for the cause of right and for the cause of the resistance here, but it's just to note that even
it's also like a very conservative position, right? This is another reason I'm very skeptical of it. It's very conservative to be like, hey, institutions have to hold the line against this stuff. Yeah, but look, they haven't been able to. So, like, what are we joking about, right? So there's a bunch of reforms that I've mentioned on the stream before, right? Like the courts need to have their own police force, like that. If you break the law or if you are against this, like you get right. But again, all these things would have to be done, and none of these people are talking about that. So why are we even going to talk about it, right?
defeat.
Remember when Trump basically defied court? I mean, he's defying court orders all the time, but Trump defied court orders to get back the people from El Salvador, right? That were in the concentration camp. What happened there? He was found in contempt of the court, right? And then what happened? The judge was like, "Yep, I'm ruling you," and another court just overturned it, right? So it's like, even when you do the right thing, it's like these asshats fucking, like, they believe in civility so much they fuck you over, right? It's so blackpilling, it sucks.
In this instance, in this battle, the administration
and listen, like, overall the judiciary has been correct on this stuff. But again, guys, like, it never had the enforcement mechanism that it probably should have, right? Why do you think the Trail of Tears happened, right? Where the Chickasaw, Choctaw, right? All these, like, Native American tribes east of the Mississippi all got deported to Oklahoma, right? There was a Supreme Court case in their favor, said you don't have to leave. And what did Andrew Jackson say? Well, they made their ruling, now let them enforce it. In other words, the equivalent of this today, right? Yeah. So I'm just giving you facts, guys.
is still
And here we are, like, being like, well, that was a sad moment, and well, tell that to the natives, right? They got fucked over because of that. Sorry, they don't need our sympathy. We need to learn from this shit.
Trying to fight a longer war, which is to try to create an atmosphere of fear and intimidation. Even in losing, it's trying to let people know down the line that they will still come at them guns blazing.
Yeah, and it's only going to get worse. That's why I said, guys, getting rid of Trump will not fix the problem. MAGA's here to stay for a while, at least.
I mean that metaphorically, not necessarily literally, although in some cases literally too. They will come at them guns blazing politically and legally if they decide to stand up to Donald Trump. And that is something that other mayors and other governors around the country, even as they admire what happened in Minneapolis and in Minnesota, they took note of that. I'm sure every governor and mayor who is worried about ICE incursions going forward understands what the stakes are now more clearly than they did before.
Facts, yep. All right. All right, we're going to cover what Mamdani said about AIPAC. Interesting.
There are a bunch of big primary contests in New York City. That is happening tomorrow. Zoran Mamdani, the mayor, of course, of that city, has endorsed a slate of candidates. And two of those candidates who have garnered his endorsement join us now. We have Claire Valdez, who is running in a Brooklyn and Queens Center district. And we also have Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who is running in Northern Manhattan district, where I actually used to live. So know the area quite well. Great to see you, ladies.
Good to see you. Thanks for having us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. So, Claire, let me start with you, and then Daria Lisa, just also get your response. You know, how are you feeling going into Election Day? What do you see as the key issues coming down the stretch here?
You know, I'm very excited. It's been a long campaign, but, you know, I think the stakes are really high tomorrow. The stakes are high for the entire working class. We have the chance to elect some really amazing Congress members who will be out in front, standing for the working class, fighting for a free Palestine, fighting for an affordable New York, and really doing incredible organizing in Congress, but on the ground here in New York City. So I'm excited. You know, people are talking a lot about the cost of housing. My district in New York 7, it's Brooklyn and Queens. It's overwhelmingly a tenant district, and people are really feeling the crunch of rising rents. People are also outraged by the continuing genocide in Gaza. And so there are a lot of issues motivating people right now to go to the polls, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Daria Lisa, how about for you?
Also feeling just incredible energy here on the ground. And it's just been just such a privilege and an honor to be able to build a campaign that is responsive to the working people of this district. I've had people thank us for running because this is the first time that they have felt in over 9 years that someone was fighting to actually represent the interests of the working people who live here. And I think for so many of us, we have been told that a politics of cynicism was all that could exist. And to be able to present a vision where we're fighting for housing for all that is actually deeply affordable and dignified for the people who live here, making sure that we're fighting to abolish ICE so that we don't have to live under the terror of this institution, and to make sure that we are using our resources to invest our tax money in our babies here at home instead of on bombs abroad that are destroying communities. We need to be able to build affordability here in the city, and we do that by making sure that our children can lead dignified lives, making sure that we can have dignified homes, and making sure that we have pathways to citizenship for so many in this community who are just very fearful right now.
Both of you, as well as Brad Lander, who's running the New York's 10th district, are kind of running on a Mayor Mamdani-backed slate in the city, and Mamdani is currently getting a lot of criticism for some comments that he made at a rally where he hit AIPAC for moving dark money into races behind vehicles that don't have kind of AIPAC's name on them. I want to play those comments, then kind of get your reaction to it. Let's roll Zoran Mamdani.
For whom the only thing more frightening than democracy being allowed to run its course is an end to genocide and Netanyahu's wars. They move millions in dark money to accomplish a single goal: to preserve their power so that they can turn us against one another, instead of our leaders turning towards the moral change we all know to be necessary. In a politics that for too long has asked working people to lower their expectations, to settle for less, to become satisfied with small victories while our wages grow even smaller and our costs grow even larger. To resign ourselves to resignation, to accept the unacceptable. In the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we need not live in fear of monsters any longer.
And for the context there, he started that clip by referring to that famous Gramsci line where they say where he says the old world is dying, the new has yet to be born, in the middle is the time of monsters. And so the criticism has been that he's calling AIPAC and then replacing AIPAC with Jewish New Yorkers monsters who are moving dark money around. How has that affected the campaign, and can we get you each to respond to that criticism?
You know, I personally think it's bigger than just AIPAC. I think it's also a lot of money that's coming from corporations and right-wing lobbies that are having an outsized impact on our democracy, and one where the only tool that we have as working people is to out-organize it. In my race in particular, there is over $7 million in outside spending being spent to smear me and in deeply racist rhetoric. And my opponent has had folks, surrogates go do media tours in the Dominican Republic to engage in a disinformation campaign that is not only just so deeply divisive and racist, but also one that has really continued more of the politics of cynicism that we are fighting against, where instead of talking about the fact that housing is unaffordable in this district, they're talking about, just disinformation about my identity and about where my family comes from, rather than talking about how we need to abolish ICE, how we need to invest our tax dollars in our children here, where we have a childhood poverty rate of over 40%. They're forcing our volunteers to have to engage in de-escalation because their camp is getting aggressive with folks. And I think it really is. It's really hard to see how so many people have come into this campaign because they're building a politics that invests in hope and invests in life, and see them wanting to focus on that, but then having to question, can I stay on this corner and continue to canvass safely? And I think we're seeing a lot of what's appalling to me, a lot of MAGA style tactics coming from a Democratic incumbent that has been not only, concerning for the safety of our volunteers, for the conversation that we're supposed to be having right now around affordability in the city, but also seeing the way that money is coming into this campaign to prevent folks from talking about the issues that actually impact the day-to-day lives that they lead here.
Claire, let me get your reaction to Josh Gottheimer, if we can put F3 up on the screen. This is the flavor of criticism that Zoran, quote, received. He says, monsters, quote, dark money, a hidden hand turning us against one another. Swap AIPAC for Jews. And it's the oldest anti-Semitic conspiracy theory in the books. That's not criticizing a lobby. That's laundering anti-Semitism from your podium as mayor of a city with more than 1 million Jews. This bullshit is dangerous. Did you have any issue with the comments that Zoran made at that rally? And what is your response to Representative Gottheimer here?
What the mayor is talking about is super PACs, cropping up at the 11th hour to dump millions and millions of dollars in not just these races, but in races across the country. That's what we're taking on right now. We're taking on corporate greed. We're taking on, a lobby that has been upholding and supporting a genocide in Gaza now for 2.5 years, that has kept so many Democrats silent because they're worried about a donor base, rather than worrying about human liberation and the dignity of human lives here in our communities and abroad. The mayor's calling that out, and I think we have to. And I know Daria, Lisa, and I have both experienced this, is a profoundly undemocratic system in which the very wealthiest people, the most powerful corporations, can dump money into these elections, smear candidates who are running grassroots campaigns like we are, and really turn the issues away from, again, the things that people really care about in these districts: housing, good union jobs, fighting for a Green New Deal, the things that really matter to people's lives. And instead turn these into campaigns that are about who has the most money. We're running really grassroots campaigns. My campaign has now knocked 300,000 doors across New York 7 with 4,000 volunteers. And we have to kind of, take on these corporate interests that have derailed these campaigns and made them about things that are not relevant to our districts, and really fight and center the working class again.
And sorry, can I also just add, I think something that gets lost often is that AIPAC is a right-wing lobby.
Yep.
It backs Republicans. It backs Donald Trump. It is pushing us.
It backs even corporatist, centrist Democrats who are essentially just right-wingers, guys. Same difference.
War that nobody in this country wants. And to have Democrats accept money from a right-wing lobby is deeply concerning because...
Well, yeah, because it means they have no principles, right? If you're supposed to be the party that is left, is supposed to be, right? At least you would think. Then what are you doing accepting AIPAC money, right?
How are we supposed to...
We'll be back anyone who will do their duty work. Spineless, yeah.
To fight back against the
well said,
fascism of
Patricia.
Trump.
Yeah.
When we have a right-wing lobby that is also funding Democrats and incumbents. And I think...
There you go. Yeah. She just said it. Yeah.
If we are serious about taking our democracy
I like her.
back,
She's really good. I hope she wins. I guess we'll find out Tuesday, right? We're going to be streaming Tuesday, so.
If we're serious about creating a Democratic Party that the working class can actually identify with again, then we have to call out the way that right-wing lobbies are putting money into this election.
Daria Lisa, yeah, damn right.
And again, these are values that most Jewish New Yorkers here actually vehemently disagree with.
That's a great point.
Yeah, and just to be clear for the viewers, Gottheimer there was talking about AIPAC moving dark money, and particularly in Daria Lisa's district, Adriano Astiat, his supporters set up a PAC called Bold America PAC, which appeared to be linked to kind of Bold PAC, which is related to the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, which he shares. But then AIPAC's Super PAC sent millions of dollars into that PAC, and then it's spent as if it was this other PAC.
Right.
So they are actively engaging in the politics of dark money and then objecting when it's called dark money. The other fissure that has really hit this campaign is around kind of race and gentrification. I'm curious for both of your reaction to this. Antonio Reynoso, your opponent, Claire, has been saying, he doesn't even feel comfortable at DSA meetings because it's not representative of the district. And Espaillat has been gone. His supporters have gone kind of way over the top compared to even that. But Claire, I'm just curious for take. What is your reaction to this claim that your support is really just organized around kind of gentrifiers?
I mean, I think this movement is about bringing as many people as possible together to fight against bad landlords, against our corporate oligarchy. And what unites us as working people in New York City is the fact that we have to pay high rent. We have long commutes. Our hours are long. Our wages are stagnant. And that affects everyone, no matter if you were born and raised here, if your family was raised here, or if you just arrived. This politics of kind of divide and conquer the working class, we've experienced these before. This is like Boss 101. Our campaign is about centering the needs of working people in New York 7, who right now are really feeling the squeeze from all sides. That's why I'm not taking any money from real estate developers, for example, who have pushed so many people of our communities out.
100, girl.
Have displaced so many. Because I want to fight for tenants. I want to fight for the people who call these neighborhoods our home. And again, the difference that we're seeing right now is not like if you got here 40 years ago, if you just arrived. But the difference is, can you afford to live in these neighborhoods? And for so many people right now, the answer is no.
No.
So this campaign is, again, we're building a movement within this campaign to unite people across, Brooklyn, Queens, to fight for an affordable New York, to fight for peace and security and dignity for the entire working class, whether you live in Ridgewood or Rafa. And that's something I'm incredibly proud of.
And so just for the audience to understand the race dynamics a little bit more, Claire's running in a district. It's an open seat. Nydia Velázquez is retiring. Her opponent, her main opponent is Antonio Reynoso, who was endorsed by Nydia Velázquez. So that's an open seat. For Daria Lisa, she's challenging a Democratic incumbent his name is Adriano Espaillat. And you've referenced a couple of times, Daria Lisa, how he's using these sort of MAGA tactics, making some ugly claims about your identity and your family. Can you just explain the dynamics there and your response to what he's been up to and what his campaign has been pushing?
Yeah, absolutely. We know that
Gus, call work and say I'm sick. It's too cold for bush kinder. All right, girl. Give me the number. I'll call via WhatsApp. I don't want to get that international rolling. How much is it? Like $5 to call? I think I got one call from Australia, and I remember checking my phone bill, right? And it was like $5. I was like, one call for $5? Hell no. Damn.
Engaging in these smear
You can stay with us, girl.
Campaigns in the Dominican Republic, spreading disinformation and just sowing deep division in this community. And, to this question of this gentrification question, where he is complaining about the changing demographics in this district without acknowledging that he has been in power, in political power, for over 9 years in Congress, but almost 30 years first in the state legislature and then in the federal government. And so I think it's very rich, actually, to hear someone who has held political power for this long then complain about the impact of his policies on the changing demographics in this district and the electorate. And I think what we're seeing right now is that citywide people are struggling to afford to
he doesn't understand your English. No English understood by Gloggy.
And that is part of why the demographics are changing. And rather than addressing his record and his role in that change, he is now engaging in a smear campaign that's attacking not any policy that I proposed, not my platform, but me as an individual, as a human being, where now my team and I were dealing with an onslaught of degrading and dehumanizing rhetoric under all of my social media. We are facing, a lot of verbal harassment every time we go out, and our volunteers who are just here to be part of their democracy are also having to
that's
think about how to be de-escalatory. And I think,
these are these are like radical libs or something. I don't know, right? Conservatives, essentially, yeah.
It's just such a...
Off to work I go. God damn it. I didn't make the call fast enough, girl.
Deep affront to our democracy, right? To see that kind of MAGA style politics, to discourage people from being part of their own election, right? And make them fearful, that is the antithesis of what a democracy is supposed to be.
Lisa, the thing that your opponent has really been hitting you on is digging up some of your kind of older, more aggressive ultra tweets. And you've sort of apologized for some of them, explained some other ones. And I'm curious if, as you're running for office now, your politics are roughly the same as they were then, but you kind of regret some of the phrasing that in a decontextualized space is difficult for people who aren't as online to understand what's going on, or if your politics have evolved a bit over the past few years. Like, how would you describe yourself compared to your kind of previous self to voters?
My values have always been around human dignity, around justice, around accountability. And I think what's changed is that I've just grown, I've matured, my nuance and the number of these things has deepened. But my values are at their core still there. And I think the frustration that I felt when I said a lot of those things is something that is reflective of a failure of our larger systems, where so many people just feel deeply unheard and powerless to engage with our political system. And, one of the things that I've been thinking a lot through this campaign is how, his tactic has been to, one, decontextualize a lot of what I said, but also smear my character and myself as a person.
Yep.
Right. Rather than focusing on his record and what he has done to this community and failed to do for this community. And it's more of that politics of distraction, because he knows that he cannot answer to the very basic question that I have posed, and I've had the audacity.
Yeah, I'm always be really skeptical of those kind of politicians, right? Whenever you start playing these games, like this game in politics, generally speaking, it means you're not doing too well, right? Or you have a good chance of losing. Which is why you probably shouldn't call the fuck out of Trump. Have you noticed the more the Democrats called him a fascist, the more he looked like he was going up in the polls? It's sad, but it's kind of true, right?
Ask for this.
Because that should have worked, but there is this back effect in politics, right? Because then it looks to the average voter, right? The normie voter, as we talk about all the time on this stream, that you're not really offering anything either, because you're talking more about that other person than actually coming up with solutions, right? So the remedy to this is to have strong positions, strong, clear-cut things you want to do, like Zoran did. He nailed it, right? Down to I still remember his platform, right? It's freeze the rent, universal childcare, and universal buses. It's really that simple, right? Then you can say, yeah, you're a fascist, right? But if you do not do both, you are essentially cooked, right? I don't even know what this guy's positions are, because he's just a corporate dem.
campaign.
More of the same, right? Is essentially what that codes to.
Action, because he knows that he cannot answer to the very basic question that I have posed and I've had the audacity to ask for this campaign, which is what has improved for the lives of New Yorkers here in New York 13 in the 9 years that he has been in Congress, because he can't answer that.
Daria, Lisa, we have one of the images of one of the mailers that's going around that is based on one of those tweets. This is F4, guys, we can put this up on the screen. It has a picture of you. It says, F Kamala Harris, a real quote from a tweet that she deleted. You were mentioning you felt that some of these sentiments were decontextualized. What was the context when you tweeted this? And how do you feel about that? In retrospect, and did you vote for Kamala Harris? How did you think about the dynamics of this past election?
I did. I despite my criticisms, I'm one of those folks who has had to save the Democratic Party from itself, right? One of the many Black and brown people, Black and brown women in particular, who have, deep criticisms of these social systems and yet have to come out and vote to save the Democratic Party from this fascism that we're facing with Trump, right? And in that, if I remember correctly, in that context, I was critical of the language that Vice President Harris was using to tell immigrants to not come into this country. And as someone who's been organizing for immigration justice for most of my adult life, I just find it troubling when folks in power tell some of the most disempowered people in our society, in the planet, right, that they should not be working towards or not be fighting to lead dignified lives for them and their children.
Do not come.
And, I do regret.
I remember I had like a friend of mine who's pretty much a political normie, like herself, right? She doesn't follow politics a lot, but like she does follow like the main news. She like ended up calling me and was like, hey, I'm so fucking mad right now. And I'm like, why? Did you hear what Kamala said? And I'm like, no. She told them to do not come. I will never vote for them ever again, right? So it pissed people off. Like, these stupid right-wing policies of theirs are dumb as shit. And I'm like, what? Who are you? Like, what? Do you not even know your side? Wow.
The tweet, and I regret the language. I think, especially running this campaign and seeing the type of language that people feel so comfortable using against me and against, folks who are supporting me. I think we need to make sure that we are engaging and using language that people can actually hear and receive, right? Particularly when we have strong criticisms, particularly when the stakes are so high. And as an organizer, it's deeply important to me that we are using language that is unifying, that people can feel that they can be brought into, even when they have to face the hard music of accountability, right? And knowing that like our actions are sometimes fall short, right? But that is what it means to be accountable, is to be able to hear the criticism, move differently, right? And be responsive to community. And one of the things that has really been coming to mind a lot throughout this campaign is the focus on these tweets, right? And I will apologize for them as long as I have to, for folks to understand how deeply regretful I am. And I also have to ask, why is it that my opponent, whose policies, whose votes, whose record has harmed so much of our community, still goes, why his accountability hasn't come? Why is it that he has not answered any of the questions that have been posed to him about his record on arming a country committing a genocide, on making sure that, or lacking the ability to make sure that our tax dollars actually come back home to address childhood poverty, the fact that he has taken hundreds of thousands from the corporate real estate developers that are pricing us out, while our living conditions are deeply undignified in this district. And so this question of accountability is deeply important to me, because we deserve leadership that is accountable to the community here.
Well, I know one of the tweets had to do with you responding to, I think it was Mike Huckabee's encouragement of using corn cobs for toilet paper. And I personally think you should stand by that one. That one I would recommend. No apologies needed. Claire, last question to you here. You started off talking about the stakes of this election day, not only in your district, but in other districts in New York City, and I think really election season across the country. But, Zoran did sort of put his
She makes me wish. I know. NYC gets the best fucking candidates, guys. What the hell?
here on the line for the two of you and for Brad Lander. We all know what sort of mainstream Democrats and establishment types will say if you all are not successful. So just underscore what do you think are the stakes here, and what has it meant to your campaign that Zoran decided to get behind you?
Absolutely. Well, I think we know what the kind of media establishment is going to say after this election. Win or lose, this will be some referendum on Zoran. But the stakes are high for the working class. These races are about, are we going to be able to set the tone for the Democratic Party in the years going forward? Are we going to be able to elect organizers who will stand up against a genocide as it's happening, will call for the end of U.S. complicity in that genocide, will fight for the working people in our communities who are struggling against an affordability crisis, are struggling against ICE, are struggling to lead lives of dignity under a fascist administration. Can we change the direction of the Democratic Party, and can we win back the working class of this country? That's really what's at stake in this election. We are here to prove that the election of Zoran Mamdani was not some flash in the pan. It wasn't a fluke. This is a movement. It is a strong and durable movement of working people who are tired of being told to wait, who are tired of being told that Democrats are fighting for us when they're just not. We're going to set the tone for the Democratic Party, and we know that people are watching these races very closely all over the country. They're watching these races to see if they can pour dark money into other against other progressive candidates. They're watching these races to see if standing up against a genocide is a winning message or a losing message, and they will take that to heart. So what's at stake right now is incredibly important. If you believe in these races, if you want to see us succeed, if you want to see this movement succeed, there are a lot of opportunities to come out to volunteer, phone bank. It's a rainy day in New York City. People are going to be at home. Now's the perfect time to call them and ask for their vote plans. And we have a world to win. It doesn't end on June 23rd. It continues long after, but these races are an essential part of organizing working class people in New York City to demand exactly what we're owed from the bosses and the billionaires who are trying to rain on our parade right now. And when organized people come together, we win.
Well, we will put both of your campaign info in the description so people can get involved here in the final days if they are so interested. And really appreciate both of you taking some time out. I know how busy you must be today, so thank you so much for making some time for us.
Thank you both. It was great being here.
Thank you again.
Hey, if you like that.
Great. Can't wait to cover it tomorrow, guys.
OpenAI.
Apparently OpenAI is in trouble. I mean, we kind of already knew that, but let's see why.
OpenAI apparently is also planning an IPO this year.
Oh, no.
I noticed they moved from not profit to profit, which just as a side note, I was contacted by a reporter from The Atlantic some time ago saying that this show has been scrubbed, about 11,000 episodes of our show. It's been scrubbed by a series of not-profit AI institutes, which they do to avoid having to theoretically have any monetary compensation responsibility. Then they get all the information they want out of...
And then they privatize and monetize. Hey, Cycling Bahoy, welcome back.
Our show, and others, obviously. And then they use that on their, as they convert to a for-profit enterprise.
Right. I mean, with that, it's...
How's it going? Oh, pretty good. We covered that Keir Starmer's freaking out. We're going to actually go more into detail on that. Like what will come next? What are some other reactions? But I mean, we were just funny enough. We were just talking about this, right? Yesterday, you were here that day. Yeah, man. Epic news.
Nature of their BS training, they just steal from everyone. And what's funny is, well, don't know if I'd call it funny for you, I guess.
Funny.
It's still not enough.
Took him long enough. I mean, thank God he left, because like they were going to lose. I mean, they still are probably going to lose, but they have like a better chance, right? Kind of like what happened with Justin Trudeau, right? Justin Trudeau knew he was donezo. And it's like, come on, guy. You're a clown. What are you doing?
They still don't have enough. Even if they took every show on the internet, every document on the internet, everything, they don't have enough because there's no proof that there's actually enough data. They fed basically the entire internet into these things and they still kind of suck. They still hallucinate because hallucinations, so authoritatively stating something that isn't true or just doing something different than what they were asked, those are mathematically certain now. OpenAI themselves said it. So it's this kind of losing game where they just burn as much money as possible in the hopes that something will change, but nothing changes, which makes them burn even more money.
Yep.
It's like a classic degenerate gambler situation.
Bingo.
You've gotten your hand on, I guess, a financial audit of OpenAI. There was a couple of things where you wrote like, I'm just going to leave this here and allow others to give us an overview as to what you found that others might look askance upon.
So last year, OpenAI spent about $34 billion to make about $13 billion.
Yeah.
And they ended the year with about $22 billion in cash. They lost about $21 billion. Now,
can you imagine any company, anybody like doing their finances and being this unprofitable, right? See, this is what I mean about neoliberalism. We hold the average person working more accountable than these for-profit or non-profit corporations, quote unquote, non-profit. It's ridiculous, guys. This is what I'm talking about.
Do some accounting below the line hocus pocus to move numbers around to try
it's
and
so
pretend
ridiculous.
It's not that bad, but that's how much they lost.
Could you imagine finding 21 billion in your couch? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if, and again, I don't agree with this notion, but the Supreme Court has literally said, guys, that corporations are people. If you extrapolate that to a person, this person is failing miserably, and yet we're rewarding them with socialism, right? And obviously, I don't agree corporations are people because they're a collection of, right, exploiting the system. So, yeah, no. I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Yeah, I'm so sick of having to subsidize these giant corporations.
And
so they
what's
can
crazy
fail.
about this is they spent $5.73 billion just on sales and marketing.
Yep.
Which is complete lunacy.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And they are still failing.
Spent $19.18 billion on research and development costs, which is also crazy. But what's funny about that is these numbers do not neatly line up with what's being reported about how many people work there. So I can't speak to it. I truly do not know. The documents I've seen did not state, but they could be putting engineer salaries in research and development.
But for real, right? Why so dankness? Everyone should just find 21 billion in your couch. And then keep your couch safe because JD is going to fuck it, right?
I've seen companies do that before. Fact of the matter is,
protect your
OpenAI
couches,
lost $21
guys.
billion in 2025. $21 billion. That's an insane amount of money. This company is continually losing more money every year. It is going to get worse in 2026, and if they make it to 2027, it's going to be even worse there. They plan to burn over $852 billion by the end of 2030. And if they cannot raise or make the money to pay that, if they do not have the cash flow, they could kill Oracle. Like they could actually, they account for $300 billion of Oracle's upcoming revenue. And
good riddance. Good riddance.
Larry Ellison,
right? Larry Ellison is exactly why I said good riddance.
Has leveraged a lot of his stock on this. So, but
this could be a twofer.
This could be a multi-fer at this point because OpenAI is a load-bearing fail-son. They account for $250 billion of Microsoft's upcoming revenue. They account for $300 billion, like I mentioned, with Oracle, $138 billion of Amazon's revenue, $22 billion of CoreWeave's. They have all of these people they promise money to, and yeah, I don't know where the money's going to come from other than funding. But these companies can't raise funding forever. They raise
from the federal government, maybe from the federal government.
That's exactly what's going on.
Even then, even then, the federal government cannot plug this hole. The great financial crisis. So when people say too big to fail, they are wrong here, categorically wrong. Too big to fail did not refer to the TARP program. It didn't refer to the, several $100 billion the government offered. It referred to the government repo window. There was basically a fire hose of money that plugged into the asses and mouths of every banker that was giving like hundreds of billions of dollars a week to keep the bank system going, because the loans that underpinned everything at the time, I'm not going to go into vast amounts of detail there, the loan industry kind of collapsed, and so the banks just had to be fed taxpayer money at a massive scale. No such system exists for a private company. OpenAI is not a financial institute. You could nationalize this, but the only part of the government that's allowed to lose $21 billion constantly is the military.
Exactly.
Unless they plug them directly into that.
I was about to say.
The government is, even a right-wing government, is still not going to be accepting of bailing out OpenAI, or indeed, I don't know, plugging them into government systems and keeping them alive that way. And even then, putting all of that aside, if OpenAI dies, the semiconductor rally dies. Everything, every stock that's AI related is still going to crash, because the whole...
I don't know, guys. I think this might be a bubble. I don't know about that. Hey, Mandaria, welcome back. Straight to lurk. I'm making the bed. Cool. Been a long time. How you been?
Point of OpenAI is it's symbolic. It's symbolic of the idea that we need more data centers everywhere, always, forever. That we need more data centers we've ever had, because OpenAI is one of the largest consumers of AI compute. There's no one else big enough other than Anthropic, who also loses billions of dollars.
Yep.
So you can try and plug various gaps here, but nothing is going to change the fact that the stock market is what everyone thinks is the AI bubble, because the actual companies themselves, their actual economics suck, and the actual products do not do the kind of transformative things that they are promising they will do.
And so, the idea in the past is that
you're worried about this, Gust? I say don't worry, be happy. It's not like they need regulation. Oh, maybe my anxiety is misplaced, right? Tanking the entire world economy, guys. No biggie. I wish I had couch condoms. I just threw out a 3-year-old couch and got a new one. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I don't know what age limit JD cares about, but there you go, right? Oh shit, I forgot to.
We're going to continue to lose money. However, we're seeing things on the revenue side, or we're seeing things on the customer acquisition side that those trajectories are going up. So even though we're losing money now, we can project into the future that we're going to be profitable. Are those things has OpenAI, are they on a customer acquisition that goes up? Is there any signs that revenue is increasing despite obviously profits aren't, but they're not making any money. But is there any sort of are there green shoots for the future, or is this just sort of a ghost ship?
So they technically increased revenue from 3.7 billion to 13 billion. That is a number that went up. Their costs also increased 8 times, by a little under 8 times, 800%. So yeah, they're seeing revenue growth, but it just came out about a month ago that ChatGPT's growth has stalled. There are discussions between OpenAI and Anthropic are actually both discussing doing price cuts, which suggests that things are not looking so good. And indeed, there's a whole thing around the actual cost of AI that I could go into. But nevertheless, the only thing that seems to be rapidly increasing here is their costs. Because look, OpenAI is synonymous with large language models and AI and everything we see. They are the most prominent brand and name brand. For them to be making $13 billion is kind of expected. You expect that from this company. The amount of losses suggest, however, that their costs increase linearly above their revenues. So the more they make, the more they lose. And there is no bringing that down. It's only ever increasing. And the thing is, no one has an answer for this. No one has a smart-ass little answer other than they could just stop training. Now, when you hear about AI training, they want you to think it's a mind meld thing. They want you to think, oh, that's an R&D thing that'll go away. You have to constantly train AI models. Otherwise, they drift. Because think of it like this. This is very standard in all machine learning. When you have a machine learning model, it only exists in its own little bubble. You have to keep updating it. Otherwise, when a user inputs something, it won't know what the real world is like. So you have to pre-train these models, feeding them stuff. And then you have to post-train them. So you go, I like this output. I dislike this output. Here is a special situation. How would you respond? No, don't do that. Do this. Problem is, large language models are probabilistic. They're big maths machines. So you can't guarantee they're ever going to consistently respond anyway. Point I'm making is you have to constantly train them. You cannot stop training them. And they spent $19.18 billion in R&D in 2025. That's going to only get more expensive over the years. And it's just a worrying state for any company that I've never seen anything like this. There is no company in history that's lost anywhere near this much. No comparison. Amazon Web Services, its entire life, I think was around $50-60 billion over the course of over 10 years, and they were profitable. Uber burns
damn right, and that's why left is best, ladies.
$82 billion. OpenAI.
See, I told you it was just right.
$32 billion. Burn that in 2026 comfortably. It's a sign that the tech industry has captured the business and tech media and has fully, like, the stench of neoliberalism is in everything. That a company like this can exist in such horrifying condition. And everyone just goes, well, you need to lose money to make money. No, you need to lose money to lose money. That's the OpenAI story.
What is the systemic, just to recap, the systemic danger here? I mean, if OpenAI drops, you have for these other big tech companies, like you said, Meta, Amazon, the other two escape me, Microsoft, are relying on contracts with AI, so their revenue takes a big hit. Outside of like the stock market, and then the sort of like implications of that, we have a K-shaped economy. If the rich people all lose their money simultaneously and it just evaporates essentially, give us a sense of the systemic risk.
So let's start really simple. So OpenAI pays to rent compute from companies. So there are, and the stock market is relevant here. OpenAI pays Microsoft, Google technically, Amazon, CoreWeave. Don't need to remember all the names, but all of the companies I've mentioned need OpenAI to pay them, because if they don't, they have told their investors, hey, we're going to make all this money, and now they won't be making all that money. Then there's the other problem, which is OpenAI is one of the largest consumers of AI compute, which means that they are basically the largest buyer of AI data centers. Like, they are the ones that rent them from companies. OpenAI dying will mean that a chunk of the revenue of the entire AI compute industry, and thus the justification for buying NVIDIA GPUs, dies. It's gone. If that happens, it makes it much harder to support companies like NVIDIA and justify their valuations. Same with Marvel and SanDisk and all of the various storage and RAM companies. They will also take a hit. TSMC, the company in Taiwan that builds basically every chip, NVIDIA has bought a bunch of capacity with them, expecting to continue to sell AI GPUs. If that doesn't happen, that means that NVIDIA has to pay a bunch of money for capacity it don't need. That will also be bad for NVIDIA. What's crazy, though, is as far as economic effects from AI outside of data centers, there are not that many, because no one can prove the actual ROI of AI. No one can prove this productivity benefits. Pretty much all the economic...
Yeah, and that's why... I've talked a lot about this on the stream, right, guys? I just wanted to hear what he had to say. If you want like evidence to suggest that capitalism is on its way out, I think this is a perfect example, right? There is no way to monetize AI, at least not like efficiently, right? Like, think about the ways they're monetizing AI currently. Okay, you're either paying
$20 a month, $8 a month, or $100 a month. Okay. Well, depending on how much you use it, that doesn't really cover entirely the costs to make enough profit. Right? Also, like, the more you increase the per monthly rate, the more it becomes unusable for most people, right? Like, I don't know about you, but I don't want to pay $120 a month to use some AI thing, right? Just so it can chat with me. Like, okay, no. Right? So generally the people who pay that much money are generally going to be like corporations or like coding firms, stuff like that, right? All right, well, this is going to benefit them, but how do you make profit off those people? You can't charge like per end user or per end, because then what would be the point of using it? So I think AI has become like a kind of like a centerpiece in realizing, hey, this system is on its way out, right? Because capitalism before, like, it was like what Ben Jordan said, right? In that really good video that he made. Capitalism produced a product, right? Industry produced a product, this mic. You bought the mic and it was yours. They just had to sell the mic. That's where the profit came from. They charge a small to medium to large markup, and then they made money. That is not what's going on here, right? And I just don't see anything around it. So I think he's absolutely right here. And we have talked about this aspect of AI for a long time.
Activity.
It sounds like a corporate centipede. Yeah, it sounds like a human centipede, but corporate style. God, that movie, that trailer still is like creepy as hell. You know what I'm talking about, right, guys? I watched that movie and I was like, this is gross. Oh, man.
Feed her! Feed her! Hard!
Is buying and building AI data centers, renting that compute to like 2 companies, and big businesses run by people that don't do anything, spending way too much on AI tokens, which they're already talking about pulling back.
Bingo. That's another way to charge tokens, and it's like, okay, well, per token use, Jesus, that's going to get expensive.
The thing is, this entire situation is symbolic. It's kayfabe. It's people pretending that they understand, or cynical people pretending that this is the future, jumping around and play acting and saying, "Whoa, AI is so scary, AI is so powerful." But when you look at the underlying things that these models do and the actual outcomes, they're not there. They're not present. They're not present in any productivity data because they don't really improve productivity.
Yeah.
So this whole thing, I genuinely think that there is an authority crisis coming after this because so many people fell for this. And I think it's because so much of our economy is run by people who just trust the last smart sounding person they talk to.
Well, so just to follow up on that, so from a system-wide perspective, as opposed to the 2008 crash and crisis, we don't have the same sort of like systemic dangers. It'll be there it'll be there for your pension. It'll be there for those people not in the know who dabbled in the stock market. It'll be there as the sort of knock-on impacts of people losing a lot of money in the stock market. But we don't have, we're not so tied in to these companies that we're going to have some type of like broad systemic failure, or no.
There's one thing There's one thing.
I don't know if I can hear this.
Yeah. So remember when I mentioned that after the great financial crisis, they had to plug a thing into the banks?
Yes.
That was because the commercial paper market fell apart. It was basically company issued loans that they would, a way for them to raise money short term to cover their bills. That market fell apart. What replaced it was private credit.
Oh, geez.
Think
Okay.
of yep. You're seeing where this goes.
Oh, no.
Private credit is basically a large unregulated loan industry. They basically are allowed to do what they want. They value their loans based on however they feel. They don't release those marks. There is widespread concern that a lot of the marks of software companies, go on for half an hour about this. Point is, private credit is funded by people's pensions and insurance annuities, because after the great financial crisis, interest rates went to zero. So insurance companies and retirement companies had to find a new way to get yield, which just means thing that makes them an ongoing payout. So like a 8% or what have you. What's replaced that is the private credit system, which means private credit funds are funded by state pensions, teachers' pensions, cops' pensions, retirement, various kinds of retirement funds, public pensions for all sorts of things in all sorts of countries, insurance annuities. I think 1/6 of all insurance payments are funded into private credit. And you'll never guess what private credit's investing in. That's right, AI data centers. Yay! So if those go tits up, we don't know how large. I may be happy to say that there's not that big a deal. I also cannot confirm that, and I know Blackstone, BlackRock, Carlyle, and a bunch of others are deeply, Apollo as well, are deeply invested in AI data centers. AI data centers that are being sold, their computes being sold to unprofitable AI companies.
It
So
feels
what
like
if the AI
6 months
company
ago,
can't pay the loan?
Right. And it just travels right through back through that system. It feels like 6 months ago, people were very worried for whatever reason about the private credit market. But again, it's such a black hole that you don't know what the problem is going to be until the problem has already happened.
Yeah, and the other problem is that so between 2018 and 2022, private credit and private equity funded by private credit went nuts bananas, investing in buying software companies during the single largest period of overvaluation in history. And they gave them a bunch of loans. I think it was like 30 to 40% of all leveraged buyouts were software companies. All those deals are falling apart now. Medallia died, Pluralsight fell apart, more to come there. So private credit has a giant hole in the side of it already caused by software. If they are heavily leveraged, well, they're already heavily leveraged. If they're heavily invested in AI data centers and those fall apart, which I believe they will, they could be in real material harm's way, because these companies also, these private equity funds or private credit funds run by asset managers, they're not required to have reserves. They're not banks.
Right.
They do things that banks
There's
do.
no
They
capital
do
requirements.
There's no capital requirements. So yeah, all of that's to say, if I'm wrong on a few things, it's bad. But even one of these things being true is extremely dangerous.
Room, welcome back.
It's extremely. If the private credit bubble bursts and it's as violent as I fear, I don't know how retirement funds and pensions find their yield going forward. I don't know how they keep growing. And if they don't grow, people's retirements don't grow. And they're attached to AI data centers. I sound a bit alarmist, but that's because this stuff's alarming.
Right. Well, Ed, great talking to you.
Yeah.
Always good for a cheery chat.
Yes, but we always love your updates because
having
it's
me.
sometimes hard to parse, at least on my end. Everyone should check out your newsletter.
Ed Zitron, the newsletter is Where's Your Ed At? And
Where's Your Ed? Where's Your Ed? Where's your head
Better
at?
Offline. We will link to both of those at majority.fm in our podcast and YouTube description. Ed, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Thank you, Ed.
Now Keir Starmer, because this should be fun, right? We already covered this, but we're just going to dive a little deeper into it. And then we'll get Trump's reaction too.
I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the
Locked in, he's out. Yep.
National Executive.
We covered this earlier. We were clapping. We clapped. With thunderous applause.
Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess.
We smoked a ciggy, yeah.
This will
A
ensure
cigar.
a new leader is in place before Parliament returns in September.
Oh, God.
I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete.
So, that's it. Less than 2 years into his premiership, Keir Starmer has announced his resignation as Prime Minister, opening up space for the 7th British Prime Minister in less than 10 years.
Jesus. What a disaster. 7 prime ministers in 10 years, guys. Remember Theresa May? My favorite was Liz Truss. And her stupid ass mini budget. My favorite talking point of hers was, but I did the fueling subsidy, remember, guys? That's all she ever talked about. I was so sick of hearing about that fucking fuel subsidy from her. Like, that was her only talking point. Oh my God. Boris was a joke too. All these people are clowns. David Cameron was basically like, oh, better one every 4 though. Yeah, for real. I don't think. What a disaster.
Considering that one of Labour's main arguments in the 2024 election was that they'd restore stability to a country that had experienced huge amounts of political turmoil in the preceding years, there's a sense of irony that we've had another Downing Street podium moment so soon after Starmer's election.
For real?
We're now back in a position where this summer could be dominated by yet another leadership election, or even a coronation as soon as July, with former Mayor of Greater Manchester Andy Burnham, the newly elected Labour MP for Makerfield, looking likely to succeed Starmer. So, in this video, we're going to explain how we got here, how Starmer became so unpopular, and what's likely to happen next.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of reasons why he just sucks, right? He just sucks. So many reasons. Oh yeah, I forgot to add genocide enabler. Yes, correct. That too. Ark. Welcome back, buddy.
The UK Constitution is...
We knew this might be maybe this week, early as Monday. Yeah, so you weren't here yesterday, Amandaria, but we had covered this happening, and I didn't think it was going to happen that quickly. I really didn't. So you're right. You're right, girl. I was like, maybe at least a couple days or maybe a couple weeks, but literally the next day after we covered this, he resigns. And I was like, damn, I'm glad we did, because it wasn't so much of a shock.
By design.
Oh yeah.
Flexible. At times, this flexibility has its advantages. However, there is a growing risk that populist parties exploit this flexibility. In the latest, following the 2024 general election, the What's Your Copy by pages in the magazine would lead. Following the 2024 general election, the widespread belief was that Keir Starmer would lead his party into the next election in 2029. Starmer had secured Labour its second largest majority ever, which was no small feat considering that in 2019, Labour had achieved the fewest seats since 1935, and he managed to put an end to the factional infighting that had historically damaged the party, although critics argue that he did this by overseeing a purge of the Labour left. However, on a number of issues, Starmer was forced into humiliating U-turns, which made him seem weak and ineffective. These included winter fuel payments, farmers' inheritance tax, welfare reform, the grooming gangs inquiry, and the 2-child benefit cap. On top of this, Starmer announced a number of policies that didn't go down well with people across the political spectrum, including digital ID, the social media ban, and the introduction of age verification to online platforms, although this was technically introduced by the Tories. Additionally, Starmer lost the support of the left of the party, partly as a result of him not being more critical of Israel, and partly as a result of his rightward shift on certain policy areas, notably immigration, in an attempt to counter the rise of reform. Perhaps, though, one of the most damaging events for Starmer was the Peter Mandelson saga, in which the PM appointed the Labour grandee as ambassador to the US, despite issues thrown up by his security vetting and his previous associations with Jeffrey Epstein. This is why, for the past year, reform...
Literally, right? One of Epstein's friends he appointed to the US ambassadorship, right?
Has dominated in the polls, and why Keir Starmer's approval rating had sunk to one of the lowest in the Western world. For the past few months.
Meanwhile, like Claudia Sheinbaum, in her latest polling, like in terms of what I've seen, right, was at 79%. Do you see the difference there? Right? One is clearly on the left, pushing left-wing policies, and one is basically supposed to be on the left and is shilling neoliberal, right-wing, centrist policies. Yeah, no. Of course you're going to lose, right? They took him down, just average, fast shit. Hopefully we'll catch up on socialism. That's the aim anyway. Well, yeah, and I'm trying to give you that perspective, Amanda Rhea, and Cycling Boy, Bahoy. I just like saying your name like that. Because obviously, like Mexico and the UK are different countries, but do you see the difference there? In terms of policies, in terms of how that she's governed, in terms of all this stuff. It's a quite night and day difference, right? And like this is what we call comparative politics, right? We do a lot of that on the stream, and it's important to do that. And then they had to pretend they had no idea, making it look worse, and that they don't vet anyone properly. Yeah, exactly, right? It's so stupid.
That many within the Labour Party saw the Greater Manchester Mayor, Andy Burnham, as the obvious way out of this mess. The main stumbling block was that Burnham wasn't an MP, and therefore was ineligible to challenge the PM for the leadership. The first attempt to rectify this was back in February, when, following the resignation of Labour MP Andrew Gwynn, Burnham stated his intention to stand in the parliamentary by-election. Labour's ruling National Executive Committee, or NEC, which is largely composed of Starmer loyalists, blocked Burnham's bid, citing concerns about the resulting mayoral by-election. By mid-May, though, Starmer had lost even more of his political authority, largely as a result of the huge losses at the local Scottish and Welsh elections, and no longer seemed able to block Burnham without causing a rebellion within the party. This is why, when former Labour MP Josh Simons resigned his Makerfield seat on the 14th of May, triggering a by-election, the NEC opted not to block Burnham's candidacy again. In the end, Burnham won the by-election with 55% of the vote to Reform's 35%. A result that showed that, despite Labour's dire national polling and its drubbing only weeks ago at the local elections, Burnham successfully galvanised the anti-reform vote and drew support back to Labour. This was in stark contrast to Labour's other recent results, and ultimately showed that Burnham is, unlike Starmer, a popular politician who people want to support. Anyway, after congratulating Burnham on his victory, over the weekend Starmer consulted with ministers, close allies and his family over his political future, and ultimately accepted his fate. On Monday morning, the now infamous Downing Street lectern was brought out in front of Number 10, and at around 9:30, Starmer addressed the nation. Here's what he said.
The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set...
Yeah, if you care to simplify it, it's akin to the Democrats doing a near to fuck around and find out. Yeah.
Without a timetable, with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess.
Oh, this is what I have to say to that.
Golden, uncommon.
I love doing that now. Cycling boy.
In the case of a contest, this will
Nice,
ensure
golden
a new leader
uncommon.
is in place before Parliament returns in September. I will remain in post as Prime Minister until the contest is complete, and I will do everything I can to ensure an orderly handover of power. I will also give my successor my full and unequivocal support, knowing that they will inherit a Britain that is far stronger and fairer than the one I inherited 2 years ago, better prepared for the challenges ahead, and better able to ensure the Labour Party secures a second term in office.
So, what does this actually mean going forward? Well, as he outlined, Starmer asked Labour's National Executive Committee to open nominations for a leadership contest on the 9th of July, to allow a new Prime Minister to be in post before Labour's next party conference in September. Essentially, there were two paths this could now take. The first, and we think most likely path, is a coronation of Burnham as Prime Minister next month. This would happen if Burnham puts himself forward for the leadership, as he's pledged to do when nominations open on the 9th of July, and no other Labour MP.
Burnham coronation, quote unquote. Jesus. Oh, man.
Decides to run against him. While this might sound far-fetched, the sense from Labour MPs over the weekend seems to be that the party can't afford to plunge itself into the same sort of chaos that beset the Conservatives before them, by hosting a divisive leadership contest that exposes factionalism and party infighting. Moreover, former Health Secretary Wes Streeting, who until recently also appeared to have leadership ambitions, published a statement later on Monday morning, describing the Makerfield result as Burnham's victory, and backing Burnham as leader. The second path, however, is a full leadership contest over the summer, with a new Prime Minister taking over from Starmer around mid-September. This would happen if any Labour leadership hopefuls, like for instance Streeting, do decide to run against Burnham next month. The reason we think this is unlikely is because Burnham reportedly had the support of more than 200 Labour MPs, around half the parliamentary party, as well as nearly half, 47%, of the party membership. This suggests that, even if another challenger managed to get the 81 signatures needed to appear on the ballot paper, Burnham would likely win the membership vote anyway. As such, it's not clear what any Labour MP would stand
Keir
to gain,
fucked around
other than
and
a
found out
publicity boost.
Gustx. Nodders Gustx. Nodders Gustx. Nodders Gustx. Nodders Gustx. Nodders Gustx. Nodders Gustx. Nodders.
They did run
oh shit
against Burnham. That said, some think Labour should run a contest for Democrats.
Damn right.
Golden common.
Thank you, Living Lily.
Reasons, given Burnham wasn't elected nationally as Prime Minister.
Thank you,
the Labour
Gloggy.
Party membership wouldn't have had a say. Ultimately, though, journalists and political observers seem increasingly confident that a Burnham coronation is the most likely outcome, and it's certainly what Burnham is pushing for. While this would be a pretty unprecedented transfer of power, the so-called King of the North is clearly awaiting his crown. The latest...
All right. Next. Covering this more. Trump's reaction.
Sir, you've been quite critical of Prime Minister Starmer, and he's now resigned. Your thoughts, and who would you like to see as the next Prime Minister?
Yeah, I was critical only from the because I think he's a lovely man, but I said you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill. It's one of the great fields in the world. And they have
The
these
windmills!
You know that The UK buys much of its energy. You know where? Norway. You know where they get their oil? The North Sea. The UK has a much better portion of the North Sea. They don't want to do it for environmental purposes, okay? And I told him, he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said, we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you now. That was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems, energy and immigration and crime. But energy and immigration. And he's, you know, he's really hurt himself very, very badly. Please go.
Yep. Oh my God. Oh, yes, this is what I wanted to talk about too. I'm not gonna watch this all because I don't like platforming a Jubilee all that much, right? I think they contribute too much to platforming fascism and fascist ideology. But hold on, where is it? They want to cover this. Here we go. Not this one. I think it was this. It's a big endorsement, right? Especially because Susan Collins was the one who voted in Brett Kavanaugh to get rid of abortion access for women, right?
And Democratic U.S. Senate nominee Graham Plattner has won the endorsement of a prominent reproductive rights group. Planned Parenthood Action Fund announced today it is backing Plattner as a champion of reproductive freedom. The group had previously backed Governor Janet Mills in that Senate race. Both Planned Parenthood and Plattner pointed to the Supreme Court decision 4 years ago this week that overturned Roe versus Wade, the case that established a national right to abortion. They criticized Senator Susan Collins for voting to confirm Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who
Scotland's able to power itself on solar and wind power alone. Yeah, and he's bitching and moaning about the windmills. He's such a vain person too. Like, the only reason he cares about the windmills, as we've said before, is because he looks out at his golf course in fucking Scotland, looks out into the sea, and he sees the windmills. And the fact that he can see the windmills is what pisses him off, right? That's why he goes on those epic rants, those tirades of hating windmills so much, because birds, of course. Him, out of all people, care about birds, right, guys? He cares about protecting the birds, right? He's stripped so many EPA regulations from the books, and we actually believe that that's the reason he cares about windmills, because they kill birds. What a clown. Come on.
was in the majority reversing Roe.
Oh, yeah. He cares about the birds and the whales, too. Yeah, exactly, right? All that stuff. What a clown show. Literally. That's why he wants more oil production. Yeah, exactly, right? That'll help the whales out, guys.
When Susan Collins told us that Brett Kavanaugh had assured her that Roe was settled law, it was the law of the land, that a woman's right to choose was in no way, shape, or form under threat, she either lied to us or she was tricked. She may not regret her vote for Brett Kavanaugh, but there are a lot of Maine voters that regret their vote for her.
Ooh, he's so good, guys. Oh my God. Like, when he attacks her, it is like, oh, I've been waiting for more candidates like this. So it's so refreshing.
A Collins campaign spokesperson said every election year, the leaders of Planned Parenthood become more partisan, caring more about party.
Yes. They're more partisan because they decided to vote. They decided to endorse the candidate who didn't overturn right, whose vote in the Senate didn't overturn Roe v. Wade. Yes, guys, that is being more partisan. I don't know. In another world, I would consider that being logical, right? But what? You can't make up this shit. Why ever would they do that? I know. What partisan hacks? Like it's in the name, Planned Parenthood, right? Like they offer these kind of services to women for free. And here we are, like, literally, she's pretending they're being partisan. Girl, you were the one who got rid of abortion rights in this country. Right? Meanwhile, in Ireland and stuff, they expanded that stuff. Ireland's like a very Catholic country, right? And they even expanded it. And now we're one of the only countries in the Western world who doesn't protect that. No. You can fuck right off. Fuck off, right? Fucking partisan politics, my head.
Issues. As recently as last year, Planned Parenthood wrote that Collins has a long history of supporting the group and access to essential health care.
Yeah, and she even said it. I have no regrets, right? All right, we're going to cover the reflecting pool again. I just kind of want to see what Kyle has to say about this. Just curious, right? I always kind of value his input, but what a disaster, that green water, right? Blaming domestic terrorists on the green water. Gus, we think Unplanned Parenthood is the way to go. Correct. Unplanned Parenthood.
So I don't know if you guys have been following this.
Could you imagine if they opened up like a nonprofit or something called Unplanned Parenthood?
Reflect.
Nothing surprises me anymore.
Pool disaster.
Yeah.
But it is one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my life. So this is now Trump's obsession. It's his pet project. Is one of the things he cares about the most. Just like the ballroom, just like the Arc de Trump, just like getting his name on the Kennedy Center, just like getting his name on an airport. It's one of these like self-aggrandizement things. So if you don't know the backstory, I believe it was a $14 million contract that was given in a no-bid contract to one of Trump's allies, and they painted the bottom of the reflecting pool American flag blue. Now, that was already a bit of a problem because, according to experts, they say, look, in order to get the best reflection, you don't want to have it that color. And so they're already sort of undermining the whole point of what this thing is. But come to find out, the work was shoddy as a motherfucker. The whole reason Trump picked these people is because he's a fucking mob boss and he wants to skim off the top, and it's a fucking corrupt pay-to-play deal. That's why it was a no-bid contract. And now the reflecting pool is in a way worse scenario than it was before they did the so-called renovations. Okay? Here's CNN. They're covering it. The algae has come back so aggressively, I've never seen anything like it before. I'm not kidding when I say there are pictures from the sky where the water in the reflecting pool is more green than the grass that's next to it. All right, watch this, and then I'll break it down further. For you, because it gets crazier. Watch.
A bit, yeah. So I just want you to see this. Just what you were describing a minute ago. We've been very careful here not to pull at this because we don't want to, make anything worse. But this is just a loose flap of what appears to be that sealant down here in the water.
Of paint. It's like a sealant paint. I know, guys, because near my house, right? There's one of these like pools. It's a pond, really, right? That was recently renovated again, and it's exactly what's going on here. Yeah, they really don't know what the fuck they're doing. The same thing happened, right? It's like peeling off, and it looks terrible. Like, we can't even do fucking pools and ponds correctly anymore, guys. What the hell is wrong with us?
They're just flapping like that. There have been tourists coming along, tearing off.
Look at this
piece.
Look at that water, bro.
It looks disgusting. Yeah.
It looks like the bottom of a fucking like
swamp,
mucky pond. It looks like a literal swamp.
Yeah, he literally created a swamp. Remember, he said he was going to drain the swamp? No, he actually created a swamp in Washington. Cool. Good to see they turned the reflecting pool. Yeah, exactly, buddy. Into a literal swamp that the DC land was built on. Exactly. A lot of people don't know this, but like George Washington picked DC and it was essentially just a giant swamp, right? He picked it because he thought it was in the middle of fuck nowhere. So that, and he like surveyed the land and all that. Like it's crazy, guys. It's crazy. Literally, this is what a reflection of the land, right? To be fair, it's the best swamp there has ever been. The best ever. Of course, because Trump made it, right?
The guy who said, I'm going to drain the swamp, filled the swamp. He made the swamp more swampy.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
That sealant down here in the water just flapping like that. There have been tourists coming along, tearing off pieces to take as souvenirs. Now, did they cause this problem? I don't know. Maybe.
Nope. I don't think so, because as far as I know, I have seen the same thing happen at the pond that I just told you about, guys. Okay. Now, there's for various reasons, right? I don't know if it's the sealant. I don't know if it's the paint, right? It looks like they put some paint on it or something. Yeah, you got to find a better way to do this. Clearly, it's cheapo.
Maybe, and we don't have proof exactly that is the sealant we're talking about.
Bro, that water looks like motherfucking Mountain Dew, dog.
Oh, look, guys, it's got electrolytes. It's Brando. We've actually got the Brando in the water, right? Oh, man. We can all drink from the Brando. Hold on. Brando. We've literally become idiocracy, guys.
Rondo, the thirst mutilator, had come to replace water virtually everywhere. Water, the basic component of all life, had been deemed a threat to Brondo's profit margin. The solution came during the budget crisis of 2330, when the Brondo Corporation simply bought the FDA and the FCC, enabling them to say, do, and sell anything they wanted.
Oh, God. Can you imagine? I heard the guy at Fox News who tore up a piece is going to be charged because Trump is pissed. Like he works for Fox News? That's hilarious. Oh, damn. What a disaster, guys. On the Discord here.
Epic!
My fellow... Nice! Congrats. Blue Room, you missed the golden legendary that Aeon Wagoneer fished up.
Americans, it is with my profound sadness to announce the death of a duck in the reflecting pool. As many
we covered
of you know,
this.
President Donald Trump ordered for peroxide to be poured into the reflecting pool. And
Oh,
it's apparent
no.
that this peroxide has claimed his very first victim. This Ducky, was very brave.
Ducky.
He was somebody who believed in all that
Ducky
was good
the
about
duck.
America. But unfortunately, his life has been taken from us far too soon. There must be accountability on this issue. And that's why I'm asking all Americans to use the phrase, justice for Ducky, because we cannot tolerate this anymore. Millions of our tax dollars are wasted on this nonsense, and now it has resulted in the death of Ducky. Justice for Ducky.
Hell yeah!
Thank you all, and may God bless the United States of America.
Just...
Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is with my profound sadness
I
to
love
announce
this.
the death of a duck in the reflecting pool. As many of you know, President
Justice
Donald Trump
for Ducky.
ordered peroxide to be poured into the reflecting pool. And it's apparent that this peroxide has claimed his very first
God
victim.
damn it. She was a base chatter in chat. Oh, you're still alive. It must be another Ducky. Okay. Justice for Ducky. All right, we're starting it here on the Gustx broadcast. Justice for Ducky.
I fucking love that. Oh my god, guys.
It looks like Nickelodeon slime from 1997.
Yeah,
bro.
it does.
Oh my days. Now they got pool guys in there trying to do pool guy stuff to revive it.
For our, this is what he's talking about, right? For people who don't know the reference.
And now, a brief history of Nickelodeon slime. Let's travel back to 1979, where a little show called You Can't Do That on Television featured the great green gelatinous goop. They had a sketch where a kid was locked up in jail. They told him not to pull on his shackles, but he did, and he got slimed. It was a hit, but it was also a mess. So the kids got 25 to 50 extra bucks for every sliming, which is a lot of green, kinda. Pondering what the potent paste is made of? What do you think?
I just don't know.
Let your imagination soar high above the clouds, spread your wings, and let your creativity blossom.
I remember watching this as a kid.
After You Can't Do That on Television, Nickelodeon was slime, and slime was Nickelodeon. It was everywhere. Double Dare, Wild and Crazy Kids, Figure It Out, Slime Time Live, Brain Surge, Webheads, and In Your Home. That's right. Consumer products. Toys, shampoos, furniture, and cereal. And Nickelodeon Studios even had a geyser that spewed the goo every 15 minutes. Getting slimed became everyone's childhood dream. But the ultimate slimings happened at the
See, this is the kind of slime people want on top of them. That shit on the... No, could never be me.
Choice Awards. They brought slime to a whole new level by taking celebrities that look like this and making them look like this, which made it even cooler.
They slime like celebrities, right? Guys, it was crazy. I remember that, right?
They've done all kinds of stuff with slime. Big stuff. Really big stuff. Epic stuff. So there you have it. Slime is here to stay. You can even get slimed today. And who knows what the future holds. Pet slime?
Like, and they were doing it all the way up until like 2002 or whatever the fuck it was. I don't remember, right? Because I was too young. But they were doing it for a very long time. It wasn't just this time period either, right? It's a huge thing. And you even go to Nickelodeon Park or whatever, the theme park, and they still have that geyser.
Failing miserably.
Yeah. Justice for Ducky.
But it sure looks like it. And the progress on the algae out here, they are working very hard, and it is very slow. They're pumping oxygen into the water. And
they were dumping hydrogen peroxide in the water, which is almost like Trump came up with that idea himself. Because experts came out and said, hey, idiots, you might get rid of this particular algae with the hydrogen peroxide, but you're also inviting a new, different kind of algae by using the hydrogen peroxide. You're making the perfect conditions for this different kind of algae to bloom. And now, like I said, they got pool guys in there. They're pumping oxygen in that bitch. They're dumping it into the green water, into the drains nearby, the storm drains nearby. It looks like fucking Mountain Dew.
Form of ozone to try to break up the chemical process that forms these algae blooms very commonly this time of year in Washington, D.C. And they're using these sort of water vacuums out here, hydro vacuums, to suck up a lot of the green algae. But we don't know. It could be forming again behind them because it's basically microscopic in spore form. What we do know is that all the tourists who are coming by are seeing a lot of it. Listen to what they say.
It looks bad. I just say green. Green slime.
Pouring all that peroxide into it clearly didn't help. I feel for the ducks.
Oh, we'll get more on that in a second. All right, ready for this, y'all? This is the guy that got the contract for the reflecting pool. This is the guy. This guy. This is almost too on the nose. Like, if I was creating a mob movie and this guy walked in and he wanted a part as a mobster, I feel like I'd look around and go, you know what? We're going to pass because you're too mobster looking. You're too on the nose. It is too stereotypical to have this fucking guy be in the mob movie. But no, this is the guy. Trump was like, this guy's a donor to Trump, of course. Trump's like, yeah, give that guy give him the deal. Give him the no-bid contract. And then apparently he hired, I'm just guessing here, but it looks like he hired his cousins, some family members, some kids from down the block who've done some stick-ups for him, who stole shit off the back of a truck. He's like, here, go get some paint at the local Sherwin-Williams and go spray paint that bitch and then we'll just fill it up with water and call it a day. How difficult could this be? Turns out it's a little difficult. I literally don't even know how to talk about this world that we're in anymore. Because, like, it is too absurd. This is too absurd. It's like God is fucking with us. Like, the Trump regime is so corrupt. The corruption has hit cartoonish levels where we have literal cartoon villains getting no-bid contracts and fucking it up. And then you would think Trump would maybe, sort of try.
This is why you have the bid contracts, right? And you just don't hand them out either. So this is another problem with it. It was just corruption, right? You have them submit the proposals, and you go like, okay, what are the benefits? Like, how can you, right? And then what ends up happening is they have to uphold certain aspects of it. Like, hey, we don't want it to turn green, right? I have a friend of mine, right? She works for the state of Mass, like it's called Mass, right? Department of Transportation. And she like works on little bridges and stuff for the state of Mass, right? And the planning that goes into like the shittiest little bridge here is ridiculous, right? But if you think about it, like they're kind of important, right? So she's like, we plan for all these little things that we have to do. And if you don't, then you can get disasters like this, right? Or the Boston Tunnel collapse, right? That was also like a tunnel that was not, they didn't have as much research or insight into this stuff. So like this stuff is important, guys, right? Because it does have impacts to people. Standing water will always create algae no matter what they do. Yeah, exactly. You got to pump it out or something, right? But that's what I'm saying. They didn't even bother with that. Straight out of classic, out of Central Casting, folks. Well said.
Pawn responsibility off to this guy. Wrong. We'll get to what his reaction is in just a second. In fact, let's start with it here. So Trump comes out and says, we've cleaned, renovated, and beautified over 45 monuments and memorials, 28 statues, and 22 fountains in Washington, D.C. Things are really looking good in our nation's capital. And add to that the fact that when I became president, crime was rampant, and now Washington, D.C. is one of the safest cities anywhere in the United States. However, we've had some real problems with vandalism at the beautiful reflecting pool, which sits between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. Just like 3 days ago, they destroyed the grass outside of the pool. They've also done everything possible to hurt the inside surface that was just installed. All right, let me pause to point out. All of this is bullshit. No grass was damaged. You know who damaged the grass? Trump, with his dumbass idiocracy UFC fight, destroyed the grass on the ellipse. Destroyed it.
Yep.
It's like not even there anymore. Okay? This isn't vandalism. This is Trumpdalism. This is your dumbass ideas being implemented, your corruption leading to the destruction of the reflecting pool. They continue. No different than the chemicals that were used to destroy the National Mall, they use something similar in the reflecting pool to destroy and demean our beautiful work. Lightweight ABC reporter Jonathan Karl was seen sticking his hand into the pool and trying to rip the rubber off of the surface. Let me pause to point out, no, bitch. It was already breaking. It was already ripping. People were coming across, seeing that it was flapping down there, and they were taking pieces as souvenirs. They weren't ripping it off. If it was stuck to the bottom, nobody would have put their hands in and tried to rip that bitch off. You're just lying. You're a fat, pedophile, rapist, war criminal, terrorist, con man, and you're just lying. More. The algae is 75% gone. Wrong. And the condition will soon be completely remedied. And the area that was vandalized, fortunately, is just a small area of damage and will be fixed early next week. It's a shame that the radical left lunatics, most likely Democrats, who have spent their lives trying to ruin our country, are free to do so. Law enforcement is actively investigating this situation and will hopefully have it resolved soon. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So I'm not kidding when I say, he sent the National Guard in, bro. And they're like arresting people who are putting their hand in the fucking water. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
He continues. Many additional people have been arrested having to do with the disgraceful vandalism of our beautiful reflecting pool. Are you kidding me? Try having one of these things hold up in court, right? A judge is going to look at you and say, what's the crime now? Sticking your hand in the fucking algae-ridden reflecting pool water? That's not a crime, you dumb bitch. It hasn't looked or worked like this since 1922 when it was originally built.
Oh my God. I used to work on bids for cleaning companies, and we couldn't even bid if we had a relationship with anyone in that department. Interesting. See, it's always good to like learn about this stuff from like. I always love to hear about what other people's experiences are because, like, you never know when it's gonna come up, guys. Right? Militarized pool boys. Oh boy. Ducky.
But even then, it leaked badly, and it didn't work. Ours worked perfectly, including the mirror-like finish, perfectly reflecting the two great monuments.
Ladies, the militarized pool boys.
Never had before. He lies about absolutely everything. It worked for, what, 7 seconds?
Sounds like a title of a porno, right?
Before the algae popped up because you got some monster idiot to do the job.
Oh, man.
What these terrible vandals have done is a true affront to both Presidents George Washington and Abraham Lincoln.
Oh,
it
yeah,
should be
of course.
dealt with accordingly. We
Oh,
met
no.
with contractors today. We'll probably be forced to release and drain much of the water in order to do the necessary repairs, but we'll have them done as quickly as possible. What they have damaged does not even include the earlier killing of a large amount of grass, which was by far the least of it. They took some form of knife or blade and put a 250-foot-long gash into the beautiful facade of what took so much work, competence, and money to build and complete. Just making shit up. They also poured corrosive and destructive chemicals into the pool. No, you were doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You were doing that. The reflecting pool was never so beautiful as it was just 1 week ago, even going back to 1922 when it opened. We are very proud of what we have done with this magnificent structure, and we will get it repaired quickly to an equal level of beauty. Jesus Christ, bro. So he also posts this. He posts a man wearing a Team Algae shirt. Now, he thinks this is like a big own.
Oh my god, I'd watch that. Damn right. It says Raina. I love it.
He thinks this is like, see? The left-wing vandals are vandalizing. Here's a guy wearing a Team Algae shirt trying to destroy my beautiful monument that I fixed. No, he's mocking you. He's
For
mocking
real.
your incompetence. He's mocking your inability to get anything right. And he's saying, I like that one of your pet projects is falling apart because it shows the world how fucking stupid, dumb, incompetent, self-obsessed you are and how you can't do the most basic things right. Oh, my days. Okay.
Oh, my days.
He sent in the troops. He literally sent in the troops to try to go after people who were, putting their hand in the reflecting pool water. You cannot make this shit up. Look.
Jesus.
Every single thing Trump touches turns to shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a law of nature.
I mean, look at that water. It is filthy. Like, ponds around here look cleaner than this shit. My God, the Charles, which was polluted for like decades, guys, is cleaner than this shit.
Everything he touches turns to shit. And finally, a baby duck has...
Also, look at the rim, right? Oh my God, it looks like shit. Hold on, let's see something. Where is it? Look at this, guys. You see, like, it's... I can't tell if it's just wet or if it's cracking, right? But it looks like this is peeling off of it. Also, justice for Ducky. God, Ducky. Why'd you have to die?
Pool. This image was shared.
Looks like the river Thames in London. Looks like shit. Well, yeah, that river is incredibly polluted as well, right? The Charles used to look like this. It was very dirty, and it had a ton of chemical. It used to look even worse, right? It was like brown. But like people in Boston actively tried to clean it up, and it's much better looking now, right?
Me in the past hour by someone who visited the reflecting pool. It is unclear what the cause of death is. I don't even know what to say anymore, bro. I genuinely don't even know what to say anymore. This man is just such a disgrace to the country.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a disgrace. His stupidity, his incompetence, his self-dealing, his corruption. He has done absolutely nothing right in the second term. And you know what the most damning part of it all is? He doesn't care.
Yep.
He doesn't care.
He don't give a fuck.
It's not about actually doing shit right. It's about self-aggrandizing. It's about forcing his name onto fucking statues and airports and buildings. It's about, like, basically trying to get everybody to shut the fuck up and deal with his presence. He doesn't care how he's known. He just wants to be known. You know, this is a guy who had Mein Kampf on his bedside table.
Right.
And he would read it all the time. This is not a man who's concerned with the type of legacy he has. He just wants a legacy. And here we go. This is yet another one to add to the list of the rampant stupidity, incompetence, low IQ bullshit. Like I always tell you, this is a baboon regime, and I've never seen a better example of it than this story.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Meanwhile, I saw parts of this, and it was a disaster.
So the liberal debater, Dean Withers, went on...
Yeah, this guy, Dean Withers.
Jubilee, and did the Surrounded thing. And he debated, like, a bunch of MAGA women. And it's very clear, and it becomes obvious in short order, that he wants to kill himself. He's sitting there listening to this go, what did I get myself into?
Oh, hell no.
I think the reason they set this up in the first place is because Dean kind of went viral with the moment he had with another female MAGA supporter. I mean, I remember covering it in particular because he just totally checkmated her and caught her in a logic chokehold, and she was like squirming to get out of it. And, you know, that blew up. So I guess Jubilee was like, hey, we will have like 20 more opportunities to go viral here. So Dean agreed to do it. And I must say, watching this back and forth almost made me lose hope in humanity.
Yeah.
Like I almost went full pessimist.
Doomer pilled.
What are we doing? Everything's a waste.
Why are we still here?
To dig ourselves out of this fucking hole that we're in. And it's because...
Why are we still here just to suffer? Yeah.
MAGA is so fucking brainless that it doesn't matter how much hard evidence Dean brings for his claims. They're just like, don't care. Oh, reality disagrees with me? Well, that's nice. I don't agree with reality. I'm anti-reality. I am very proudly anti-reality. I am pro-delusion. I live in my delusional world, and I'm happy in my delusional world, and I don't allow empirical evidence to cloud my judgment. This is where we're at. So let's start with this here. This is one where Dean literally has evidence queued up on his phone that he plays for the woman. And she proceeds to basically say, I don't care. I still love Trump. Listen to this. Here we go.
I do not believe it. Yes, take it out.
Don't worry, I got it preloaded.
Okay, good.
So you have done that. Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything's good. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they did it with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
That's Trump on Howard Stern talking about the pageant he owned, like the Miss Teen USA pageant he owned. He's like, you go in there, you see them changing, there's no clothes on. You go, is everybody okay? These beautiful women, and I get away with that. I'm allowed to do it because I own it.
Nope.
Bro is just casually, openly...
Literally, right? Casually saying he does this. And what's her response? Well, we already know, right? Oh my God, just the real pool was converted concrete in 2020... in 2009 by Obama. Obama! God damn it.
Admitting to being a fredophile. Casually,
Dratini! Oh, congrats.
Look at her face, by the way.
You caught
this
a
is the
Dratini.
face of somebody who knows they're caught.
Mm-hmm.
This is the face of somebody who's like, okay, time to do that mental gymnastics, baby. I'm going to try a double backflip in the mental gymnastics Olympics.
We doing backflips.
Everyone okay? You know, they did it with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Why don't we start there? Mike's yours.
Okay, well, he said that he probably sees them. It doesn't say they're naked there, so
It does.
they might have... No, it doesn't.
He said that they have no clothes on. When you have no clothes on, you're
No,
naked.
who said that they didn't have clothes on?
Donald Trump.
He didn't say that in the
He
clip.
said that in the fucking thing. Oh my God.
Is everyone okay? You know, they did it with no clothes. Is everybody okay?
They're standing there with no clothes. he kind of cuts himself off at the end because he knows, oh shit, I'm admitting to being a fredophile. Sort of cuts himself off, but everybody heard it. Everybody heard it. Let's see what she does with this.
Okay, again, I want to hear it again.
Is everyone okay? Is everybody okay?
There you go.
Oh, well, it's like he didn't actually say clothes.
Oh, yeah? What was that word supposed to be? They're standing there with no clothinguses. They're standing there with no clotharismuses. What is that word? What is that word if not clothes? Oh, my days. They're so embarrassing.
I think it's important for us to be intelligent, rational people.
Okay, so
say no clothes. And then Howard Stern says, so you're like a doctor.
I definitely don't
Why
agree
did
with
Howard
that.
Stern
Okay,
say you're like
first
a
off,
doctor? Because doctors get to see people naked.
Okay, I don't agree with that. But men are men, and men have testosterone. And
I don't agree with that, but men are men. Men have testosterone. Yeah, and penguins live in cold climates. Who cares, bitch? What the fuck does that have to do with what we're talking about? Oh, my days, man.
Men are men, and men have testosterone, and men love beautiful women. And trust me, I would prefer a man.
Dean very clearly wants to off himself here. He's like, what have I done? What am I doing here? Dean, I'm telling you, bro. Take it from an OG, man. I'm 38 years old. I've been in this game a long time, bro. You can back out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can U-turn out this bitch. I know you're known as a debate guy. You're good on the mic, bro. You can do a show just like I do a show.
Yeah.
Shit, cover the news. Deliver it in a funny way.
Men just can't help themselves. Exactly. Men. Damn.
But let me tell you, son, you will want to fucking pull your hair out if you continue with this sort of debate shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because the people you're talking to...
It's why I don't really like debating MAGA, right? Because, like, guys, we all know what he said. Anyone with the fucking functioning brain can extrapolate what he just said there. But they have to do these mental gymnastics to cope with the fact that he's their leader. It's all just copium, right?
Are subhuman.
Yeah.
I hesitate in saying that because I know it's harsh, but like, what am I supposed to say? When,
for real.
I mean, we're at the point now where it's the functional equivalent of being like, hello, MAGA, 2 + 2 = 4. And they go, nuh-uh, 2 + 2 is 22. You go, no, it's 4. This is how it works. They go, nuh-uh, no, 2 + 2 is 22. If you put 2 and 2 together, what does that make? 22. I'm right, you're wrong, suck it. And they'll never let go of that. They'll just never let go of that. You just played irrefutable evidence that Donald Trump is a fredophile. And she went, men are men, though, bro. Oh, men are men. Okay.
But they're 14 or 16. Huh?
Imagine I wouldn't want her to be the county judge hearing a case on fredophilia. Well, we do have irrefutable evidence that you were molesting a 16-year-old, Mr. Anderson, but then again, men are men.
Mr. Anderson.
Testosterone. I'm going to go ahead and let you free. That's not how it works. Don't do that. Dean, it's okay, bro. Mm-hmm. It's okay. You can slightly switch up the field you're in. You'll be all right, son.
I would prefer a man that actually looks at women and is sexually attracted to women.
Dude.
They're not women. Wow, and this girl is literally nodding along like a fucking bobblehead. This is why I say, guys, we need to stop with the men and women thing, right? It's more than just men and women. It's about politics, right? It's about their ideologies, right? Oh, but these are self-hating women. No. They're just conservative women. They want to uphold these fucking hierarchies. God damn it.
That is not. And
I got news for you, woman. The overwhelming majority of men on the planet are sexually attracted to women. That is a fact. And the overwhelming...
Yeah, just by default. That is being straight is the default, right? Like, it's just... Huh? What?
Majority of men are also not fredophiles.
Exactly, and they're not fredophiles.
You're disgusting war criminal... rapist president.
They don't try to do that shit because, right? Oh my God. Like, it's to the point where these people will deny reality in every sense just to suck off the dear leader.
Is that? Sorry, it's just true.
Look at that face.
I actually like looking at women too, and I'm not even a lesbian, but I think women's...
Yes. But they're not women. They're little girls. So what are you saying about yourself?
Bodies are beautiful. It's like
Ma'am,
art
I'm
to me.
sorry. No,
It's
I'm
art to
sorry.
me.
This
Now,
is disgusting.
No, and
you just told me that
Yes.
you would prefer a man who, quote unquote, likes the female body and is willing to barge into the private women's only dressing rooms.
For real. For real. You are a clown. Oh my God.
You
Ooh,
are in
Muna.
a cult. I am not in a cult.
Do cookie?
Look at them all, they have no clothes on.
I said
compared
before
to
that
you're saying I think that
I
real
said
men
I
with
don't believe
testosterone are
that's
sexual
right.
predators.
So you,
Notice that she's not letting him speak. This is what you do. You guys have had this in your personal life where, you know, you have an argument with somebody who you don't see eye to eye with and they filibuster, right? They talk over you.
Yeah.
They don't let you say shit because they know they have the losing case. They know they...
Yeah, they know they're losing and they are too stubborn to basically like admit that they're wrong. So what do? They just yell at you, they call you names, and you sit there, right? And you go, yep. Yep, okay. And that's what I do, right? Anytime I get into an argument now, guys, I just immediately go like, sure. Yep. Okay. Because there's no point. These kind of people will never like actually listen to reason, right? And that's what I said. Like, it's just so crazy. Like, if you have a bad argument or you're saying something that's like, there isn't much evidence to suggest, it's like, okay, well, you got to take into account everything. You can't just say stuff because you feel it to be. This girl is literally the opposite of that, right? Whatever she feels is the truth. Well, guess what? The truth isn't just about feeling. It's about facts. You got to present facts, right? On this day, this happened. Therefore, you did right. Well, if there's none of that, then you just got to deal with your feelings. Then sounds like a you problem, not a me problem, right? And this is what I mean. Like, you have to be very, very careful, because there's no point in debating these kind of people. All they care about is their feels.
They're not on solid ground. And so if they just drown you out, they don't have to deal with what you're actually saying.
you just lied about me right now because I said I don't believe what he did was right.
But it was
going in there.
but I would prefer a man who likes to look.
You said that. When you say, but I would prefer, that means you agreed with that. Because you're not condemning it. You're saying, yeah, but I'd prefer that. Huh? In what world is that not like saying, hey, I approve? That is a mild way of approving. Oh my God, these people, guys.
The naked bodies of women. That
I've been over someone that is attracted to other men. Yes,
Why?
absolutely. Because it's
And
not...
wait. What the
Yeah, and then they goalpost shift, right? Because this is a losing argument. What do? They shift the post. Yes, because being gay is worse.
fuck does that even have to do with what we're talking about?
It doesn't. They changed, right? This is what I mean. If you can't even stay on topic, right? Oh my God, guys. The minute I hear this kind of like rationale, immediately shut down, right? Nope, I'm not having it. Fuck off.
About here. Basically, she's like, okay, he's a pedophile. He likes 16-year-old girls, but at least he's not gay.
True.
Well, being gay is perfectly legal, and there's nothing wrong with it. And being a pedophile is illegal, and there's a lot wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe reevaluate. I would much rather have a gay president than a pedophile president. Just saying.
Natural.
It's not natural
It's
to be gay?
natural to be attracted to the opposite
Define
sex.
natural.
Natural is what God made, Adam and Eve.
So God didn't
Correct.
make gay people?
Well,
So she'd rather support some pedo than a gay person. Correct. This is the thing, right? She'd rather support a pedo because God. Well, what's the statistic on this, right? The statistic isn't it like 100, more than 150 mammals at least exhibit like homosexual tendencies? So you're telling me that that God didn't make gay dolphins or whatever, right? Gay dogs. It's just like these people don't think about anything like this. So yeah, there's no point, guys. Like, do not debate these kind of fuck clowns because they're just gonna make you in a bad mood, right? Immediately, right? Your attention is more important than this crap. So he'd rather Being a pedo is not a choice like being gay. Yeah.
These are the kinds of people who have
right.
never once in their life thought about a counter argument to any of the things they say.
Yeah, exactly. It's just whatever they feel, they just feel, and they say, well, maybe I shouldn't feel like that, right? Or maybe I should express, hey, this is how I feel, even though I don't think this is what you're feeling, right? Everything is just because they feel it is justified. Well, that's no. Sorry.
The very first thing one would
I feel like being gay is immoral. Well, it ain't. So get over it. And I can prove it 5 different ways, right? I just gave you one example, right? We could go over maybe like 5, 6, 7, 8 other ways, right? So you're just wrong. But I feel like it. Okay, well, sorry, you're wrong. This is why you can't debate these ass clowns, right? Because you're debating feelings, right? And listen, feelings are important. I'm not going to deny that, right? If you feel a certain way, you talk about it, you express it to someone and you tell them, hey, this is how I'm feeling. I don't think this is what you mean, right? You always give people the benefit of the doubt, that too, right? Especially if they're like friendly or friends of yours or whatever. But this is not it, right?
Think of if they're going through this logically is, if I say natural is like in nature or created by God, the rebuttal is going to be, well, gay people are in nature and they're created by God.
Bingo. And again, like I said, there's over 150. Last time I read, right? I haven't read up on this in a while, but there was over 150 mammals or animals confirmed to have homosexual tendencies. That means that you could take away the human equation all by itself. You would find that naturally in nature by itself. That means by default, your position is incorrect. But she doesn't care about being correct, right? Because it's all about her fifis, right? And that's the epitome of postmodernism. It's my truth, right? That's why I always hear when I hear that phrase "my truth," I almost like always cringe. Why? Because that is like one of the most postmodernist things you can say. Because there's not my truth, there is the truth, right? Generally speaking. I guess sometimes there can be your truth, right? Which is why I say I generally cringe. But like this lady's arguments are my truth, right? It's not the truth.
Right? The rebuttal is going to be, by your own standard, they're natural. And that she literally never did that.
But instead she rants and gets upset
chess. This
and
bitch
yells.
Isn't even playing checkers. This woman is playing with her feces in the corner.
Yep.
No, that's sin. And sin came from the devil.
No, sin is a conscious decision. Being gay is not a conscious decision.
Well, actually, being gay is a conscious decision.
Okay.
I think she's telling on herself.
She is, yeah.
I think she's telling her, I choose not to carpet munch. Yes, that's what I do. That means you want to. So
oh my God.
This is actually not surprising.
Michael Bahoy hit 100 messages.
As a general rule, people who openly express anti-gay sentiment in public secretly yearn for the same sex. How many men? It's not just the men. It's not just the men who are like, being gay is a sin. It's immoral. It's wrong. And that's... They go into a New Jersey Turnpike bathroom just waiting to slurp on dick. Dream about dick 24/7. Secretly meet up with gay hookers. Troll fucking Los Angeles bathrooms like George Michael did back in the day. Like, it is sinful, it is wrong. You want me to spread my cheeks? It happens all the time with televangelists, with Republican politicians, everybody who's openly anti-gay. They did a literal study where they attached electrodes to the dicks of homophobic men and saw that they got aroused when they were shown gay porn versus straight porn. Apparently it's the same for the women. She's like, I'm anti-gay. And it's like, well, being gay is a choice. Well, I guess what you're saying is it's a choice for you. So you're bi, right? And you're just repressing the feelings you have towards women.
Could you choose to be gay?
It's an action.
Could you choose to be gay?
Yes, absolutely.
Could you choose
I
to be
actually could have chosen to be gay when I was younger.
Could you choose to be attracted to your mom?
A lot of women actually
could you choose to be attracted to your mom? If attractions are a choice, could you choose to be attracted to your mom?
Can you choose to be a pedophile?
No, I couldn't choose to be a pedophile. Could you choose to be attracted to your mom?
Oh, so there you go. He thinks, no, it's an action, honey. And you can choose to sin or you can choose not to sin.
She's avoided every single question he's asked because he has her checkmated. Could you choose to be attracted to your mom? No, because you're not attracted to your mom. So you can't choose to be gay. You basically, what Dean is saying is you like who you like and you like what you like. And like she keeps telling on herself, admitting that she has same-sex attraction. But again, why are we having this conversation? The whole point was Donald Trump is a pedophile.
Try to keep the devil away from
me. Can I just get a clear answer to the question?
And no, this is a clear answer. But see, you don't come from a biblical standpoint.
What are
you
the
come
first
from
four
a
books in the New
worldly
Testament?
standpoint. I come from a biblical standpoint that there's two sexes.
Yeah.
There's no 50 different genders.
Every Republican in the year 2026, it's like the dolls where you pull the drawstring on the back and it says the same shit. Man are men, women are women. Like, they got nothing. They got nothing. We are living in a country that is falling apart at the seams. Inflation's out of control. Unemployment's out of control. Trump kicked 18 million people off their health care. Premiums are skyrocketing. He starts a new war every other week. He's given $1.5 trillion, with a T, trillion dollars to the military-industrial complex, as he literally says to you, I don't care about your financial situation. Grocery prices are skyrocketing. People can't afford dick. They can't afford Dickie McGee's axe. And this is what Republicans are talking about. This is what they're talking about. Men are men and women are women. Who, what, why? What are we doing here? Why are we talking about this? What does it have to do with fucking anything? Oh, my days.
Came from a pedophile named John Money who lied about a study to push reassignment surgery on thousands of people through his lie that...
So instead of talking about Trump outing himself as a pedophile, she's now saying how being trans was a psyop by some evil person. Oh, God, I can't.
This poor boy and put him through hell. Reimer
Dean is looking like, what am I doing here?
Twins. Go look it up on Oprah.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm gonna ask.
Go look it up on Oprah. RM Brown, I got a new drop for you, bro. Go look it up on Oprah.
Oprah.
Yeah.
Okay? Twins. Go look it up on Oprah.
Yeah.
Okay?
I love it.
Trans people don't exist. Go look it up on Oprah. Oh no! Oh no! By the way, RM, I'm going on his show tomorrow. Actually, I'm going on his show tomorrow. So come hang out with us.
I'm gonna ask the question again.
That's gonna be dope.
I'm gonna ask the question again.
I live in reality where I know
Kyle
that
knows
if
RM.
a tree
Damn.
is a tree, a woman is a woman.
My goat.
I live in reality where a tree's a tree.
Where a tree's a tree, guys. Bitch.
Hey, Jubilee.
What?
I know you've invited me to do these things. Go fuck yourself. The answer is no from now until forever. Fuck off.
A man's a man, and if you
Can you imagine Kyle doing Surrounded? That would be so funny. I think he'd die. He'd literally die, guys.
And a moron's a moron.
You got Dean breaking the fourth wall to be
Yeah, he's literally looking at the
a woman's
camera.
a woman, a man's a man, and if you are
And a moron's a moron.
and if
Dean breaking the fourth wall. Look at him like, oh, what have I done? What have I done?
Based.
All right, more. Dean Withers discusses whether Trump is a sexual predator or not with MAGA woman. MAGA woman who actually low-key sort of looks like that the meme of Laura Loomer. You know how people like have made Laura Loomer's face more and more ridiculous? Like, she already looks kind of silly, but they've like exaggerated the features and people like don't even know what she looks like anymore because people have manipulated the picture so much. She looks like the manipulated picture of Laura Loomer, but let's hear what she has.
Yeah, she really does.
To make things up to get Trump. Trump doesn't have to be a sexual predator. Any woman would love to be with Trump.
Ladies in chat. You want to be with Trump, right?
Manipulated the picture so much. She looks like the manipulated picture of Laura Loomer, but let's hear what she has.
They had to make things up to get Trump. Trump doesn't have to be a sexual predator. Any woman would love to be with Trump.
Any woman would love to be with Trump. The fat pedophile, war criminal, rapist, terrorist cod man whose own wife wants nothing to do with his little mushroom dick. oh yeah, women are just falling all over themselves. There is some percentage, but it's all like the gross MAGA grandmas who have kids that won't even talk to them anymore because they're so racist on Facebook.
Your hand up if you would have sex with Donald Trump.
Oh,
that's great.
Do you prefer Clinton? Why don't we talk about sexual predators as far as Bill Clinton?
You could just not fuck a president. Do you prefer Clinton, Dean? Like, oh God, no. Oh no.
Why? It's not
okay,
about the
because
bomb.
I'm a Martin Van Buren man myself. Those mutton chops really do it for
Would
me.
you prefer, like, see,
okay, and if he is-
this is what we call a false dichotomy, guys, right? Would you prefer Clinton? How about I prefer no president? You know, that's also an option. How about none of these ass hats? These ass clowns, right? This is what we call a false dichotomy. What do you would you prefer Clinton over Trump? Trump's a Giga Chad god. God damn it. We talking about MAGA women. I didn't realize you would dedicate a whole stream to Living Lily.
Doesn't have to be a sexual predator. Trump
Trying to troll again, huh? That's not going to work on her.
did report him to the feds.
I thought I clarified
When-
that's not what
well,
happened.
you're wrong.
I'm wrong. Show me that. Give me
Virginia,
evidence.
first of all, Virginia Guthrie worked at Mar-a-Lago in the early 2000s, and he prompted her to come and work for him as a massage therapist. Trump was pissed, and he reported Epstein.
Okay, well, I would recommend looking
First of all, this is fake. They literally were investigating Mar-a-Lago during the Ghislaine Maxwell investigation, and they subpoenaed it because they thought it was the hub of the child sex trafficking. That's how much Trump was involved. The only time Trump and Epstein had a falling out was because Trump fucked Epstein in a real estate deal. That's it. The idea, oh, he had a problem with his... He had no problem whatsoever with him liking him young. He's talked about that positively. He's openly said, like, Jeff, he really likes him young, sort of like me. Like, what are we talking about here? There's so much evidence of Trump being a pedophile and being best friends. Best friends with Epstein. And she's like, no, he reported. You're literally just taking warmed over Donald Trump talking points to defend himself that have already been debunked and acting like it's factual.
The fact check that will likely be on the video screen that says, actually, he placed this phone call after Epstein was arrested to thank the cop and to tip them off about Ghislaine Maxwell, because that's what the fact check is going to say.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference is in one scenario, he's reporting the crime to the cop to then get Epstein arrested. In the secondary scenario, he's thanking the cop after Epstein's
And
arrested
he
and
added
indicating that he knew about what he was
the
doing.
indictments.
Well, I mean,
What's wrong with that?
I think that in many scenarios, what we'll see from...
Well, I think what's wrong with that is he's telling on the people that have already been caught. It's like, no thanks to you, dipshit.
From quote-unquote co-conspirators of criminal...
Freaking pedophiles, what a world. Tarnsy.
Oh boy, that could never be me.
Could never be me, guys.
What's wrong with that?
I think that in many scenarios, what we'll see from quote-unquote co-conspirators of criminals is, well, once their friend gets arrested for the same crime that they committed, we'll turn around and be all lovey-dovey to the police to try to, indicate and promote the idea that they were involved.
That isn't subjective. That's actually like, there are, I mean, right, I don't know 100% true, but generally speaking, if you look at how people, there's like a whole division in crime, right? I forget what it's called. I think it's forensic psychology, I think it is. And if I remember correctly, this is like a big aspect to it, right? Is like breaking down the psychological profile of these people. And this is one of the sides, right?
To say, I know with certainty that this is exactly what Trump did, but it's rather to give plausible doubt to your argument that because he did this...
Like a detective, right, would see that and be like, oh, okay. So you're probably... there's some shame around this, or, right? There's no evidence to suggest you did it yet, but generally speaking, like if you watch any interrogation videos, the police know when, like, you say, yeah, look, I'm reporting this person because look how bad they are. It's a way for you to, like, kind of shift the blame to that person and feel, like, safer, right? It's a psychological thing, guys.
He's not a sexual predator, even though he admitted to it on Howard Stern's radio show, and even though court found him guilty.
Court never found him guilty of...
They did. Eugene Carroll.
Oh my God, bro.
What the fuck?
God. See, this is what I mean. What's the point?
Yeah, there is no
What's the
point.
point if they won't even acknowledge that with the civil case, the Eugene Carroll case, and now Trump is going after Eugene Carroll, by the way. Like, what's the point of having these conversations if they won't even acknowledge that? Will they acknowledge the 34 felony convictions?
Nope.
Huh? Will they acknowledge he was found liable in civil court, not only for rape, but for various types of fraud, insurance fraud, bank fraud, business fraud? If they won't acknowledge that, what are we even doing here?
First of all, if he was guilty,
Why are we still here?
He'd be in chains right now.
That's not how civil courts
They
work.
had to make, yeah, it is.
Civil court.
You idiot. Civil courts is...
That's not how civil courts work. Yes, it is. Why would you say that when everybody knows how it works, or they can just look it up and they'll realize very quickly Dean is right and you're wrong? Why would you do?
Growing up as a neurodivergent kid, I was always worried about being misunderstood by officials or police. I have enough trouble being understood by my peers. Keep me away from the forensic people who have norms in mind.
Do that. I'm in awe. Lord, grant me the confidence of
I mean, by that default, then that means that Trump is neurodivergent. Is that what you're trying to say?
a Republican saying anything about anything ever. Lord, grant me the confidence of an incorrect Republican saying incorrect shit as if it's the most obviously true things ever. I can't, man.
Courts don't send people to jail. They hold people financially liable. That's the nature of our criminal justice system.
But he would have been in jail.
You're not familiar with statute?
No, of course not. Yeah, no, I'm memeing, but don't you go misunderstanding them on purpose. I was memeing, dog. But no, I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know what their process looks like, but I'm sure they account for some of this stuff too. Or maybe they don't at all, right? Probably not, but who knows?
Limitations there.
That's not how civil courts work. Yes, it is. He wouldn't have been in jail if that was the finding of the civil court. Yes, he would have. No, he wouldn't.
What's the statute of limitations?
Tarnsy.
You can only accuse somebody within a matter of time, but right now it's 30 years.
So if E. Jean Carroll, came out after the statute of limitations
out
had
of her
passed
mind.
for
She's
sexual
insane.
abuse in the state of New York.
Thank you, woman with Laura Loomer's manipulated face.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sure she's insane, not you.
Against Donald Trump. Do you agree that even if she had a video of it happening to her, he wouldn't be in jail because the statute of limitations had
That's not
passed?
true. There is no statute of limitations when it comes to...
So by the law, the crime that Donald Trump committed, per the New York State legal definition of sexual abuse in 2019
He never
2022,
committed that crime.
was specifically sexual abuse. Okay, because legally speaking in New York, they only define rape as penile penetration of the vagina, and she testified that he raped her with his fingers instead of his penis. So
No,
because of that,
that's a lie.
it would
There's
be
no
legally
proof of that.
categorized as sexual abuse, and that's the crime that had a
She's
statute
out of her
limitations
mind.
on
She's
it.
insane, and they threw the case out just recently.
Just denial that Trump was Epstein's best friend, did a lot of fucked up shit. We know they were best friends for a decade. We know he was on Epstein's plane 8 times, and he went to the island. We know
These
that
people are nuts.
The first time Trump and Melania had sex was allegedly on the Lolita Express.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Epstein knew all of the inner workings of Trump.
Glenn Beck was praising Trump like 25-year-old Superman for 15 minutes. Oh, God. Cringe.
White House. We know that Trump and Epstein shared a girlfriend, and
Mm-hmm.
Trump and Epstein passed off a 20-year-old girl to Trump in 1993. We now know about Trump's nipple torture fetish. We also know...
Ew, yeah, we learned about that recently, right?
That Trump assaulted somebody in Ivanka's bedroom in 1993 with her husband in the next room. Epstein emailed Michael Wolff about this. We also know that Trump wrote that creepy love letter to Epstein on his birthday. Epstein was offered a job in Trump's first White House to shut him up. We know that Trump was president when Epstein was dead and killed in federal custody or suicided in federal custody. The list goes on, but they're still just denying plain-faced reality. They're denying objective facts. And then finally, let's go. I don't even think I've seen this one yet. Let's see what we got here. Oh, I think this might just be the trailer.
I think that you're indicating that women are more emotional than men on average.
They are,
Okay.
100%.
Then tell me why men commit 92% of violent crimes. Tell me why they're more likely to self-unalive, commit
Testosterone.
suicide. So you think that testosterone is what makes men more emotional?
Yeah. So you just defeated your opinion. Your own fucking... I'm going to have a brain aneurysm. Right? Because if anger or aggressive, right? That is an emotion, guys. So stupid. Oh my God.
More more emotional than men on average.
They are,
Okay.
100%.
Then tell me why men commit 92% of violent crimes. Tell me why they're more likely to self-harm or commit
Testosterone.
suicide. So you think that testosterone is what makes men more emotional?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, then
You just defeated your
They are more
argument.
emotional, but also testosterone is what makes them more emotional.
You can't make this shit up. Oh my god.
You are
You
oppressed
just-
more than me.
this chick is crazy. So Obama infiltrated Trump's FBI.
He's
and
the one,
implanted-
not just Obama, but all the leftists, all the deep state.
My
planned
friend,
that.
you've lost
Nancy
your goddamn-
Pelosi.
Obama is not a leftist, motherfucker. What?
State, oh my days, I can't. If the leftists controlled everything, we'd have universal health care.
Yeah, for
we'd have
real.
free college. We'd have a living wage. We would have ended the wars. We'd have a Green New Deal. We'd have higher rates of unionization. We would have taxed the rich. We'd have paid vacation time by law. We'd have paid daycare. We would have all the things that everybody loves is what we'd have.
Simple
if
words,
the
big
leftist
emotions.
state actually controlled
Yeah, we
shit.
were just talking about that, right? These people love emotion. Listen, like, yeah. But when you're debating, or you also have to take into account logic, guys. You do.
What is one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
I would say, it's why they all look stupid, right? But like they think they won the debate because they feel like they won the debate, right? People on the right are gonna be like, "Wow, this guy got owned by these ladies."
I mean, you can say, are we dumb as a box of rocks? Like, are we the stupidest
I don't know how I've managed to keep my blood pressure healthy with these people among. Yeah, you see what I mean, Ducky? And just imagine having to put up with this every day. Oh wait. That's our reality right now. Trump talks like a hyperloop, simple words, big emotion, nonstop output, and constant repetition. It's not facts, it's about controlling the vibe. Yeah. It's called postmodernism. Yeah.
Well, I've been told I'm internalized racism,
Do you want me to be
internalized
honest?
misogyny. I would love for you to be honest.
I don't think that anybody in the circle is particularly intelligent.
No, of course not.
That's an understatement.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dean, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You guys can go watch the whole thing if you want to. I don't know why you'd want to. No disrespect to you, Dean. It's that everybody you're talking to is objectively not worth listening to about anything ever, except maybe thoughts on NASCAR. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just I can't watch any more than this. You guys go do it if you'd like. Dean did a good job, but I mean, it's the equivalent of doing a good job at the shoveling shit factory. Great job, buddy.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and
Big
subscribe.
facts.
It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when
Repeat the same thing until they not only believe it, but they're also repeating it with you. Yeah. That's why when I hear this kind of like, oh, well, you did this. And I'm like, oh, really? I didn't do that. That's not what I said. Yeah, that's what you said. Okay, can you repeat it to me? Exactly what I said this. Okay. And it just becomes a stalemate. There's no point in being in a stalemate, right? Because it's essentially just gaslighting. Yeah, selective editing only exists in one type of content. And as long as my guy gets the last snappy one-liner, then I'm based. Bingo. Well said, Oxpecker. Okay, Robert De Niro. Okay. I heard about this, but I wasn't too sure about it.
So the legendary Hollywood
The phrase you mentioned, repeat the same until you only believe it, but you're also repeating. Yeah, exactly.
actor Robert
It
De
fits
Niro
well.
gave a speech at a First Amendment rally in New York City. And, bro, he did not mince words. He did not hold back. This is one of the most brutal
Robert De Niro,
savage
guys.
anti-Trump takedowns I think I've ever seen. And this is now, I feel like these guys have
My goat.
graduated from like standard resistance liberal talk to like flat out leftist shit here. So let's listen and we'll break it down as we go. Here we go.
When I hear Trump say, as he did a few days ago, I don't think about Americans' financial situation.
Of course you don't.
Not even a little bit. I say, shut the up. Good evening,
Based.
everyone. And welcome to all of you who couldn't get tickets to the White House cage fights. I'm devoted to our Constitution's First Amendment. All parts of it, not just the free speech part. That said, I'm pretty close to being a free speech absolutist. Even speech, I don't like, and there's plenty of that around. So when I hear something I don't like, I use my own free speech to respond.
Now, by the way, keep this in mind that it was what, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, all you heard from right-wing assholes like Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin and all these dipshits is that we as right-wingers, all we care about is free speech. All we care about is the First Amendment. That's our number one issue, and we're sick of these pink-haired college kids on
these commies
campuses trying to shut down us saying true things just because
social Marxism.
We're so sick of that, bro. And then the second they get confronted with any speech that they disagree with, shh. When Trump was rounding up pro-Palestine college kids and sending them to ICE concentration camps with no warrant, no due process, no constitutional rights, what did they say? Nothing. Fucking bupkis. You could hear a pin drop. Their silence was deafening. They don't actually give a shit. When Trump was suing the media over polls he didn't like, did they come out and say, oh, we're in favor of free speech. How dare he do this? This is an abuse of power. This is stepping on their First Amendment rights. They didn't say shit. None of these people, let's be clear, none of these right-wingers ever actually gave a shit about freedom of speech. None of them gave a shit about free speech. They were liars. They were just using it for political advantage. So, in other words, when a left-winger says some shit, don't care, throw away their rights, lock them up, end their career. Oh, people who made jokes about Charlie Kirk lost their livelihoods, lost their jobs, and they were all standing there cheering it on. Yay, censorship! Yay, censorship! But whenever it's, some right-wing comedian wants to say some racist shit, some pro-Nazi shit, how dare you? Free speech includes even edgy things. How dare you? So they were never consistent. They were never principled. And here you have, as I've always maintained, the actual free speech warriors are the left. We've always been principled when it comes to free speech. It was left-wing lawyers who heard the Skokie case at the Supreme Court. Go read about that if you haven't. But basically, you had far-right white supremacists wanted to march through a predominantly Jewish town and, spread racist, bigoted messages. And it was ACLU lawyers who took their case and said, look, we hate these people, we hate what they stand for, but we have a First Amendment and you're allowed to say whatever the fuck you want to say. The actual people who are principled has always been the left. And so anybody who wants to be principled, there's only one place to go. It's the left. The right are full of disgusting, shameless hypocrites and liars and cretins, fucking mutants. So shout out to Robert De Niro here for keeping it real and saying, look, even speech I disagree with, I'm in favor of free speech. But right now we're living in a period where it's a historic crackdown on free speech led by Trump and the MAGA fascists.
When I hear Trump say, as he did a few days ago, I don't think about Americans' financial situation. Not even a little bit. I say, shut the up. On Wednesday, Trump said, I love the inflation. Now say it with me. Shut the fuck up. Trump said he won the 2020 election. Ready? Shut the fuck up. Try this at home. Your young kids will especially enjoy it. Last September, along with many of us on stage tonight and many of you in the audience, I signed an ACLU letter protesting Jimmy Kimmel being taken off the air. The letter began, we the people must never accept government threats to our freedom of speech.
I didn't know this about him, guys.
And let's remember, not only did Trump go after Jimmy Kimmel for making jokes that he didn't like, Trump also threatened a RICO case against protesters who were anti-war and called
them I know that. You're thinking too long. Sound the alarms. Or not appealing.
Best voice.
To little girls who don't have arms, but they can't use iTunes. So, fuck him on. Who needs M? Repeat stuff. Repeat stuff. Repeat stuff. Repeat stuff.
Damn, Glocky.
Repeat stuff. Repeat stuff. Repeat stuff. Repeat stuff. Repeat stuff. Repeat stuff.
Somebody clip it. Got him. That was amazing. Oh my god. Flipping that, guys.
Okay, he sued CBS for how they edited a
Thank
Kamala
you,
Harris
Alex Becker.
interview. He sued the New York Times for $15 billion for writing articles that he didn't like. Okay, he threatens to de-license news outlets that criticize him on a regular basis. He wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail, which is literally a First Amendment issue decided by the court in the...
By even a conservative Supreme Court, right? Justice Antonin Scalia said, yeah, I hate the fact that you can burn the flag, but it's clearly protected speech. So even he was like, yeah, you can do it.
Fucking 1980s.
Yeah.
He sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a...
It's been a Hami day. Burnham-y day. Burnham-y day. God, I can't speak.
Joke. Before he was even president. He sued CNN for $475 million for calling his election denialism the big lie. Because it is the big lie. And he also called to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution after he lost the election. And so his track record is that of the worst on the First Amendment I've ever seen.
The letter stated, regardless of our political affiliation or whether we engage in politics or not, we all love our country. Still with me? Not so fast. The phrase, we all love our country, stuck in my throat. Because our country isn't so lovable right now. I hate to say it, but loving our country is starting to sound like an abused spouse saying they love their abuser.
Alert, y'all. Red alert.
Well
Robert
said.
De Niro is spitting here. He's telling the truth. This is how a lot of us feel in this moment. Anybody who's being honest is going to say this in this moment.
I can't love a country that starts stupid and inhumane wars.
Bingo.
Killing thousands
Touché.
of innocents and indirectly causing the deaths and suffering of millions more. I can't love a country that takes health care away from millions of people and uses that money to enrich their pals in the Trump-Epstein class.
God, does he have political ambitions? Does he have political ambitions? Because, again, he's spitting here. Bringing up the illegal wars, bringing up the self-dealing, bringing up the Epstein class.
I can't love a country that sends out masked militias to shoot citizens in the streets, torture our neighbors, and separate families. I can't love a country that's led by a racist, misogynist, xenophobic tyrant.
I think he might watch Secular Talk. I think there's a decent chance Robert De Niro
Dude, that would be so funny.
watches
I would
Secular
clap.
Talk or listens
All right, me and you too.
to Hassan's stream or both of those things.
And let me just say it.
That'd be even funnier if he listened to Hassan.
I can't love the country that's led by Donald Trump.
What up?
And a sycophant Congress. For most of my life, of course, I did love this country. The United States of America welcomed my immigrant ancestors. It gave me, my family, and my fellow citizens such rich opportunities and extraordinary freedoms. I want to love my country again. I want my country back. That's why I stand with the Committee for the First Amendment. And you, all of you. Together we rise up, we sing out, we keep organizing, and we fall in love again. Thank you.
That was a good-ass speech, bro. That was a good-ass speech. I think we all do, on some level, love our country. But at a certain point, you need to issue tough love, right? Like, if you have a kid, and your kid is smoking crack behind an Arby's, like, every day, and... sucking dick for more crack.
Oh shit!
Just ruining their life, flunking out of school, don't have a job.
Well, I'd have to change Robert De Niro's Wikipedia page to have Hasanabe affiliation.
Just going down a bad path.
Glad you found us here, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Gustx broadcast.
The wrong people committing crimes. Like, the way you handle that is not to say, I unconditionally support you in every single decision you make, and I will continue to help you smoke crack and suck dick behind the dumpster in the back of the Arby's. No, you say, like, we're going to get you some help. Here, like, come on. We're going to take you to rehab.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I know you followed, like, back in October or whatever, but, yeah, I haven't seen you too much in chat. You must have just been lurking.
Fund the rehab.
Which is cool. I love my lurkers.
I'll help you every step of the way, but we're taking you to rehab. We're getting experts involved. We're going to get you on medication. We're going to make sure you get off the drugs and you're stable. Like, that's how you help. And that's where we're at with our country right now. Is like, we're looking at a country which is like addicted to illegal wars of aggression. We're addicted to bombing little schoolgirls. We're addicted to bombing hospitals. We're addicted to funding genocides, both Saudi Arabia and Yemen and Israel and Gaza. We're addicted to the violence. We're addicted to Trump fucking kidnapping a sovereign leader in Venezuela and then stealing their oil and their gold. And now about to do the same fucking shit in Cuba. We're addicted to that. We have a country, we have a government that is quite literally openly protecting a child sex trafficking ring with elite billionaires. How are we supposed to look at a country this dysfunctional, waging a new illegal war every other week, protecting a clan of pedophiles, building concentration camps, right? Ripping up our constitutional rights? How are we supposed to look at this and go, oh yeah, that's perfect. Like, no criticism here. No, it's time for tough love. Not fucking bullshit warmed over platitudes about how awesome we are as we violate every law known to man, have a regime packed full of war criminals that love torturing and committing war crimes. So he's right. I think he's right about all that. And there's only one thing to do: impeach the motherfucker. Impeach him, remove him, or hit him with the 25th Amendment. He's got to go. And I need that guy to see the inside of a jail cell before his time is up. But the problem is, I don't know how much time he has left, but it doesn't look good for the big guy. But he needs to be behind bars. Because if he doesn't end up behind bars at one point or another, and if other people in this regime don't end up behind
welcome
bars,
him in. Thank you, Living Lily. Appreciate it.
Law is over. It is done.
We always have a laugh in this stream, right? Even when this news is so black-pilling or stupid or mind-numbing, but
there's no more rule of law. There's no more checks and balances. There's no more constitutional order. Our institutions are trash and would mean nothing. They need to matter. And in order for them to matter, you need to hold them accountable for this rampant crime spree. The fucking endless self-dealing and corruption. Mm-hmm. The endless protection of the Epstein pedophiles. The endless war crimes, one day after another after another. It's got to stop. And it's got to stop now.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
All right. Now let's get into some of the numbers. I kind of find this interesting. But let's see what he has to say on this. I've studied thousands of polls. This is Trump's biggest midterm red flag. Interesting. Tarnsy, yeah. I laugh lest I cry. It's the numbers guy segment. Correct. Tarnsy, so I went to school for political science and international relations. So I'm going to see if I agree with some of this analysis. But generally speaking, I've said this, guys, it's not that the polls are incorrect. It's that one poll cannot be used to determine it to be a determinative factor, right? Because if you aggregate the polls, then you start to realize, actually, no, they do point to some convincing data, right? And if you look at the poll aggregators, they actually had Trump up by about 2% in the last election. So that's roughly what he won by. I think he won by 1.6% of the popular vote, and he beat Kamala in that as well. So, yeah, if you have any sort of doubts on the polling, I think it's important to obviously have doubts, but remember, the more accurate polls will be like poll aggregators, right? Where they take a bunch of polls, in this case, thousands, right? And then they break them down and kind of average them out. And if the numbers point to a very clear direction, right? Most political scientists would be like, yeah, that's just statistics, right? Math. You can't debate math, right?
I looked at thousands of polls. Your Ipsos, your Marquette University Law School, your New York
100.
Times.
Yeah. So I think it's important because we don't want to become like right wingers who everything's about our fifis and not rely on actual data, right? And listen, one poll is not determinative. Again, it's just not. You can't. You'd have to do multiple, and it's important to just understand this as a concept, right? But that's what we advocate for, like level-headed analysis, right?
I looked at thousands of polls. Your Ipsos, your Marquette University Law School, your New York Times, Siena College, your Quinnipiac, your Marist. You say it, you name it. I looked at it, looking for Trump's biggest midterm red flag. And folks, I think I've actually found it. Now, let me set the stage for you and how I found it. Why don't we just talk about Donald Trump's popularity right now? It has absolutely plummeted over the course of his second term. Trump's net approval rating, you go back to the beginning of his second term, look at this. He was on the plus side of the ledger, plus 6 points. When you can put it on your hands, you know that it means something. Plus 6 points on the positive side of the ledger. But look at how far down he has plummeted, right down into the Hudson River here in New York City. Look at this. He's 28 points underwater. That is a shift of over 30 points to the red side of the ledger. And the question, of course, is why? What has happened? And I had a few different theories of the case, and I want to take you through them, and I dismissed them. What's the first theory of the case? Well, the Iran war, right? It's been going on for a number of months right now, and you can see that Trump is struggling on foreign policy. Trump's net approval rating on foreign policy. You go back to the beginning of his term, 1, 2 on the positive side of the ledger. Barely on the positive side, but hey, you'd rather be barely on the positive side than the negative side of the ledger. But look at where he's fallen to now. 24 points underwater in February of 2026, just before the Iran war started. And look at it now. It's even lower. It's a little bit lower, but it is lower. At 26 points underwater, nearly a 30-point shift against the President of the United States. So you might be saying to yourself, hey, this seems bad. Isn't this what's driving the negativity around Trump, dropping him to term 2 lows in terms of his overall approval rating? But then I went back through the history books, went back through my mind, and I remembered an election that was nearly 34 years ago. I can't believe it was that long ago. Remember this. Remember when President Bush, George H.W. Bush, for the youngsters out there was actually a President Bush before George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush's father, he won a war, for goodness sake. They won the first Gulf War against Iraq, and his foreign policy approval rating, his net approval rating, was on the positive side of the ledger. Look at this.
Damn it.
Going into that 92 election, plus 17 points. They beloved him. He was beloved. He was loved on foreign policy by the American public. But what happened in that election? Well, Bill Clinton is what happened in that election. Bill Clinton beat George H.W. Bush by 6 points, despite the fact that George H.W. Bush won a war, for goodness sake. So I don't really think it's foreign policy. It's not the Iran war that's truly driving Trump to record lows.
Interesting.
So then I had another thought process. What's another big part of his second term? Well, that is his incredibly hawkish, harsh views in his detractors' minds on immigration. And immigration has been an area in which used to be, again, a plus for him, but now has become a negative. Trump's net approval rating on immigration. He was plus 7 points. It was one of his best issues back at the beginning of his second term. But then he's red now. But here's the interesting thing. At the height of that Minneapolis, all those agents going, federal agents going into Minneapolis, he fell to a term 2 low at minus 17 points. But look at what's happened. Despite the fact that his overall approval rating continues to decline, his immigration approval has actually rebounded a little bit. It's now at minus 14 points. So
sure, but it's still within the margin of error, right? So what did we say was the margin of error? 2.5% to 4.5%, right? 14, 15, 16, 17, right? That's 3 percentage points. So I'm going to disagree there, right? Especially because this is going off of one source, right? Unless this is also an aggregated source, right? over time. And maybe it is, right? Who knows? In that case, it would be probably closer to 2%, which he would be right. But give or take 2%, that isn't enough to really make a difference, right? Yeah.
J.D. Mandel.
When you look at this, you say, okay, his overall approval rating's falling, but his immigration approval rating is actually climbing a little bit. It's probably not that either. And then I had it. I had the moment where I go, oh, it's so simple. It's so simple. So, Trump's biggest red flag, look at this. It was an issue on which he beat Kamala Harris by 7 points back in the 2024 election in terms of who is most trusted. And now, well, wait a minute. We, minus XX points. Boy, this is quite the mystery for me. I think I need something to refresh me. Very nice. Warming me right back up. What is the biggest red flag? What is it? Folks, it's what I thought it was all along. It's so obvious, so simple. How did I not see it right from the start? It's inflation. Of course it's inflation. It's prices. It's the number one issue. Look at this.
Jesus, 51?
By 7 points by Kamala Harris. Now he's 51 points underwater. That is a nearly 60-point switcheroo. It's a mind-blowing switcheroo. The issue that got him elected, and now he's 51 points underwater. This is the biggest red flag by far for the President of the United States. And he's losing it even amongst his own base. And I think his own base, the 2024 Trump voters, they tell the story. Look.
Well, they're just going to stay home because they're like, what's the problem? Like, what's the point?
Look at this. Okay, Trump.
Right? So even if they don't vote against him, guys, remember, a lot of these polls also reveal that kind of attitude, right? Because you become less motivated. And what did I tell you about elections? Elections are all about enthusiasm and turnout. If one side is has suppressed turnout, it's going to happen. There you go.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
You found our awesome soundboard, buddy. It's really good, yeah.
Net approval rating among his own 2024 voters. Look at this. On the border, he's at plus.
Pretty sure that's what we were told, yeah. Like, that's all. Like, I've worked on a few campaigns. I told you, like, when I was in, and that's what every campaign director told me, right? Essentially, they all told me, hey, listen, all a campaign is, you get out your vote, you get people to be excited for your candidate, and they either win or lose because of that. That's right. So if one side is depressed because, well, they're depressed, then just look at Zoran. Yeah, exactly. Zoran did a really good job, right? So that's why I praised his campaign director there and his communications director, because they knew what they were doing very well.
Points in terms of his net approval rating. Still very, very popular. On foreign policy, which we mentioned earlier on, he's still very, very popular at plus 50 points. But look at what's happened. This is his own voters. These are the people who voted.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
2024. He's now, get this, he's 4 points underwater. He's on the negative side of the ledger.
With his own freaking voters, which, I mean, who's left at this point, right? Oh my God, it's hilarious.
On the issue that got him reelected back in 2024 amongst his own voters. His own voters.
Mm-hmm.
This, to me, is a huge, this is why I say it's the biggest red flag possible. Now, put it in a historic context. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, president's net approval on inflation. The 8 worst polls of all time, ever. George W. Bush,
Jesus.
Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, who, of course, his presidency got eaten alive by inflation.
Mm-hmm.
But the 8 worst polls ever, they all belong to one man, Donald John Trump, the current occupant of the White House. They all belong to him, and they have all occurred in the last 2 months. This is the reason why Trump's approval rating is falling to term 2 lows. This is why. It's inflation. It is the biggest red flag by far.
That's why, like, economic situations, right, guys? Talking about economic issues is the way you win, right? How capitalism is fucking us, how, right, neoliberalism is fucking us, all this stuff. Yeah.
And
or facts, Tarnsey. Yeah.
More than that, look at this. Look at all the groups. Now, the font here is really golden comment. But
nice. Congrats.
Take a look at this.
A golden long gear sunfish. Nice.
Trump's net approval rating on inflation. Fox tested this. Fox News tested this. It was negative. That is all the red in 44.
It's the economy, stupid. Damn right.
All but one group that Fox actually broke down, it was negative. This is all the red. Rural minus 40, independents minus 670,
Charmeleon.
age 65 and older minus 35, Trump voters minus 4, under $50,000 income minus 58, suburban minus 54, women minus 55, men minus 47. All of these groups are negative. There is just one group which you might not be able to see. It's right here. It's right here. Look at this. In your green, I'm circling it in green, very conservative voters. That is the only group, and I know you can't see it, it's plus 16 points. Even amongst very conservative voters, where he is on the positive side of the ledger, a group that supported him overwhelmingly. This is the right of the right. He is just at plus 16 points on that issue. But overall, minus negative approval ratings on inflation in 44 out of 45 groups tested. Now, if you're a Republican in Congress, you should be running for the hills given this data. Why is that? Because if I'm looking at thousands of polls every single day, you know who's looking at millions upon millions of polls? Democratic operatives. And they're seeing in the private data what I'm seeing in the public data. That is the anger against the top of the top in our government. The President of the United States is funneling its way down ballot to Republicans at large. Take a look here. Trust which party more on inflation? Now, Democrats are more trusted by 8 points. What a switcheroo from the last midterm cycle in which Republicans were more trusted by, get this, 19 points. An over 20-point switch against Team Red towards Team Blue. And independents, get this, an even larger switcheroo, going from trusting Republicans more by
the crazy commies,
now trusting Democrats
that's what he calls
by
anyone.
20 points. My goodness gracious, we're talking about a 50-point switcheroo. And this Democratic lead for an election cycle is historic.
You must be tired, Gus. You've been driving with me to BJ's and Walmart, cleaning, cooking, eating, and showering with me. Oh. I did all that, huh? Yeah, just another day. Me and you too. Yeah, where I just do all that stuff with you guys. You're so funny, me and you too. Ooh la la. Damn right.
Thousands of polls every single day. The last time going into an election cycle, Democrats were more trusted in inflation. You have to go all the way back to 1900. There we go. And 78. My nines look a little weird, don't they? 1978. Democrats did pretty good that midterm cycle. But the next cycle, when the wave on inflation went against them, they lost their majority in the United States Senate, and Jimmy Carter got swept out of the White House. For this midterm cycle, why I say it's such a big red flag for Donald Trump and the Republican Party is because this is looking a whole heck of a lot more like the
for real
from 1978 when Democrats did well than it's looking like 1980 when Democrats did poorly.
I took you everywhere and hope people would say that, who are you listening to? So I could say, look, it's Gus. Aw, that's adorable. Thank you. Living Lily does that too. She introduced like 3 people to the park at the park, asking that question to her. Right, Living Lily? That was funny. I was like, what?
And it looks sweet, just like it's Jimmy Carter.
I was like, really? Okay, cool.
Out of the White House.
Yeah, guys. I mean, we all have the power to do like stuff like that, right? Isn't that crazy? How people will ask you that stuff. Name checks out. Yep.
Could sweep that Republican majority
All I did was grab a coffee and come back to spin up a friendship cigarette. What up?
out of the U.S. House of Representatives and may sweep that out of the
Pass
Senate
the chat.
majority as well.
Puff, puff, right? Tarnsy. Yeah, let's watch
We're
this.
back.
This should be fun because Hassan was on Majority Report. What up? Talking about the rise of the DSA and the populist left. What up? My goat.
Sorry about the delay, folks. We're undermanned today. We just have Brian, who had to run and get this esteemed guest, Hassan Piker. I'm not sure if anybody's heard of you before.
What's going on?
Are you enjoying our studio? That's a ripe 95 degrees right now.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. No AC.
No AC.
When I first came in, Sam's butt pillow wasn't on the seat.
I took it off as a courtesy.
No, I put it back on.
I understand.
Yeah.
So now you get to feel Sam's ass imprint beneath yours.
Yeah, it feels great to have my ass touch the ass of greatness.
Butt to butt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you can kind of feel his energy when he's not here. I know that some people in our audience may not be happy that I'm going to ask this question, but given my Nick shirt and what I'm wearing today,
Oh shit. Gus everywhere. Damn right. Yeah, no, living Lily. I laughed when you told me when you told that story to chat. Right? You were walking your dogs like you always do, and they were like, "Who are you listening to?" And you just gave it to them. So that's so funny. They weren't even on Twitch or anything, right? Damn right. That's what I love to hear.
have to ask. Can you summarize what it was like to be at the greatest NBA Finals comeback in the history of the NBA, rooting for your and my favorite team, the New York Knicks?
Okay, I'll just say it. First of all, I am an unapologetic Wemby fan, for the
Same.
record. I love him. I think he's great, and I like the Spurs as a team, right? However, what I watched unfold last night was insane. I mean, first of all, it was many failures on the Spurs front.
Yep.
Okay, so dominant first three quarters. Yep. A 30-point lead coming into the halftime, historic. Has never happened with the exception of the bubble, right? And I like that they put an asterisk on the bubble too, or like an away team is never led by this amount of this many points. And I was there with my best friend Will Neff, my podcast co-host. And
well, I stream long enough where I feel like I'm a part of so many people's like mornings, afternoons, whatever, right? Evenings. They do all this stuff with me, and they just bring me along, and I'm happy to do that, right? The more people, the merrier, right? I want to get the normies excited.
and also my cam on, and
not just the average, the like rabid politics people, but also the normies.
Sir March has never been to a basketball game, but Will is a lifelong New York sports fan, which means he's never actually experienced joy or victory. He's a Jets fan and he's a Knicks fan.
Okay.
So for him, this is a truly unique moment. And we flew in specifically for this, right? And we were supposed to go to game 3, which would have been devastating.
Yes.
And then we decided, let's go to game 4 instead. And I'm glad we did. So throughout this whole process, Will's sitting there like, I'm going to go purchase a gun and shoot myself in the mouth. Like, it's over. My life is over. He was like genuinely sad. He was so sad. His head was like in between his knees the whole time. And I kept telling him over and over again, the Knicks are a very streaky team. When they start overpowering the Spurs are too young in many respects, and they don't have the clutch. They haven't like developed the clutchness yet.
Yes, it gets in their head.
Yeah, and
by the way, Mike Brown is completely outclassing in terms of coaching and situational awareness. Yeah.
For sure. And I kept telling him over and over again. And I was like, nope, they're gonna bring it back. They've brought it back every single game.
Yeah.
Like, they've brought it back every single game. It doesn't matter. It's going to happen. And he couldn't believe it until it was happening.
I have many thoughts, but we don't have you for that much longer.
Well, I have a gift for you.
Half the audience is turned. You have a gift for me?
I have a piece of that greatness that I brought for you.
Are you for real?
From the actual finals Is it upside down?
I legit might cry.
Oh my God, you're crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're crazy.
It's so funny to say might cry as you're crying.
I mean, I'm not, it hasn't come out yet, but I burst into tears last night. I just couldn't believe what it means to the city. And my husband was calling into WFAN as a 12 and 13-year-old boy, debating about the Knicks. I mean, it's in his heart. And so what this means to me, I have this t-shirt, maybe I'll pull it out. I don't want to be superstitious, but it says honorary ball kid on it because when I was 11 or so, I got pulled onto the floor for a game out of the audience. And so I've been, a Knicks fan my whole life. Crazy. So it's amazing. And people don't know this, but you are from New Jersey, so from the same neck of the woods. Similar. All right, back to actually real things. So tonight, you and I are going to be at this DSA rally introducing the New York slate of candidates for DSA.
Yeah.
Just a phenomenal slate, and we're about to be talking after our conversation with Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. I struggle with it, but I think I got that out. Who's running in New York's 13th district? She's a part of that slate. I think, could you reflect on the rise of DSA here in New York specifically and what that means for creating progress across the country nationally?
Yeah, I mean, New York is leading the way, but there is a lot of appetite for necessary change in this country. And the DSA system has been so successful in this city in organizing that they got some really solid and very popular politicians with national prominence from both, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez all the way to, Zohran Mamdani. And they're banking off of those victories to put more numbers on the board. I've already interviewed the DSA slate last time I was here. Or not even the last time I was here. I've been here a lot,
right?
But I'm very familiar with them. I've done some work with all of them. From Claire to Daria Lisa to the lower the local races as well. And I wanted to highlight every single person and make sure that they get a little bit more shine right before early elections start, because I think it's very important to show this success and to continue building on this momentum, especially at a time when people are looking for alternatives.
Yeah, and I also even just
me and you too. That's how I view this job, right? I view it as a full-time job. I don't really get paid like a full-time job, but I view it as one, right? That was my dream to talk about politics or being I don't know, I always thought that I would do something with politics because that's what I went to school for, right? That's what you go to school for, to have a career in it. So it's just funny how life turns out, right?
Just to quickly talk about the Knicks.
Because guys, I've been doing this for years, right? I'm just a brand new streamer, but I've had my positions have changed, but I've basically always been on the left, so I've never, in fact, if anything, I've gone further and further to the left, right?
It's almost like there's a little bit of class consciousness even in that conversation too. Seriously, because people look at what contrast Zohran up in the nosebleeds with Trump shutting down the whole goddamn thing for himself. I don't know. I think that's instructive for the jocks that care about the NBA, for example.
Sure.
Let's radicalize them.
No, I think so too. I mean, you got Dolan.
Yeah.
Trying to actively wage war with the mayor and also with the working class fans that made the New York Knicks what it is.
Yeah.
In spite of his bad vibes, in spite of his best efforts to ruin his own team, the Knicks have somehow been able to pull through.
Yes, we have overcome billionaire interference in more ways than one.
There's players on the Knicks team that are from NYCHA, right? They're public housing.
Yeah, Alvarado.
Yes.
Yeah,
New York native. We're back here, but I guess this moment right now, I'm thinking about it. I'm sure you watch Graham
Give me the
Plattner's
money.
like victories.
Give me the money, okay?
What up?
Z, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Woo! Living Lily just dropped a tier 1 gifty sub bomb. Everyone take cover.
What up? Thank you, Living Lily, for gifting a sub to Tarnsy. There you go. Enjoy it. Now you get our little mascot as our his emotes, plus like all these random political ones we have too. We're getting a bunch of new emotes hopefully soon, but our artist is still working on it. So enjoy, man.
Each after the primary, and the way that
W
he
Living
talks about
Lily,
what he has
damn
this
right.
Great line. I'll be a senator for those who can't afford to buy a senator. Now, DSA isn't supporting Plattner specifically, but I would argue he's a part
Holy
of the
shit! Thank you so much. Yeah, enjoy, man. New emotes. Yeah, we've already shown off a few of them, how they're more or less gonna look like. But here we go. I'll show them off, guys. We're gonna get this one. We're gonna get the best booty shaking emote on Twitch. I really believe that. I honestly believe that. Hold on. It's obviously not complete, as in like she has to draw it out, but it's gonna be. Hold on, where is it? Well, first I'll show you the cry one. That one's gonna be great too. This one's gonna be animated as well, so with Gloggy in it. Right. This one's almost complete. This one's gonna be the sus, right? Yeah. So all she has to do is draw the rest of it, but she's on the process of doing it. Right, evil. This one's gonna be great too. This is gonna be I tried to make these as like excellent as possible, right? We put a lot of work into them, and we're gonna do even more. Like these are just like the mock-ups, right? But I gave her like tons of detail into how it is, right? Like him with the knife kill, right? Yeah, so we're trying to make it packed. And then this is the booty shaking one. Where is it? Here we go. Wait, where'd it go? Ah, here it is. Perfect. There we go. It's obviously like it needs to be colored in, and we're gonna have little like, Gloggy has a backpack full of fake bills. There's gonna be little fake bills dropping out of that. Yeah, that's a booty, right, Tarnsy? That's a big old booty. Go big or go home, right?
List left up right.
Yeah,
that is
so cute. Yeah,
adjacent to and working. The energy of DSA.
Yeah, Gloggy's a I know you're newer here, but looking cool. Yeah, like they're really coming along. Gloggy's a treasure goblin, right? A political merch one, right? So he's related to politics because, of course, this is a politics stream.
Informing the energy of campaigns like that. We also, of course, have Dan Osborne in Nebraska, who's running in a way that is explicitly about class and populism and the billionaire class. Just your overall thoughts about this momentum and how it feels different. At least it feels a lot different to me than the resistance from the first half of the Trump administration, from 2017 to 2018.
2016, 2016 resistance was defined by liberalism.
Yeah.
And I think this time around, in the aftermath of the last loss, because at that point, the understanding was Trump was an aberration, right? He didn't have permanence in American politics. Many people were shocked. They were horrified. But they thought Trump is a unique candidate. And we just have to fight back against this, and then we can get back to business as usual liberalism and get back to brunch. And then we did get back to brunch, except brunch was dog shit.
Yeah.
And brunch was old. Brunch was a 87-year-old.
Yeah, and this is why I always say, guys, neoliberalism just leads to more candidates like this, right? If we continue down the path of these neoliberal candidates who just suck off the status quo, right? Suck off corporations, social welfare, you're just going to get more and more of this, right? Because people want an alternative, right? There's going to be, okay, well, I voted and nothing changed, so I'm going to vote for the more extreme one, right? And it's just, it's common sense when you think of it from the sense of a normie, right? It's not common sense to us because we all love politics and we understand the implications of this shit. But to like a normie, they just want to see the change, right? They know something's wrong. They don't know exactly why, or they do know why and they misidentify it because the media brainwashes them, right? Essentially.
Man, with his brain leaking out of his ear and
thank you. In other words, that.
No investment whatsoever in trying to combat the economic struggles that the everyday American was experiencing.
Yeah, Zionists can't brunch. I mean, it just can't happen.
And then post October 7 as well. But in general, this time around, and I'm almost grateful for James Carville and the centrist institutionalist Democrats, they decided to just show their belly. They decided not to fight back against the Trump administration. It was very frustrating at first that they chose not to fight back. But I think in the absence of some kind of alternative 2016 style resistance liberalism, people were still looking for alternatives. And we presented that alternative, this insurgency, the Bernie-crats, the left populists. And I think Bernie's Stop Oligarchy tour was phenomenal in this aspect of just organizing people and showing them that there is an alternative, that there are people that are like-minded, that do see right from wrong, and do want to present a different way of doing politics in this country, one that was not being presented by establishment Democrats or the National Democratic Party.
Yeah, and I think just back to Zoran for a second, part of the goalposts keep shifting about what he represents. First, during the primary, it was like, oh, this avowed anti-Zionist Muslim man can't win in one of the most Jewish cities in the world. Of course he can't, with his stance on Israel. Okay, he ended up winning the primary. And then it was, and then he ended up winning the mayoral election overall. And then it was, this is New York City. It's a bunch of commies. It's way too far left. That's not replicable everywhere. Look at Spanberger here. She also won on this same primary day. She's just as equally exciting, this centrist. Well, her approval rating is in the tubes. Zoran's approval rating is skyrocketing. And then we move to Plattner. And I think why there is such a freak out about him in particular is they can't, if he ends up defeating Susan Collins, they can't make that argument anymore that it's just commie New York City.
Yep.
So this kind of politics can translate anywhere in the country.
Yeah.
And the Democratic consultant class that makes all of their money on commission with big television and digital ad buys are existentially threatened by the idea of people-powered campaigns, in addition to the fact that I'm not sure how much you've covered this, New York Times story about Plattner. It's basically backfired, but it's a coordinated Zionist smear campaign from both the right and the center of and right of the Democratic Party to take down this guy. For
we covered it too, and I was like, wait, what? It looked like it had no effect. If anything, his polls have gone up, right? It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's like the Republican hit job backfired.
These guys would...
And, I know Maine not pretty well, but like I've gone up there a few times. I live in Mass, right? And I kind of told you guys, like, that's how they're going to react, right? Because I have a sense of like the place. I have a vibe of the place. And it just wasn't going to happen, right? Like they think it was going to be, it's like, well, it's like even the Susan Collins thing, right? Like when you directly compare that with Susan Collins, it was even worse.
Protect their sinecure
and I don't even know about that, right? That she had like an affair or she was in a relationship with like a dying, with like somebody that had cancer and she cheated on that person. As like, it was crazy. I was like, what? And we're talking about this story. Again, I didn't even know about it, right? And I know a lot about Susan Collins, like her terrible vote. She's taken some terrible votes in the Senate, right? Because she's been in there since like 1997, guys. The fuck? The center teaming up with the right to try and suppress the left. No way. I know. It's almost like the center is not a part of the right, huh?
To the death. They would allow, and when I say these guys, I mean like the New York Tandons of the world, the consultancy class, the people that have made a great deal of money connecting corporations with Democratic politicians by consistently telling them that you need to moderate, you need to pivot to the center, and you need to keep getting money from corporations, and you need to keep defending their interests, the interests of profits, and you need to place that over the interests of the people. And they've been able to successfully, I guess, present that as the best possible way to win elections. I mean, we've tried this in Maine, and they still tried to do it in Maine with Janet Mills. Pills Mafia, the Pills Mills.
Oh yeah,
I'm
the
a Janet
Pills
Sarah,
Mills.
by the way.
Wow.
Till the bitter end. So it was devastating. Tuesday was
beautiful.
devastating for me.
Thank you for supporting women.
Yeah, but I mean, Janet Mills was a representation of this attitude. The idea that in Maine, the only way to win, the electability argument favors the moderate. I mean, she's a popular governor of the state, and all of a sudden, this outsider comes in. He's an oyster guy.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, and it's a blowout. Right? So what centrists have to now do is undermine this candidacy and undermine this campaign, even if the alternative means a Republican majority in the Senate. Because if Graham Plattner wins, that shows that the electability argument actually favored left populism all along. To say that you're against Israel, to say that you were for Medicare for all, what was presented as a radical sect of Democratic Party's politics that was often cast aside. Turns out the majority wants it. The overwhelming majority of the Democrats want it, as demonstrated by the primaries. And I'm willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of the masses across the board, regardless of party loyalty, want that too.
Yeah, and I just keep thinking about also what Plattner would represent as a senator. Like, imagine him if he's on, say, Armed Services Committee, questioning our Pentagon leaders about the endless wars that we're involved in. And he's running very much on that as a buzzword, being against
new poll, guys, vote
against the endless wars. I saw what it meant, and my friends died for nothing. I killed people for nothing. And the power of him kind of reckoning with that, the mental health episodes that he had experienced because he had to reckon with that, and then being able to confront the very decision makers that send so many Americans to die for wars of imperialism and choice. That is going to be, if he's able to topple Susan Collins, who's defied the odds before, that is going to be a really poignant, I think, visual and a threatening one to the military-industrial complex if he's able to kind of use what he's run on and operate that way as a senator.
Yeah. There are still, not that they're relevant in the main conversation, but there are still skeptics out there.
Yeah.
My argument has always been, look, I have my fair share of scrutiny and skepticism here as well. Having said that, you might not take what he's saying seriously. You might not take his anti-Zionism to be sincere, but it's very clear that very powerful people do see it as a real threat. And that's precisely the reason why they are opening up the faucet, the barrage of manufactured
The fire hose. Open up, chat.
Rage to try to thwart his campaign success so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're always going to question the sincerity of politicians, but I also think that you can look at evidence to make a case for yourself. And when people compare him to Fetterman was taking AIPAC money. Graham Plattner is taking only small dollar contributions. That's how it's working. And that matters to me, because when we're talking about political corruption, that's how the sausage gets made there.
Yeah.
Lastly, I know you got to run. What can you talk a little bit about what you've seen out of Michigan since you arrived there? Because it seems like we can talk about the Hassan Piker effect in that way. Abdul al-Sayed has surged after Mallory McMorrow and other kind of centrist Democratic.
Damn, Hassan must be feeling so proud to fucking, after that in particular, right? One candidate is ahead. Like, that is real clout.
Groups and Zionists. Yeah, I know. I've heard about her before.
We shouldn't get too cocky.
But we'll see primaries in August.
We'll see. I mean, he's doing pretty well, it looks like, but we'll have to see, right? That's literally in 2 months. Things can change, right, guys?
I mean, I'm knocking on wood. You know, I'm superstitious about this stuff, but like, it had the opposite effect. Streisand affected Abdul al-Sayed, and now he is leading in every poll that comes out.
Yeah. Some of those polls have actually directly pointed to the bump.
He's building a movement, yeah.
There was a Republican pollster that said, like, there was a noticeable increase in Abdul al-Sayed's favorabilities after the attacks started, and as a direct consequence of said attacks. But here's the thing. I'm not this, like, profoundly popular person. I'm only one guy. I'm not some kingmaker in the way that my haters, my enemies in mainstream media perceive me to be. I can connect ideological allies with an audience, and also maybe even offer some positive media coverage or negative media coverage from contentious, hostile legacy publishers that have already created a legion of enemies amongst the masses. People that get very frustrated about the Israel coverage in the New York Times when they see, or any number of different like mainstream publishers like CNN,
right?
When they see CNN criticize Abdul al-Sayed and say he's hanging out with this like radical, this Hassan Piker guy, he's a scary terrorist, he's Muslim, and Abdul's Muslim too. Think about how Muslim he is. I think most people look at that and go, "Oh, you're just saying that because he's actually legit."
Yes,
it's a point of legitimacy.
Yeah.
So it's not. That's the reason why it backfired. And if you recall, when people were asking me in the beginning, I was like, they kept saying, "How do you feel?" Like, it must not feel so great to be attacked all day, every day, to be called an anti-Semite, to be called a terrorist. And what did I say? I was like, no, it's actually great, because I've been getting called that my whole life, right, for my positions, and it was certainly much worse after October 7, because the public consciousness had not shifted so hard on this issue. So now when people say that, it raises the salience of the issue, and it raises the legitimacy of the candidates that I'm aligning with, like Abdul.
Yeah, and it really is amazing how the public has not is there. You look at polling, and yet it's like the media exists in a parallel universe where they're still treating Israel as
like a important issue,
something, or at the very least, being anti-Israel or criticizing the genocide,
the worst thing ever,
as something that's going to harm you politically.
Yeah.
I mean, are you joking? It's like they live in the upside down world.
Yeah, I mean, look at what happened with the UK.
Exactly.
If the UK just like allowed me to go in, and
they live in the distortion world. For my Giratina fans out there, what up?
Deliver the speeches that I was slated to deliver. It would have been no issue whatsoever. I mean, there'd be some positive media coverage, sure. But the very fact that they stopped me from entering the country became a news story in and of itself. And it became a major point of controversy, both in the country and I mean, globally, really. Because it spelled a significant shift in defending freedom of expression in this country. A lot of people were frustrated, even unlikely people. I mean, the Free Press wrote an article about how the UK should have never stopped me from entering the country. So yeah, I think that these guys kind of recognize how much the masses have shifted on this.
Well, and look what happened to Keir Starmer, right? He's out of there. Woo! That was a good celebration.
But instead of leaning into the wishes of the overwhelming majorities, they've decided to engage in repression.
Yep.
More and more
fortifying.
repression.
And they'd rather win their
Exactly,
way.
cycling ball.
Yeah.
They'd rather lose than not
like
win their way.
Isn't it funny that he took this position and it actually backfired, and now look, right? Obviously, this isn't the main reason he's out. It's because he's just been wrong on a lot of things. But at least you could have been like, hey, listen, I stood up for free speech and my country. Right? No, there's just been disaster after disaster with Keir Starmer. So yeah, glad he's out of there.
Way, basically.
Yeah.
And that's
Or
been
about
crazy,
to be, right?
hard to reckon with, I think, but also instructive. Hassan Piker, where can people find you?
I'm live all the time.
Yeah.
At twitch.tv/Hassanabi.
And I will be seeing you tonight, will I
Yes.
not? So if you're in New York, check out the DSA Slate rally in Bushwick, where Hassan and I will both be.
Oh, shit.
I don't mean to give out our assassination coordinates,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, we have to advertise
be out
certain
there.
things. Yep, we're out there.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
All right, guys. You know what time of the day it is. It's that time of the night where I say good night. Good day wherever you are. Nah, he's too BS and centrist both sides for this shit. It's like, boy, time for a 24-hour stream. Maybe soon. Who knows? Who knows? After banning, I'd have to pack all my food and get it ready. I'll even eat on stream from entering the United Kingdom thing. Yeah, exactly. It's such BS, man. Thank you, Tarnsy. Yep, that's another emote we got on here. We're big believers of the luxury fully luxury gay space communism thing here. we're big believers in that. Everyone, take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay tuned for the credits. I'll be back. Don't do anything stupid, because I'll get an alert on my phone if you do. Bye. Alex Gunter. Who's that?
Golden Common.
Thank you, supporters on Patreon. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, Ducky, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Patricia, for the 100 bits. And thank you, Alishir, for the 14. And thank you for all the subs. Appreciate you guys. See who this is. I don't know who this is. can't find him. Why isn't he not showing up? Oh, Xenomarxism is on. My name, damn right. Your name's there.
Italiano.
Everyone who
lasagna.
participates in chat and subscribers. Raina, look at her. God, Raina, showing up twice.
Do not come.
Tarnsy, look at you, buddy.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come. Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's